Sounds good.
Right, we're off and running again. We're on the radio, don't worry. That crashed as well this morning, you see, just as we were going on air. I was just about to turn us on and then realised the computer frozen, which is really quite annoying. But hey, yeah, and in the first game, England, I mean, that was a 400 pitch, and England, looked really good for a little while, but no one, after Duckett, no one really stuck it out, did they? And then they stumbled to 320, which never really looked enough when Head got going anyway. And so England have failed on both fronts, really.
Yeah, and what a sensational innings that was from Travis Head as well. Just, carrying on from that fantastic form here in the T20 series. It's one of the best opening innings I've seen in a while, I must say, Beth.
Yeah, it was. He really did get going. There were a couple of chances that could have gone to hand, but he got away with a few. But then you do in white ball cricket, don't you? All the time, top edges that fly somewhere that you may normally have a catcher or wouldn't get the opportunity or wouldn't take the risk in other forms, so although I do think now that players are just basically playing in kind of a little bit of change of tempo, but I mean in much the same way that England play test cricket most of the time. A lot of teams are just playing that like that all the time. I mean, Head kind of plays like that in a test match, and
that's true,
things get really sticky.
When we kind of look into how Travis Head in the past, he used to be a bit of a fragile test player, and how he's gone on to becoming one of the most aggressive batsmen in world cricket. I was doing a bit of research into it, and he said something a while ago about actually how he doesn't care so much about each individual innings because he knows once in 3 or 4 it will come off, so he just doesn't have that fear of getting out.
Which is fair, which is probably carried through from short form cricket, isn't it? You play enough of it, you don't give a crap. You've got to go from the off. You know you're going to fail a fair few times. And the same in a test match. I mean, if he goes like that in a test match, and he did it a couple of times against England until doesn't seem to like the short ball in test match cricket. I guess that's the one difference. You can really pepper him. And
that's true.
He did struggle against that.
I think it's that mental switch that he's flicked that's really...
Yeah, totally. It's like, well, it's the Baz Baldian approach, isn't it? It's, don't give a fuck and just go for it. And as we saw in the last test against Sri Lanka, every once in a while it fails badly, and then everyone picks at it. But
that's how it is.
5 or 6 or 7 times out of 6, 7 or 8, it comes off. It's a failure every once in a while. It's bound to happen if you try that sort of aggressive approach. We're about to start. I can give you some jingles. Travis Head isn't playing. Mitch Marsh is opening with Matty Short, so we'll have him.
He's not Jeff, he's not Sean, he's not Rod, he's not Daniel, he's not Jack. Don't wanna say Matt Short, he's not Adrian, but hey Matt Short, Matt Short might be too evil to live. He's not Reginald.
And Mitchell Marsh still going on underneath for crying out loud. And for England opening the bowling, I presume it's going to be... No, it's not.
Matthew Potts. It's his home ground as well as Bryden Castle.
Well, I suppose maybe that's why they're in, yeah.
I've heard from Potts that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might too. Let's bring him into the attack.
Well, I think it's about, what did you say, 9 degrees. Messi is here as well, sorry. We've just
13. And you're going to have to do a super chat jingle. Or two of them, in
fact. Oh, lovely. First ball, though, Potts. Oh, gets that on to come nip back into Short. Just down to the ground, there's no one. My guess is another shortish game. I reckon the ball will do all sorts today if it's going to do anything. Not a pleasant day to play cricket, and people's minds might be elsewhere. I don't know. That's the kind of feeling I get about what games of cricket at this end of the season. It's like, what the fuck am I doing out here playing cricket? It's 10 degrees. But hey, are we going to have a jingle?
Here's your bright super chat.
The next ball is into the thigh pad of Short, and there is no run.
So Matthew Short playing that first ball very late. Almost too late.
I'm just thinking about a little under for the fall of the first wicket, I think. Unsurprisingly.
I think the first 7 or 8 overs are the really tough time to bat in these ODIs, I think, while the ball's swinging.
Absolutely.
Exactly that. 2 slips in for Potts. And that one comes back in, probably hits him a bit high, maybe inside edge, crashes into the pads. No one's really quite sure. There's a half appeal, but There is no run, no referral, and the umpire says no. 28.5. 26.5 they're only offering. It's a bit stingy, I suppose, because Travis Head's not playing, is he? And Mitch Marsh has been a little bit of a walking wicket.
Really good start so far from Matthew Potts.
Yeah.
Some good rhythm here.
It's quite a sparse crowd. Potts is in, and that's guided down towards third man. Adil Rashid is fielding down there. Now he'll get off the mark with a single, but only a single. And Marsh will come on to strike. Yeah, I'm reckoning at 250, 280 today, top score.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me. And it all depends, of course, whether the rain comes in or not. It's coming down from Scotland. It's kind of breaking up as it hits the border, and it might not be till the border until about 3 or 4 o'clock. So,
Is Durham a fast-scoring ground normally?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't think so. It's not massive. It's pretty open to the elements. It looks that way anyway.
Yeah.
It looks a bit like Malahide. That one is just a bit bigger. That one is guided again down to third man this time by Mitch Marsh, and he'll get himself off the mark.
Well, I remember actually going to the second T20 at Cardiff, and I remember the ground being so much smaller than I expected.
Yeah, Cardiff's quite small.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing, on a TV everything looks a bit vast, but when you get there you think, that's a pretty short boundary.
And we came early actually, so at 4:30 when the players were training, I ended up speaking to all of them.
Oh, cool. That's a good shot though from Matt Shaw. It's a poor ball to end the over. It's length and width, and he climbs into that and smashes it out through the covers. First of the day, 4 runs, 6 for none, up for 1.
It's me, she.
Okay, we have 2 super chats. The first from the wonderful Muttley, who sent us 10 quid. He says, Woof, morning primates, no food porn today. If listeners want the latest food porn, they have to become a Patreon and check the Discord for yesterday's effort. Love and sausages. That's a brilliant idea, Muttley. Your food porn is always enough to make my mouth water. And Stephen Kelk sent us €2.50. He says, has the Varsity Pier opener been acquired, Bear?
Well, we dropped the daughter off at university on Sunday. Considering Saturday was a really nice day, Sunday was fucking abysmal. It was pissing down with rain. Everyone was driving really slowly. Loads of people clearly taking their kids to universities. Roadworks fucking everywhere. It took about
a big moment for you though, Ben.
Yeah, it was. It was quite sad to see her go, but she looked like she was going to settle in okay. She immediately met someone in the halls, and the halls are a bit lovely. It's a bit as Joffre is in second over. Wow, big bounce. Short wide. Is it going to be given as a wide? It is going to be given as a wide.
He's back in for this third ODI.
Yeah, 1 in, 1 out. Well, we'll play his jingle. He got a wide. So, here he is.
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
Next ball nips back from a length. And, it misses everything. There's a good ball, there's no run.
Yeah, so Joffre had some flashes of brilliance in that first ODI, some good deliveries, but overall England will be hoping he'll be more consistent today.
Yeah, he wasn't massively consistent, was he, in that first one?
It
was quite good.
It was his first 50 over game since 2023, I believe.
Oh, that one comes back, cuts. Marsh and half.
Mitch sees the funny side of it.
He does. It didn't miss the old crown jewels by much, but clearly it didn't. So there was no run. I'll just hold on a minute.
Actually, it was right up.
Right
up in his ribs.
Yeah, it was, and nearly in his ribs. It came back a long way though.
Well, he'll be reeling back in pain there, Mitchell Marsh.
Yeah, but he smiles back down the wicket.
He's had a few of those over the years.
Yeah, I'm sure. Jofra at the end of his run-up. He's coming into bowl to Mitch Marsh. That one's onto his pads and he manages to maybe get a little back, maybe not. It came off at a very slow pace, probably just, yeah, it's going to be a leg bye. Score moves on to 8.
Do you think Jamie Smith will play a pivotal role in England's white ball setup going forward, Ben?
I think so. I think he looks pretty settled, doesn't he? I mean, he can bat in the top 5 as well. You could have him later down if you need to lengthen your batting.
And the keeping is a work in progress, of course. But
yeah, it is,
I'm
but
sure
it's good enough. He's better than Bairstow, and we had him for years.
It means Josh Butler doesn't have to keep, and I think that's really important.
Exactly, messes. It takes a lot of weight off the shoulders.
It does, and you bring Jofra back. I mean, you bring Butler back into the side. It makes quite a difference, doesn't it? I quite like Duckett. In this, that's full and a bit tentative from short, but he manages to get his bat down in line, and thick inside half of the bat goes out to Bethel.
The brilliant thing about Duckett there is that he's so strong square of the wicket. I really feel like he'd be fantastic in even the T20 team.
Yeah, I was thinking that the other day. I was thinking, why is he not playing the T20 as well?
Yeah,
I mean,
over Will Jackson, in my opinion, I think Duckett should be there because he has that sort of left-hand element and so strong square of the wicket with the sweeps and reverse sweeps.
Will Jacks did he play well in one of the T20s, or was it first ODI?
It was the first ODI, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, hold on, phone call, can't answer that. But that one, again, is kind of missed by Mitch Marsh, just drops at his feet and there's no run. Sorry. One ball left in this over. Again, it nips back a little bit, catches him on the thigh pad. Probably should have nibbled that down to long leg, really.
So Jofra really looking to exploit that,
and he's there, yeah.
Inward movement there as he comes in for his last ball.
What? Yeah, I've let her in. Jofra in. Oh, pulled! Well, not pulled actually. I don't know if he got top edge glove or it just hit his arm, but it ballooned up onto the leg side just around the corner. Don't even think they took the single. They didn't, and that is the end of the over. 10 for none over to Messi.
Okay, well, I'm sorry we lost quite a few messages when we crashed on YouTube initially.
Oh dear,
Mog says, "Oh, my deepest, darkest God!" So they're actually going to play. Stephen Kelk's with us, says order is restored. Ben McCormick says morning all. Warren says morning all on Twitter. Pokey says weather's been pretty decent in Wales, had the longest dry spell all year than last week or so. That's weird. Martley says it's been grim as fuck the last few days in Cardiff.
It's been grim as fuck since Sunday, really.
Yeah.
And Stephen Kelk's asking again, did you manage to get a beer opener from Warwick University?
No, I did not. My daughter doesn't drink. Potts comes in.
You raise the well
line. Well, I'm not so sure. That one nips back a little bit, and there's no run. But it seems that no one really drinks that much. I mean, apparently she went out to the student bar on Sunday on her first night. She had a pint of lemonade, and everyone else was quite, reserved.
That's quite different to Loughborough University, where I am.
Well, I was going to say, when I went to university, it was completely different, man. I
mean, well, believe it or not, I've never had a drink in my life. Quite a good.
Well, that's fair enough. Ooh, now plays across his front pad, Marsh, but does get a bit of bat on it. It goes out in front of square to mid wicket. Jofra comes from behind, and there's a single.
Without Travis Head in the power play, it just seems quite deflated from Australia.
Well, yeah, it's quite pedestrian, isn't it? But I mean, it only takes 1 over of 4s, and that does happen for it to all get
Both
down.
of these two can be explosive, but I think they know full well that the biggest danger is at the beginning, so you don't need to rush. I mean, let's face it.
That's true.
Everybody.
Yeah, it is true, but I think if the ball's there to hit it, you've got to try and hit it, and you've got to try and take some chances. I mean, it does seem that the ball's nipping about. I don't think it's going to be that easy unless you're given width or it's over-pitched.
I think there was a pitch map being shown of Travis Head's strike rate. So it's 70 when it's just above middle stump. But outside of that little square, he's so explosive, which makes him incredibly hard.
Yeah, he's very difficult to bowl at. You've got to get it so accurate and cramping for room. That's too full, you see, and that's driven back down the ground, but it doesn't beat mid-off.
Excellent
fielding.
fielding.
Really good fielding from Harry Brook. Gets across. They get a single. Probably didn't time it. He's looking at the bottom of his bat. thought he'd creamed that, but he hadn't. This is the kind of day as well, people get injuries because it's just so cold and some bloody muscle twangs.
Yeah.
I see Rodri's out for the rest of the season, which pleases me.
Nah. Who do you
Oh, is he a
support?
I'm a
Is he a
Liverpool fan. He's a footballer.
Is he a footballer?
Yeah, well, he's up for the Ballon d'Or and he's really highly rated everywhere.
And he plays for Man U, does he?
He plays for City.
Oh, good.
Exactly. That's defended out to the covers and there's no run. And last season, I think every game he didn't play, they lost. Every game he played, they won, or something stupid like that.
It's the uniting force of the CDM.
Well, what is it? 4 in a row? They get it this year? Or was it 5? No, because they got 3 in a row now, haven't they? 'Cause it would have been 5 in a row if we hadn't won it in the COVID year or whatever it was. That's defended out to cover off the back foot by Marsh. Just pushed out there and there's no run.
I'm actually really pleased to see Marsh taking it easy because although he can thump the ball, he needs to
He's very
get
destructive
past,
when he gets going.
Yeah, he needs to get past 10 or 15 before he really feels into his stride, I think.
I 100% agree with you.
Often gets out very low scores, or else he goes on and really batters it.
Well, he's facing up again. Ooh, that one cuts back. Good leave. Just passes outside his off stump and through the keeper, no run.
You can see him on the screen there telling himself to watch the ball. And I think it's about sort of taking that initial few balls, as you said, Messi, to just assess the conditions, assess what your scoring options are, and then take it on when you can.
Yeah. Jay Grover's with us. He says, afternoon all. Colin from Accounts is a heartbreaking work of staggering genius. I've only seen the first series, but it is brilliant. It really is. He also says Dylan's suit is pretty sharp too, obviously.
Thank you.
Stephen Kelk says, pint of lemonade? Ye gods, there is no hope for the future.
There isn't, exactly. I'm with you I'm with you, Kelky.
And Pay the Toll says 4 in a row, City.
Oh.
Well, well, it will be this year, yeah, certainly. That's into the pads of shorts, going probably over and down, but beaten on the inside edge, no run. Yeah, my daughter's never had a drink in her life either.
Fantastic.
Doesn't smoke weed.
So,
I don't know.
Is that because you've put her off?
Probably, quite probably. You know, they rebel against their parents. All my kids are going to be incredibly straight, so that's probably good for their life. I'll have to put it that way. That's driven, pushed out to the covers. They'll get through for a single. He's quite deep at mid-off, pretty wide, but he gets across.
So what you're saying is ideal parenting doesn't consist of telling your children not to drink. It consists of drinking shitloads and acting really
and they'll be
badly,
motivated
and them learning.
And them learning not to be like that. In that case, I've succeeded exceptionally well, I'd say.
Well, there was this one time for me at a barbecue party in Hong Kong. I thought something was apple juice. Turned out to be whiskey or something. Took one sip and my throat began to burn.
You know. That's down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Yeah, there's another jingle. I'm trying to get rid of jingles. Someone played the 400 jingle, which I haven't heard for fucking donkeys, and I bet it was bloody Ditch, wasn't it? 400 years. There we go. That needs to get rid of.
Joffre actually, although that was a wide, he'd been much better than he was in the first ODI. He was all over the place his first couple of overs.
Yeah, he got a bit tonked, didn't he, in the first? Well, he beat
so far. Yeah.
Yeah.
He seems to be adjusting to that line of sort of bringing it into the right-handed batsman.
Yeah, that's just knocked into the leg side. I think that first test was quite windy, wasn't it? And it was actually swinging prodigiously as well. And I think he was finding it hard to control it.
And he'd obviously not played 50 over cricket for well over a year.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
Yeah. Well, nobody has in the England team.
Apart from the World Cup last year.
Yeah.
Exactly. Hardly play any ODIs anymore, except for when we're contractually obliged in one of these series or a tournament, which is a bit daft.
It's a real shame.
It is and it isn't.
Much prefer it to T20. I really do.
Well, that one's been launched, and I think it's been launched successfully. only just actually, but over the man at long leg.
Sensational shot there from Matthew Shaw.
Yeah, it was a pretty poor ball, dropped short and down leg side, and it got what it deserved. Really. Australians generally always good on the pull. It really didn't get
Does that
up high.
apply to bars as well?
Well, yeah, I was wondering about that as I said it, but I don't know.
So Matthew Short, especially strong on the leg side. We saw during the T20 series how he decimated Reece Topley and the other England bowlers. Over that leg side, he seems to really...
Yeah, he likes it on his hip, doesn't he? He certainly latches onto it pretty quickly on that leg side. 2 balls to go and it's over. Archer in. Oh, now that pings him on the front foot. It's a half appeal, maybe going down.
Sliding down.
I think so.
Definitely.
Probably over as well, but closer that time. Yeah, it's definitely going down. Probably a little bit too high as well.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over. I'm just going to run out of the room at the end of this over. 21 for none, the Australians. Archer is in. And that one's again.
Oh.
Can't, but well, has he got enough on that one? He hasn't got enough on that one. He's been caught.
It's caught by Adil Rashid.
It is caught by Adil Rashid. I thought he got enough of that, but clearly he hadn't. And for what I thought was a poor ball and a shit shot, a good shot, turned out to be the other way round, as it turns out. And Matthew Short has been caught, and I've won a bet. Lovely. And we have to.
It was still a poor ball.
Yeah, it wasn't a great ball. It got a little bit big on him, I suppose, quicker.
Well, but whether it was a loose delivery or part of an elaborate setup from Jofra, got the wicket.
Maybe it was a little bit quicker and got onto him a little bit quicker. I don't know.
Yeah.
Faced 12 balls, scored 14 runs. Australia are 21 for 1. You guys nap on. I'm just going to get out of the room.
I'll do a few messages. Farang says, greetings all. England don't have to worry about having another head job today. Matthew Cullen says, don't tell them not to drink, show them not to drink. Yeah, that's exactly what Bears
Lead
do.
by example. Exactly.
And Mog says, never had a drink as far as you know, Bear. And Stephen Kelk similarly says, yes, Dad, I only had a pint of lemonade last night. Yeah. And Pay the Toll just says, wicket time, and then 3 bottles of champagne. I think that's a bit excessive. If you're going to have 3 bottles of champagne every wicket, you're going to be well and truly written
wasted, yeah.
And we're still bearless, so Dylan's going to cover the next ball.
Sure. Well, Stephen Smith coming to the crease, a phenomenal player with extraordinary numbers. And let's see if he can get into some good rhythm here as Australia lose their first wicket at the end of the third over. Potts is in. Oh, and it's just nurdled away slightly by Mitchell Marsh.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Bear.
Why, thank you very much. Who was next in then? Was it Smith? No?
Yes,
Steve Smith.
Smith. Let's give him a jingle.
Stop thinking,
Just stand still.
stop playing with yourself.
Oh, it's very unsightly.
Stop thinking,
Stop fiddling about.
stop playing with yourself.
Oh dear.
Stop thinking,
You look a bit mental.
stop playing with yourself.
Left alone, through the keeper and ain't no run.
Stop thinking,
Oh,
stop playing with yourself.
you will go blind.
I was about to do an a cappella jingle for Steve Smith before you came, Bear.
Oh, right, okay.
Should we be relieved that you didn't have to?
Yeah, yes. You absolutely should, yeah.
Marsh facing up. Going up just over 4 and over. That's a decent ball from Potts and slightly squares up Mitch Marsh. Fuller on the line of the stumps. Gets it out though, defends it out into the offside, and there is no run. Looks like he's got a stiff back, Mitch Marsh, the way he's swaying around out there.
It could be a mobility. It could be a mobility thing because he's obviously got a strong physique, and could be a mobility issue.
Potts in. Ooh, that one again. Gets around a corner, goes out to Jofra Archer, who's just behind square on the leg side. Did they get through for a single? That was a quick single if they did.
Yep.
Well run. That looked risky to start with. It's almost straight to him. Throw off. Guess if it had hit, it would have been bloody tight.
Oh, it certainly would.
Yeah, but good running.
Got long legs, that Mitrash.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
big. He's huge. He's about 6'7", isn't he, or something stupid like that?
Something like that, yeah.
He's been taking his time to get adjusted, and I'm sure we'll see a flurry of boundaries soon if England straight from their good line.
Well, question is, can England force the advantage that they failed to force the other day? Smith is defending that out into the offside, and there is no run. I mean, was the pitch doing loads the other day?
No.
So how are they getting out? I mean, I know Headingley's... I mean, I did worry, because I remember I was at the World Cup when England lost to Sri Lanka at Headingley, and it seemed
There
to
was
be...
a lot of shots caught deep. There was some pretty ordinary shots being played on both sides, truth be told.
Well, that's what it sounds like, so probably the pitch wasn't what
Area
they...
was the difference. It
Yeah.
wasn't a great game of cricket.
No.
There's no doubt about that.
Well, you know, if the pitch is a bit slow, or it's not coming onto the bat, I guess you force all those kind of miss-hits.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah,
defended.
it's very much like Cardiff. It's quite slow and low.
Yeah, defended square on the offside, there is no run.
Yeah. Let's hope today's game will be more entertaining.
I don't mind low scorers, as long as it's competitive. England just fucked it up, didn't they? I mean...
Exactly, yeah. And
Yeah.
Which again you can do. It's. I mean, I'm not that fussed. I mean, everyone gets vexed. That
I mean, it's
we
just
lost.
that they were so listlessly outplayed in the first ODI. You almost knew the result well ahead.
Well, you did. You knew once Travis Head got going, that was that.
Yeah.
You know, you couldn't see it, and it always felt like. I mean, 300 looked like a lot of runs, but it wasn't on that pitch. I mean, it was. I mean, we were on 190, weren't we? About 27 overs. We should have got 400.
Yeah. There was,
Exactly.
I listened to an interview with Harry Brook after that first one.
Yeah.
Test Match Special played it on their podcast. It sounded to me like he doesn't really understand what baseball is. To be honest.
That's defended with force out wide of mid-off, and I'll get through for a single.
But he's a generational talent, isn't he, Harry Brook? He just in all
yeah.
three formats, I think he's going to be
He
an
is.
instrumental part.
I think he's had a phenomenal first year, and I think he needs to, take stock a little bit. I mean, he's given it away so many times recently. He's one of those players that's really annoying because he's got so much class.
But what do you think of that Colbert and Messrs to give him the captaincy at this stage in his career?
I think it's a good idea to give him a chance just to see what he's got.
Absolutely. Hold on.
Yeah.
Archer bowls that outside the off stump, left by Piggy, through the keeper, and ain't no run.
But I think it proves that he's got an awful lot to learn. You'd want to hope that he doesn't actually have to captain in anything serious for a while yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm never quite sure how much captaincy really matters in some of these shorter formats.
Well, the attitude he was expressing is, we're here to entertain and we don't care if we lose, basically. And I thought, that's interesting.
Well, I mean, as a fan, that's what I mean. I'm not really vexed that we're losing to Australia, which normally I would be. I mean, it's a bit annoying, but do I care? Does it mean anything? No.
We're playing an entirely new team. I mean, just looking at the 2019 team that won the World Cup, only Archer and Rashid are the only two players from that side that are in this team. So
yeah,
we can't expect to be winning an awful lot of games against Australia with a new team.
No, I mean, his team is quite a strong team they've got out today. But the team in the first ODI we should have beaten. Really, I mean, Head was the difference, true, but I mean, it was a team that we probably should have beaten. That's into Smith. His bottom hand comes off and it hits him on the glove and just loops up on the leg side. No one there, obviously, and they get through for a single. Yeah. I mean, this is it. I'm just not stressed by losing to Australia. I'm more stressed about losing to them at T20 than I am at ODIs, weirdly.
Yeah, but I think looking ahead into the future, it's a good time for England to test the waters within the Champions Trophy and upcoming World Cup tournaments as well.
Yeah, true. I do also think part of my lack of stress on this front is, as that one's just, again, I think worked off the handle or the glove, out behind square on the leg side, it'll be a single. It's the fact that England finally got that hoodoo off their back and won the World Cup in 2019. Okay, it wasn't the last one, but it was recent, so that's cool. And we were world champions in T20, the one before last. So, you know, you can't win everything. So I'm a bit kind of chill about it now. Give it another 10 years and we haven't won anything again, I'll probably get more vexed about it. But currently...
Yeah, no, but it's a cycle of life. You know, all good things
exactly.
come to an end. You know. And that generation is now over. So.
And also that generation has fed into this generation, so they know what it's like to do it. And, you know...
They've seen it in front of them.
Oh, now that one jacked away. That's really squared up Smith. That's really, a cracking delivery.
Really getting himself into a pickle.
Yeah, it was 89 miles an hour. It's pretty quick, and Smith didn't look comfy. But he played it down off the edge of the bat to about gully, and there is no run. That went. I mean, oof. Got Smith now 35, did we say the other day? With a technique like his, you wonder if he's going to be like KP and his eyes will go slightly enough that it'll completely fuck him up. Well, with a technique like that, if your eyes go, surely, I mean, he does rely so much on hand-eye coordination.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not great technique.
It has evolved over the years. I think it's gotten rid of that massive back and across step that he had a few years ago.
But he kept getting pinged in front LBW eventually, didn't he?
Yeah.
Quicker bowlers would beat his inside edge.
So here we go, Bryden Carson's the attack.
Well, Bryden Cars, who got pummeled the other day, has got Mitch Marsh in the knackers. He's gone down on one knee. He looks in pain. And there is no run. We'll give the bowler a little jingle.
Stick your hopes of victory up your broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Bryden comes a-calling, all your crews will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden.
Oh no! Actually, I think he's got
right at the chest,
right in the solar plexus, isn't it? I might knock the wind out of him.
Yeah.
That is in the little crevice between both. The
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right, solar
That's
plexus.
horrible.
That's where you get winded. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unusual. Marsh is 7 off 19. But, yeah, I don't suppose he cares too much as long as he stays there.
Well, yeah.
As you said, Messi, he needs to build an innings today.
Yeah.
Cast is in, and that one comes in again as well. Certainly there's something in the deck for the bowlers. You can imagine that Stark and Hazelwood will be a handful on this when they open the bowling.
Absolutely. But Carson will hope he can turn the tides from his previous performances.
I mean, it's how many more years do you reckon you get out of... I mean, Cummins is the youngest, isn't he? He's what, 32, 33, isn't he, Cummins, now? Or is he still in his late 20s?
I believe 30.
No, he's in his 30s.
Yeah.
But I shall tell you.
Mitchell Stark is, what, 36 now? Bryden Cast is in. That's defended back down the track. There's no run. Hazelwood's 35, I believe. So, I mean, what, they got another Ashes? Probably. Hazelwood...
Stark's only 34.
Oh.
Do you think we've seen a wane in form from any of those three over the last couple
of
years?
No.
Not at all.
And they've stayed fit. I mean, they played every test last summer, all 6 tests in Australia. And then went to New Zealand as well. Yeah, 33 Hazelwood is.
I think with the template of longevity that Jimmy Anderson has set, I think they'll just keep playing as long as they can.
Well, this is it. But I mean, Jimmy Anderson was pretty injury-free throughout his entire career. There was only 1 or 2 times I can remember him being injured for a significant period of time. Oh, flashed out by Marsh. Misses the outside edge by a whisker.
And Cummins is 31.
Oh, right. Okay.
So they got another Ashes at least, and maybe a follow-up.
Cummins has got some time.
Yeah, Cummins has got another, 6-7 years if he wants it.
Yeah,
I suppose Mitch Stark could have 4, but I mean he's had a fair few injuries, and his ankle is his problem, isn't it? I mean he's been out for long stretches of time.
And then Josh Hazelwood with that line and length.
Well, yeah, you imagine. I mean he's had his injury problems, hasn't he, as well? And you imagine he's quite metronomic, and so it wouldn't be that much of a problem with his action. But he has been injured. Outside half of the bat, squeezes out through the covers. They'll just get a single.
Do we have another super chat? Sagir Parker, who will be on later, I think, has sent us $10 Australian to keep the rain away. Thank you, Sagir. Hopefully it'll have the desired effect.
So Brian Cast, I remember watching him in Cardiff. His pace looked electrifying from the angle that I was viewing it from.
Cast in, and that one is through to the keeper. Left alone by Smith. No run. 7 overs done. 26 for 1.
Okay, so Stephen Kirk says he's got to meet the boss man. Catch you later. Have fun. Diana Patterson says it's early here, so I may be wrong, but the image behind you looks like Headingley, not Chesterton Street. Yeah, mine was. I have now changed it. Thank you, Diana, for that. Sagir says, greetings, everyone. What's the weather forecast like today? It looks like there may be a few showers, but it's not too dire. So, even if we have a couple of breaks, I think we'll get through it all. And Mog says, no, really, talk Brooke up and watch him fail to achieve those lofty heights. Jay Graver says, I know I always praise Dylan's suits and mock his dad's golf shirts, but serious point, that is proper clobber. I've been inspired to put trousers on. That's a bit extreme, Jay. He also said, news just in, Bears never taken a drink daughters, just gone to university. Nigel says, I don't find cricket very stressful.
There are a lot more stressful things in life than doing guerrilla cricket, it has to be said. I've realised that it's like a crux in my life, guerrilla cricket.
A crutch?
A crux. Crux, whichever.
It holds you up.
It holds me up, yeah.
I really enjoy it personally. I love it.
Joffre is in, and that's defended back down the track by Mitch Marsh. Good opening spell here by England, but you kind of feel that Australia will do the same, the conditions being what they are. It doesn't look very pleasant for batting. It's overcast, it's damp. The ball is doing a bit, both in the air and off the wicket.
So obviously bowling conditions here. Mitchell Marsh said that he would have bowled first as well.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, it does seem the obvious way to go, because if you've got to chase down a small target, even if the wicket's doing stuff, it looks feasible, doesn't it? And trying to set in. Now that was clipped, and it was clipped aerially, just wide of mid-on. I think he was trying to go square in that, but it wasn't a mid-wicket, and it does make its way to the boundary. It'll be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think that went straighter than he wanted it to go.
Excellent use of the pace there from Mitchell Marsh.
Yeah.
Flick of the wrists, and that races away for 4. So could he be getting into his stride here?
Well, he's only got 12 off 25, and they're going along at less than 4 and over currently. Well, around about 4 and over. But they've only lost 1 wicket with a new ball. He's had a heave at that, and it was an ugly heave. He got a thick inside edge that flew out airily past square leg umpire. That one there out to the man in the deep, and it'll just be 1 run.
Jacob Bethel, who had a fantastic second T20.
Yep. Again, he was all right in the first ODI, and he gave it away a little bit, I seem to think. Don't I remember? There's a lot of people got 20s and then got out, 20s or 30s. Yeah. Which, if you get to 20 or 30 in an ODI, especially in the middle of an ODI, you should really crack on until at least the last 5-10 overs and be on 50.
Yeah, because you have that time, there's no pressure.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, Piggy Smith has come down the track, had a heave at once. Mistimed it up to mid-off, his head went up in the air in disgust at himself. And there is no run.
Not very pleasing on the eye there from Steve.
No, that was ugly.
Throws the kitchen sink at it.
He hit the splice nearly in the end.
He's been struggling for comfort here.
Yeah, he has. He's 1 off 8 as well. That proves how much of a bowling track it is. It's not easy to get the ball away. And Joffre is into the pads this time. And it'll just be worked off the thigh pad, I think, probably. Maybe there's a bit of bat in it. I'm not sure, the umpire. Yeah, I think there's a bit of bat in it. Bat onto thigh pad, down to the man on the 45. I get a single. And that should be the end of the over. Or is there 1 ball left?
There's 1 left, I think.
1 left.
The temperature has soared from 13.1 degrees to 13.3.
Oh.
But by the time England bat, it's expected to be around 11.
Oh. Well, that'd be worse for the fielding side, I imagine. That's probably why they wanted to field first. They'd rather be in the hutch. Played out to vacant mid-wicket. Mid-on has to come across and field, and the other guy's out in the deep. Think about 2, but there's only 1.
Yeah, the other thing is, whenever there's rain around, teams usually like to bat second because they know what they're going to have to get.
That's very true. The old when the old Duckworth Lewis comes into effect.
Yeah. So Pokey Bonefinger says, totally agree with Bear. England finally won the World Cup when it was still cool. Now we can piss about a bit and it doesn't matter.
Exactly. That's the thing, isn't it?
Dear. The image... Oh, Diana Patterson says the image behind Bear is also hidden there. Oh, there you go. And Morgan super chatted us. He sends us $10 and says 4 overs. I guess we've just about seen the last of Joffre for the day then. Yeah, he only bowled 6.
Well, Biden Cast is in, and there's an attempted heave. There's an appeal for caught behind.
Asking the question.
They were all pretty convinced, and now they're not going to review. So, yeah, I'm just going to transport us from Headingley to what looks like a sunny Chester Street. It's obviously a lie, but there you go. Instant transportation, a bit like Star Trek.
Wow. You got a massive green screen behind you, Ben.
I have indeed.
Yes.
So that sort of whisked through everything then, which...
Yeah, he tried to pick that up and plant it deep into the stands at mid-wicket and missed everything. England were convinced there was a little edge, but they didn't then review it, so they clearly
Not
weren't.
really convinced.
Yeah. Oh, and he splashed at that one again outside off stump. Missed it. Missed the edge.
Teasing with the width there. Teasing.
Through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I don't see Mitch Marsh lasting too long in these circumstances. He's got too frustrated.
Did it? What they heard was the ball shaved to the outside of the off stump. Oh no, was that his thigh?
No, it was his
thigh.
It was his pocket.
Yeah, so I feel like he's trying to switch to the next gear now, Mitchell Marsh, but it's
too soon.
It's a bit too soon, I think.
Well, you've got to get going at some point. Oh God, gets beaten on the outside edge again, and there's no run. I mean, he's bowling at decent pace here, Cast, 88 miles an hour. It's not quite a 90, but it's quick
seeing
enough.
him live in Cardiff, bowling in tandem with Saki Mahmood, that was some of the most electrifying pace I've ever seen live. So he's got some good tools to work with in broadcast.
Yeah, Sakib's not in this squad either, is he?
No.
Well,
what do you think the future holds for Jofra Archer?
I'm hoping the Ashes in 2024, 25 or 25, 26.
Oh, I tell a lie. No, Saqib Mahmood is in the squad.
Okay, well that's blocked up towards mid-off, and a bit of poor fielding by the captain, I suspect. As he dives across, doesn't get any hands on it, and it goes down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
So he didn't even check the shot there, he just kind of nudged it.
Yeah. Carson again. Oh God, he's beaten on the outside once more, just prodding forward Mitch Marsh, and just missing his outside edge. This is not bad bowling from Cars. I didn't
He's
see
bowling
him
a lot better than he did in the last match.
Absolutely.
Even though he took 3 wickets there, they didn't reflect the fact that he'd bowled a load of trout to start with.
Yeah, it certainly sounded that way.
The England bench is Jordan Koch, Saqib Mahmood, Reece Topley and John Turner.
Yeah, Reece Topley's in the squad as well.
Yeah.
Didn't have a particularly great T20 series.
No, and he's generally a quite good T20 player. I always like Reece Topley, I have to say. That one is left alone this time by Marsh. It's that much wider and there's no run.
Yeah, Matthew Short taking that liking to the leg side really knocked the wind out of him in his first over. First over every game, I think.
Yeah, well he kept bowling on his hip, didn't he? And
yeah,
that was that. Kept picking him up. Any messages?
Smash that like button, folks.
Oh yeah, smash the like button, subscribe, and share the feed.
It's gone a little quiet on YouTube.
Keep getting those messages in.
Twitter. Tell us where you are. I always like knowing where people
I
are.
always like knowing where people are. Potts is back in for Jofra.
He's also had a fine start himself, Matthew Potts, except for that loose delivery at the end of his first over.
Yep. He's only gone for 9 in his 3 overs so far.
Shape. So a revitalised bowling attack from England.
Well, I think the conditions are helpful. does help. Funnily enough.
It does help. It was a good start nonetheless.
I mean, that's what I was saying. And you imagine Hazel wouldn't starting on this. It could be very fucking tricky. You can quite see England fall down after. That's a lovely shot, though. From the Pigster, the first ball is long half volley outside the off stump from Matty Potts, and it gets kind of what it deserves, which is a belting down to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Really can't bowl there to the Pigster.
You can say what you want about his technique, but when it's in the slot, he puts them away.
Yeah, he certainly does. Held the pose. He moves on to 6 off 10. Marsh is 18 off 33, so we're going anywhere very quickly here, Australia. That one's defended out to the covers, and there is no run.
You might want to let Mogg in, Bear.
I might do, but he's not there.
Cool.
So coming out of the power play, England will be resting their hopes on Adil Rashid. What do you think England will do once Adil Rashid does decide that it's
Panic.
his time?
I don't know. Oh, now that's hit the pad. That's worth an appeal. Yes, and it's been given. I think that's pretty correct. I think he's been hit in line with off stump. Don't think he got any bat. Don't think it was too high. I think the worst it will be umpire's call. It didn't seem to get up that high. The decision has been reviewed by Piggy. I thought that was pretty much in line. He got a long way across.
He steps across quite vigorous. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, but I thought it hit him on the inside of that pad rather than the outside.
I think height's the only issue.
No, I don't think it's that high. No, I think that's.
I think that's
clipping the top of middle stump.
Middle and off, middle and off right there.
Yeah.
That looked a really good shout to me. It did nip back a long way. It's miles from his. It's certainly not going to miss down the legs.
Just above the knee roll.
That
looks to be fine height-wise, I think.
I reckon that looks fine. All right. He's only on the crease. I think it'll be clipping middle and leg.
Yeah.
But certainly looked out to me once he'd missed the bat. That's how he gets out, you know. It is. Oh, it's missing!
Just above.
Just going over the top of leg stump. Whoa. Oh my God.
Things we can't foresee.
Indeed. That's unfortunate. That did look pretty out to me. But he gets away with it. Oof. That'll be interesting.
Lucky.
Next ball's the same delivery, a little bit lower.
Smith
umpire gives it not out. Umpire's call on the bails and England review. Well, Potts thought he had his man there. I did too, but he did not. That one this time.
Locked.
Smith gets right behind it and defends it, and there is no run. Now Mogg has appeared, so I shall let him in. At the end of this over, Hendo is going to take over from me. He's going to be joined by the Mogster and Annie. St. Annie Chave of Exeter will be joining us at the end of this over. Well, Smith reviewed it straight away. He obviously felt it was too high almost immediately. And he was proved right. Just did look.
It wasn't a good shot, though. I mean,
that was a terrible shot. He gone right across, got eaten all ends up. I mean, that's what I mean.
He's not been in the best form across all 4 lessons.
No, he hasn't. I think opening for Australia hasn't really done him any favours. That one is defended out to the offside and there's no run. I think
as much courage as it took for him to put his hand up, I think people.
Well, exactly, and it's the same with Root. I think you find a position in your team and you're the batsman in the side, you know, the man to go to. I mean, I suppose Travis Head has got something for him now. That's defended and there's no run. That's the end of the over. But you know, you don't piss around with someone like Piggy Smith's position. He's got that test average of nearly 60 or whatever it is. You know. Anyway,
I'll do a couple of messages.
I'll switch over.
Christina Evans says, "Hey, Messi again. Still listening from Salvador Bahia in northeast Brazil. All hail as ever the gorillas." Thank you, Christina. It's lovely to have you. And Pokey says, "I'm in a far-flung field up a hill in weirdest Wales, surrounded by sheep and a bit of cattle." A bit of cattle? Is that their hindquarters or what? Okay.
All right then.
Thanks for
That's
that.
me.
Catch you
Take
later.
care, everyone.
I think we're back live, and if we are, Steve Smith has just played a glorious shot. In fact, no, we weren't. That was just a medley of his greatest hits, which have amounted to 6 runs this morning from 15 balls Australia
I do
40.
have to point out, Hendo, that you've taken over from Tony Bishop in your slots today, and it was totally appropriate that you should call a replay in that role.
Absolutely right. I'll be. What other things? I'll come up with some dad jokes if I can.
No, please don't. Please don't.
Outside the
God's
off
sake.
stump, left alone by Mitch Marsh. Annie, I haven't been on with you for ages.
Oh no!
You're looking.
No.
You're looking fantastically well. Are you fantastically well?
Yes, I'm doing very well. Thank
Good,
you.
good, good,
I am better than I was this time last year,
That
with
is-
slightly more hair as well.
Yes. That is great to know. I saw you sweep. Was it you sweeping up a pitch the other day that was covered in rain, or was that?
Yeah, that was actually my son. But
Okay.
yeah.
Foolish from Carson, dug out by Marsh. Past the bowler it goes, but it's fielded at mid-off, just skipping round to his right. And there is no run. Of course, Mog. Is it Mog? It is Mog. Hello, Mog.
Fuck off.
I couldn't see. You know, I'm almost blind these days.
Yeah, no, I'm looking well as well, thanks.
You are looking
sorry,
really
yeah.
well, Mog.
Mog, I mean, the thing is, it just goes without saying that you look well. So.
Thanks.
Here comes Cars again. 2 slips waiting for an edge, and they found it. Although I think that has gone down into the ground first. Cars is inquiring. Duckett is looking, and I'm wondering
Not very
whether.
convinced, though, are they?
And the umpires are about to consult. That's a curious one. My initial reaction was it was a bump ball, but in fact, England aren't going to have to review it because the umpires are going to look at it themselves, it would appear. They can be very misleading, those ones. It's very difficult to jam it into the ground and then to slip.
But also very hard to tell from the third umpire position, I should imagine, as well.
Yes, I would imagine. And Grubby, wonderful Grubby, has brought me. I think that's gone down into the ground, actually, hasn't it? Actually, fair way from the bat, I would argue. It was Duckett who took the catch or supposed catch at second slip. I think that's not out. Indeed, it is.
I think you're right.
And just to rub it in, Mitch Marsh rocks back to a back of a length ball and smashes it over mid wicket for 6.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you're 60 thing, you. I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you're 60 thing.
Here is Cars again. Oh, he's got the edge this time, and Marsh is walking. Smith takes a catch, diving slightly forward and to his right. Absolutely no doubt about that one. So what a 3 balls that was.
I was going to say, what an over so far. I mean,
yeah.
that was all over the shop.
Action-packed, wasn't it? Action-packed. Good catch as well, I think, by Jamie Smith, because he had to come forward a little bit, as well as diving to his right.
Yeah.
And he's done very well indeed to grasp that. Australia have lost a second wicket.
Yeah, so they're not speeding along.
No. Although, I have to say that if England bowl this well on this wicket, Hazelwood,
Yes.
Stark, Abbott, you do you kind of feel that when I was watching on Saturday or commentating on Saturday, I thought actually 271. I mean, that's very gettable for England, and it proved to be not so.
Not gettable at all. No.
And in fact, I was
shit truck.
Yeah, I was kind of half hoping that Australia would get a few more, so that it would be more of a run chase. But on the basis that we were only capable of getting 202 in the end, I think that shows the relative strengths of these two sides. Mog, have you got some messages for us?
Did we read out Joe Grover's super tweet?
I don't know
Super
that
chat?
we did. I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
No, I know.
Well then,
Go ahead.
Joe Grover, 20 of your English pounds, says, Dax on. Is there a GC equivalent of Chance to Shine? All these public schoolers make me want to burrow, especially the ones with better clothes than me.
I'm pretty sure I haven't got better clothes than you. We should play one of these, shouldn't we?
Yes.
Oh, no, that's the wrong one. No, sorry, wrong one.
Nice.
casts into the new batsman. The new batsman should be Cameron Green, according to the order. It is. He's a very tall man. It's the end of the over. 11 gone. Australia 47 for 2. I was just looking for. This is what I was looking for.
YouTube comments were not getting a mention. Too many lonely folks needing some attention. You post your super chat and then you pay the price.
He sings for me for cash. He sings for me for cash.
Marvellous stuff.
I love the idea, though, of a gorilla chance to shine.
We've given lots of people chances to shine. That's what we're here for.
I guess we do, don't we? You're right.
Yeah.
Don't want to go hiding anyone's light under any bushels now.
Absolutely not. Potts will continue. He's coming into Smith, and Smith is forward in defence. Just the one slip for the former Australia captain, and he's played into the offside. There is no run.
Is he the right person to be coming in at 3?
In one-day internationals, or
yeah, at the moment he's. I think he's struggling.
I think he will. I think he can struggle. If the pitch isn't very good for batting because of his method, it's not a problem in tests. He's not. He's
got 6 off 16.
Yeah, he's not as flamboyant as some of the others, is he? Again, a rather awkward forward defensive to the next ball, played out towards extra cover. Now, Grubby was comparing Matthew Potts with his current hairstyle. I'm not sure how many.
I think he looks like an orc myself.
Oh, an orc. Well, he reckoned he looks like Susie Ruffle, the comedian. But I'm not sure how many people know her.
He does actually.
He does, doesn't
he? But he looks like an orc as well.
And an orc. This is played up to mid-on. He's got to move around the circle to feel that.
About the orc thing.
Were you really not? I mean, look, at the moment I'm watching the Lord of the Rings, whatever
Rings of
new
Power.
one it is. Yeah, that's the one. And there's a lot of orcs that look like him.
I'm also watching that show, and I haven't
But
seen
you haven't
any.
seen that.
Some of them might have that haircut.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean, really. I mean, we are going on the haircut, aren't we?
Good save, yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Brings Cameron Green down to face his first ball from Matthew Potts, who's into his 5th over, and they add add a slip to the cordon. It's not really a cordon; it's a couple of curtains. Potts is in, bowls. Oh, he takes a step down the wicket and then is forced back, but plays it well down to third man. Cast fields, and they take another single. Do you think they've deliberately packed the team with Durham players today? Well, I say packed.
I think they have. Yeah.
I say packed. There's at least 2. Are there any others?
Yeah.
Are there any others?
Nice homeboys. No, I think
Yeah.
it's only
It's just those 2.
Horses for
Cast
courses.
and
Yep.
Yep.
I was going to do an intro. Had I done an intro? Had I been doing the intro this morning about the fact that there's no head, and I was going to try and combine it. Short pulled by Smith. Good shot from him. It will be saved by Bethel, who, having got there, allows it to escape from his grasp. So I'll get back for a comfortable 2. Because we were I was going to try at
Durham.
At Durham, yeah. And in fact, they showed on Sky. They showed wonderful piece of sledging from Darren Gough, who pretended to be a ghost in front of him when he was bowling to him, which was quite fun. But I thought, headless and head. And headless ghost. I could have done something.
Yes.
It would have taken a bit of work. Yeah. Outside the off stump, Smith had advanced down the wicket, but decides to leave it. It's the end of the over. 12 have been bowled, and Australia are 51 for 2. Mog.
Okay. Muttley is concerned that I was drinking with my pinky finger out.
You were actually. It's very posh.
Yeah, it's called breeding.
Breeding.
Brian says, Mog's looking fit and lean like the new Tism single, which is called Fuck Art or something, I think. He also says the USA chased down 287 against Namibia the other day, so does that mean that the US is better than England at cricket?
Yep.
Yes.
No. Yep. Absolutely.
And Diana Patterson says, I feel very assured that a blind man is calling a cricket match that I can't see myself.
Ah, yes. Well, we tried to do that. We don't want to over describe, do we? 51 for 2. Smith 9, Green 1. Cast 1 for 11. It's a lot better than his
51
first 3
off
overs.
12. It's
Yeah,
rocketing.
it's
along,
4 and a quarter and over, 4.25
Well,
and
yeah.
over. Oh, look, the run rate's up there for me. They've done it
It's
for me.
Written right next to the score.
I couldn't see it. Another blind man trying to describe cricket. In comes Cast. Bowls. Finds an outside edge, but it's gone straight to ground. Down to third man. Oh, good running from Cameron Green, who, of course, eats up the pitch in about 4 strides. So
How
they'll
tall
get
is
to...
he?
He's
6'7"?
6'7", something like that. And Bryden Cast is about 6'7" as well. It's a battle of the tall men.
What is wrong with people these days? They're so
Be-
tall.
Being so tall, I just think it's showing off. You know, 5
Some
foot
days I
8.
get up in the morning and think I'm going to show off and be 6'7".
Yeah, exactly.
And what
Most of the
happens?
time I don't. Well,
No.
I remain my usual stumpy height.
Right.
Driven, is that in the air? Well, it was. I think it's just dropped short. There was excitement at cover and extra. Bethel diving forward, but couldn't quite get there. Let's have another look at this from side on. Yeah, it just wasn't totally in control of that, and it's just dropped about a foot in front of him as he's dived forward, Bethel.
Have you noticed I'm modelling my hair on Bethel?
You're doing it much
Yeah.
better than he is.
Yeah. What about your left-hand batting?
Yes, not so good.
Cast in again to Green. Oh, that's a horrible ball. It's not a particularly wonderful shot. He hasn't timed it because it was so wide. It might actually stop before getting to the fence. And there is
It has, hasn't it?
there is
Oh my
Annie
goodness.
Chave chasing the ball out to the boundary and throwing it in to the keeper. So they get through for 3, I would imagine. Green
The
moves to
mullets
6.
are in, aren't they, after all? So I just thought, what the hell, I'll join them.
Don't do it.
No, I mean, I don't have much choice, unfortunately.
I haven't actually had my hair cut in a barber's for a few months now because I'm scared of getting COVID again. Someone breathing over me as they cut my hair.
Dear.
Casts in, bowls. Oh, turns Smith round, and Smith's kind of annoyed about that.
I think
straight
he's
back up
annoyed
the
with
pitch.
himself.
He doesn't seem at ease with himself, does he?
He's really
I think
not.
he's a prick.
Well, you've always got to factor that into the equation, haven't you? With Smithy.
What'll I do when he retires? What will I
Who
do?
will you find to?
Inconsolable.
There'll always be another Australian.
Oh,
won't
there's
there?
plenty of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Worry
I mean,
about
it's a
that.
conveyor belt.
It's a target-rich environment.
Cast in again. Bowls. Oh, beats him outside the off stump. It's flown through. And Smith, when he's not playing particularly well, I mean, he looks even more awful. I mean, even when he's playing well, to me, I don't enjoy it. But when it's not really working for him, it looks horrible. He's getting turned around front on the whole time. And I know that's the way that he plays, and he plays well that way, extremely well. But
it's never pretty.
it's never pretty. When it's bad, it's even less pretty. Cast in again, full, driven in the air for a moment, and then it just seemed to lose all impetus. Really, the ball didn't really want to fly, and it's
He's looking
dropped
at
short.
his bat, isn't he?
Yeah, dropped short of Salt at extra cover. There is no run. 13 overs bowled. Australia 56 for 2. Mog.
Jay Grover would like to know if Annie passed on his love to Anthony Gibson.
I will on Thursday. I'm
Thursday.
doing the commentary at Somerset on Thursday with Anthony. I will pass on your best wishes.
You heard it
Tell
here
him not
first,
to be
Jay.
so sad.
I enjoyed listening to Anthony Gibson on the Lancashire Somerset stream. Actually, he's good, isn't he?
He's a very knowledgeable man. He's he can be lots of fun. He can be very, very gloomy.
Can he? Sounds like my sort of bloke.
Question.
He's a
who
bit
is Anthony Gibson?
pessimistic.
Really? Maybe that's why. I mean, I was trying to watch the Surrey stream, and it was full of excitable people like Norcross and Adam Collins.
Yes,
So I switched over to the Somerset Lancashire game. There was a little bit more happening in that game as well on the first day as well. Anthony Gibson and whoever he was on with at that particular point.
Scott Reed, maybe?
Yes, Scott. There was Callum, I think, who's got a very broad Lancashire
Yeah.
accent. I heard him.
Callum Flynn, who's
Callum
the
Flynn.
disabled England cricketer.
Yeah. But Anthony Gibson and Scott, maybe. I thought initially it was Vic Marks, but then I realised it wasn't. I found them very conducive to slumbering.
Yes, I was going to say probably that.
Archer bowls. Archer's back into the attack, outside the off stump, fading away after it goes past the bat. Was left alone, in fact, by Green. And,
Archer's coming back for another over.
He is indeed, and it gives an excuse to play this wonderful jingle.
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
And Australia seem to have worked out that this probably isn't going to be a big scoring day.
I think that is probably the conclusion.
And they're batting very sensibly. Or, well, certainly it's Cameron Green. He's let those first 2 balls go. He's determined that he won't expose the lower order to the likes of Archer.
Well, you don't want to lose early wickets in 50 over game, do you? So
absolutely not. Absolutely not. But, you know, the run rate is only 4.2.
There's a long way to go in this
There is
game.
indeed. Archer in again, bowls, defended. As the ball just nips back into him, but it's good length. And Green, very watchful at the moment, 88 miles an hour. Smith has 9 off 23, Green 6 off 8.
Smith got a new bat, so look out.
Oh, did he?
It wasn't,
I didn't notice
wasn't
that.
his weird lack
Well,
of
yeah,
form.
there were
The
about
problem, it's
6
the
brought
bat.
out, weren't there?
Did you see Ben Duckett got a new bat, and as soon as he got a new bat, he completely toe-ended a pull on Saturday and was brilliantly caught by Aaron Hardy, a return catch to the bowler. Archer in, short. Ooh, now that did turn Cameron Green around. You expect him to turn Steve Smith round a little bit, less so Green, who's much more side-on, but that one did. He played it well in the end because it jumped on him a little bit. And,
89 miles an hour?
89.
Yeah.
Oh, God, you know, I hope I can stay alive long enough to for the next Ashes, because potentially England could have a really interesting attack if everyone
Are
stays
you likely
fit.
to
Well,
die before the
I am
next session?
falling apart. Oh, a leg slip's gone in. Oh, and that's nicely driven. That's good timing
Beautiful
from
straight shot, yeah.
Green. It's being chased by Harry Brook. Not sure he's going to get there. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Quite a slow outfield.
It really is slow, isn't it?
Smith wanted to come back for a third and had gone, I don't know, a quarter of the way down, struggling to turn and get back. But Jofra Archer seemed completely unaware that there might have been a run-out opportunity there. Anyway, so just
now,
the
is
two.
it going to dry out and be much faster in the second innings? Is it just dampness generally?
Well, I wonder, because of course you've got to think about dew, haven't you, as well?
Yeah.
So possibly
But
not.
it is definitely very slow, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit like the Test match at Old Trafford, isn't it? Short and Green presents a huge target for a bouncing ball like that, but he manages to duck his head underneath it. It's the end of the over, 58 for 2.
Michelle Pfeiffer says, "Can't Australia." Pokey Bumfinger says, "Young people these days growing larger because of better nutrition. Those cheeky bastards are making."
I know. It's just it's unfair, quite frankly.
It is.
Yeah.
I don't like tall people.
No.
Brian says, "Please pass on my good wishes to Anthony too. He was kind enough to read out a couple of tweets this past game. In his head, what? I still picture the late two. I'm not quite sure what that last bit means."
No, I don't understand that.
Jack Ravis says, "I used to think I were average height, but after you bastards' constant mockery of Ben Duckett, I now feel like I'm a tiny man."
Bridencast starts a new over. Bowls to Smith. Bowls outside the off stump. Smith leaves it again. 9 off 24. Can't get going.
I can't help but try to correct Jay's grammar and such.
What do you think you are, a sub-editor?
I used to think that we were average. He doesn't talk in that accent, but
No,
No,
he doesn't.
no, nothing like it. Sorry, but there we have English people trying to do Australian accents. There was an Australian trying to do a Yorkshire accent. It was.
that wasn't meant to be a Yorkshire.
Oh, wasn't it?
No, that was a Devon accent.
Was it? Oh goodness.
I couldn't do a Yorkshire accent if I tried.
You couldn't do a Devon one either, to be fair.
Oh well, we've just proven that, haven't we?
Smith will take a single as this is clipped in the direction of mid-on.
Mind you, I
59
couldn't do
for
an
2.
Australian accent. I really couldn't.
Or May.
Yeah.
No. I mean, I
Normally
think I
doesn't stop
can, but I
people from
can't.
trying to do
No,
that, does it?
absolutely. So Smith finally and belatedly into double figures, 10 off 25.
Off 25 balls. That's,
That's a good ball from Cars. It jumped on Green, and Green ends up sort of popping that up in front of him, in front of his chest.
it's really not easy out there.
No.
It's the ball's doing all kinds of things, and they're really struggling to get it away.
In fact, he didn't get bat on that at all. It was shoulder, really. And I think because he started off trying to duck, and then kind of got caught and didn't really know what to do. And
For anyone else, for Duckett, for example, that would be a no ball.
Exactly.
Yeah.
2 feet above
There
his head.
are advantages to being short. Cars in again, bowls, and they'll get a single as he threads that down to third man, Adil Rashid. I suppose we will see Adil Rashid at some point, but it's the pace bowlers that are getting the joy at the moment. 60 for 2, Green 9, Smith 10.
What are your thoughts on England and 50 overs and the fact that we don't play 50 over, really? That none of them play 50 over cricket?
Well, it's all a bit odd, isn't it? Cars in, looking for the Yorker, dug out by Smith. Will get a single up to mid-on. That's well played. I mean, I was watching that 50-over final that was reduced to 20 overs yesterday.
Yes, I don't want to think about that one.
Well, no, I can understand that, but it struck me. I thought I was going to put it on. I thought, well, I'll see some really entertaining Somerset batsmen here. Obviously not Banton because he's injured, but
and you didn't know any of them.
No, exactly, or very few of them. Yeah. Is it Umeed?
Yeah, we played our 50 over squad.
Yeah, which I understand. That's fine in one sense. Cast in, bowls a bouncer. Green sways inside this one. Played that one well. 15 overs gone, 61 for 2. Yeah, I do think it's a problem because I think that those guys that are playing just white ball cricket, and that mainly means T20 cricket, or 100 cricket or T20 based cricket, are just not getting enough batting.
Of course they're not.
The likes of Lewis, they're not feeling bat on ball enough. Even if they play through 100, 3 weeks or 4 weeks of the 100, I mean, if they don't get any innings, if they don't get many runs, how much batting are they doing?
Don't get much bowling either, to be fair.
Well, yeah,
They're
absolutely.
going to play 300 matches to get themselves the equivalent of a nice, handy one-day game.
Yeah, but they would have to have good, I think, decent innings within those matches. Oh, he's chopped on! You can't believe it. Though no one's interested because it's a free hit. We missed the no ball.
Yeah. But it was a good ball.
It was a good ball, yeah.
Did the over just finish?
Well, I had thought so. They must have belatedly seen that there'd been a no ball and
we were
escaped
too
us all.
busy chatting.
We were
sorry.
too busy chatting. 15 overs gone, 62 for 2. We'll come back to that subject. In the meantime, Mog will message you up.
A mysterious character says, "Hello all from Green Sands. Brian in Brisbane here, sponging off my wife's phone. What the fuck is that wanker Smith doing there at 10 of 26? Get rid of him, okay? Back to my food, I'm told."
Fair point.
And Brian says, "Speaking of the world champion USA cricket team, they just put up 379 against the UAE with Milind Kumar top scoring on 155 not out.
Wow.
Did the other guy that had the big partnership with him make 100? Last I saw, both of them were on 90 something.
Who was the guy who scored runs in the T20 World Cup? Was that Jones? Was it a Jones?
Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones, yeah. He looked good. I mean, he looks like a proper cricketer, but a good one. Anyway.
Unlike those proper crap cricketers.
Archer in, bowls to Smith. Smith is in a tangle here and drops the ball ultimately at his feet. And I think kicks it back to Archer.
Yeah, at the moment there's no hurry to bring in Rashid. These guys are bowling well. They're struggling getting the ball away. So save Rashid.
Yeah, although of course, what other bowling options have England got in terms of pace today? Just these three: Archer, Cars, and Potts. Is it not?
Yeah.
Who else? Anyone?
Archer in again, bowls to Smith, always looking to try and trap him down the leg side. He's got that leg gully in, but unfortunately for Archer, Smith makes no contact, and that means it will be a wide. I can't be bothered to do the wide jingle. It's a lot of effort for not very much of a jingle.
Which one?
That's
You
fine.
son
We
of a
can
bitch.
talk.
They're all short. They're just all short, aren't they? I mean, it's
What the fuck?
I've got
Some
a,
of us worked really hard
Yeah,
on those for
but
upwards of
Did
10
you do the
seconds.
wide jingle, Mark?
He did many
The one that gets
wide
played the
jingles.
most is probably
Jeff.
Now he's come
probably
across his wicket and he's done a somersault as Smith. He's trying to flip that over his shoulder and down to a fine leg. He's trying everything basically because
I mean,
he's
he
struggling.
looks ugly generally, but at the moment he's just looking.
Yeah,
It's
but
like
you
he's
know,
in fucking clown college.
but you've got to admire a guy who can put in a full backward somersault after playing a shot. That's
no, you
quite
don't. You just have to make fun of the dickhead.
Oh, okay. All right then, fair enough.
Wipe that smirk off your face, you little shit.
Actually, to be fair, he didn't do the full backward somersault. I'd have only given that.
He didn't. He had a bit of a lie down.
Yeah,
Didn't he, really?
it was only a 7.5, wasn't it?
It's not pretty. His batting is not pretty, but he's really struggling.
He really is. Archer's very close to the stumps, and this time Smith goes onto the back foot, plays square to Bethel.
No,
Cover.
I don't think they've got. They haven't got much bowling, have they? Apart from because a lot of it's on the bench.
A lot of it's on the bench. A lot of it is spin. So
Yeah.
on the basis that our backup spinners really didn't do very well on Saturday, I'm not confident that if we use up too many of these overs trying to get wickets now, that Australia might be able to take. Profit
Take
from
Rashid
that later
apart.
on. Well, not Rashid, but
Yeah, the others.
the others, yeah. I mean, Livingston, you don't quite know what you're going to get with Livingston. He can actually bowl really well, and it's incredibly skillful to be able to bowl leg breaks and off breaks. Archer bowls tucked away past the man at leg slip. That might go all the way.
Got away. He's got a boundary.
He's got the man inside the circle there, so he has got a boundary, and no doubt runs will now begin to flow.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yep, neatly played. I mean, Archer may say to himself, well, actually, I wanted him to play it in that area, but he managed to get it past the man who's quite wide at leg slip there. There is still the orthodox slip in place as well. Archer in again to Smith, and Smith is beaten on the inside edge. Another good ball from Archer. England must be wondering what they have to do to take wickets. They're bowling pretty well, but somehow Australia are surviving. 67 for 2, 1 ball remaining in the 16th over. Smith has 15 off 31, and going back to that 50 over conversation, that's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
I just feel that we don't really understand what the policy, what the strategy long term for England is. Not just in ODI cricket, just in general. Here comes Archer again to complete the over. He tries to pull. He's hit on the ribs because he played too early.
After winning in 2019,
Exactly.
we won that amazing World Cup, and ever since that, it's been kind of like, right, we've done that. It's a bit like Bear was talking about earlier. We've done that. I'm not so interested anymore. And then we've downgraded it. We've made it a secondary competition, and then we bloody well play the sodding competition early on in the year and put the stupid final right after the autumn equinox.
Yeah, I mean the whole.
Well, it's right at the end of September.
I mean, it needs a massive
And
rethink. doesn't
sodding,
it?
jeez. God.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Annie's on a roll. She's on a rant. It's an Annie rant. But I agree with you.
It is.
Yeah.
It is absolutely ridiculous because not only do you lose the momentum of the competition, you've lost players, you've lost, but you've got kids back at school. You've got it means nothing, and the weather is rubbish generally in this country, and you're just you're putting it even more at a point where it's going to be worse, and the days are shorter. Anyway, sorry.
No, I think
direction with one day stuff. How much of that is a reflection of the fact that maybe globally, one day as 50 over cricket
Possibly.
is sort of
But
be
why
neglected.
are they? Why are they?
I take issue with this notion that the one-day game is the 50 over game is dying.
It's a good game.
Partly it's being people are sort of going along with that. It seems to be to the advantage of some people to say that. Plenty of people in the media who are taking money
Kids
out of the
Australia
game.
out of playing series they don't want to play.
Well, there's that, but also it's like they're trying to. It's almost like there's a concerted campaign to kill it off, so we can have more franchise cricket.
I was arguing this yesterday with
And
somebody,
also, because I keep saying, a one-day international is a lovely thing because you get to see both teams bat. Arguably, although I would always rather go to a day of Test cricket. If you're someone who doesn't get to cricket and live cricket very often, you're going to get, both teams batting. You're going to get both teams bowling, and I think it's a great way to spend a day, isn't it? I mean, we don't.
It's really good. You get a result. People who like result, that sort of the whole thing in a game is in one day is it's ideal, isn't it? Like you say,
but
get
it's
a
too long
length.
for the kids. The kids.
Oh,
Can't
bless
that
them.
long.
Yes, because they really can't concentrate.
I think the
for very
kids.
long.
I think all kids should be tied to a chair.
Yeah,
at cricket
absolutely,
matches.
and their eyes lids burnt off.
Yeah, absolutely. So they have
Not
to.
even to do with cricket, just in general.
No, just in general. So it's like that advert for bleach or something on TV, and it always says at the end, "Keep away from kids." And I'm forced to say I always do.
Here, drink this.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, wrong one.
No, that's Donald Trump. 67 for 2. I think they've had some drinks, or they've maybe Smith has got himself a new grip. Oh, that's the problem. It's the grip on his bat.
It wasn't the bat that was the problem after
it
all.
was the grip. It was the grip.
Oh, right. Well, next time he'll be changing his kit.
Yeah, actually, the worst I think
Gloves.
putting on a grip on a bat handle is one of the most arduous tasks in the world.
It's also quite sexual, isn't it?
I never
I
found
hadn't
it
thought of
sexual.
that until now, thanks.
I had never found it that way. I just found it incredibly irritating. But then, maybe that says something about me. 67 for 2 after 16 overs, 4.19. Yeah, I mean, one-day international cricket has to stay. Once you lose one-day internationals, then it'll be Test cricket. We don't
But
really
then
like
if
that,
you
do we?
shove them right at the end of a season like this, and you just think September, a bit wet,
But
is this really the
Shit
place?
games with lots of raining them out, and then people aren't going to care about them. It perpetuates the cycle of them allegedly dying.
Yeah, exactly.
I will watch these and I'll enjoy them, and I'll even enjoy watching Australia win because I'm enjoying the entertainment that someone like Travis Head brings to the game. But at the same time, I don't really care that England are losing because it has no real.
And neither do they, by the sound.
No,
of it.
absolutely.
By the sound of
It has no real place in the scheme of things. They're just.
It doesn't really matter,
there.
does it?
No, it doesn't.
Who cares?
I just want to see a good game. But I mean, that's true of any game. I want to see a good game. But
and that's kind of what Brooke was saying. We just want a good game, and that's absolutely right. We do want to see a good game, but it should matter. It should really matter, and I don't think these particularly matter. And I feel like England playing players that don't play 50 over game is just
The
odd.
contractual obligation series.
Slip and a leg slip as Adil Rashid is brought into the attack, and his first ball is a little bit short, and it's heaved away over mid wicket by Cameron
They've just
Green.
been waiting for him to come on, haven't they?
That's right. One of these. I want to play Adil's jingle, but I also want to talk about this one day thing. It's kind of a bit of a bee in my bonnet, if I had a bonnet.
And it's obviously a bee in my bonnet.
It's a bee in your bonnet.
Just before you go any further, Jay Grover says, Hendo's sounding so relaxed today, it's calming me by osmosis.
I think it's called sleepiness. Onto the back foot goes Cameron Green and hits it up to long off for a single. Will Jacks does the fielding. 72 for 2. Let's just have a little dash of Adil.
Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45.
In he comes. He's done away with the leg slip, and he gets this one to go straight on. If not, turn back into Smith, who gets again in a horrible tangle
inside edge onto pad, and the ball drops down safely enough. I just think it may have been the
He didn't move his
natural
feet like
variation. No, he's all over the place. Oh, he's popped that up! And while England seemed to do that quite a lot and get caught, Australia get away with it. Smith was very lucky there. It was a horrible shot onto the leg side, but it was out of the reach of Adil Rashid.
Just get him up the other end.
Very catchable height it would have been. But, he gets away with it and he gets a single, would you believe? 73 for 2. Rashid into Cameron Green again, who goes back, giving himself room. Hits this, strikes it off the middle stump, but safely enough to extra cover. And there is no run. So it's fascinating in its way, this. That looks more like the slider, the one from the front of the hand. And that completes the over. 17 overs bowled, 73 for 2. Shall we do some more tweets or
Probably
Twitters? Or
should.
whatever?
Dara Azizi says, hi all.
Hello. Hello.
Brian confirms it was Cy Mukamala who made the was making the runs in the other half of the American partnership. Messi says the reason ODIs are real cricket is because wickets actually matter. In T20 they're almost meaningless.
Yeah.
And Dara Azizi says, can you please tell England that?
Yeah,
And
well,
Jay says Hendo and Addy are bad influences on each other. Sort it out, Mark.
What do you
We're
mean?
not.
okay
We're
too.
actually very good influences.
Yeah.
on each
Stop
other.
enjoying your little pity party. Cheer up.
Pity? Isn't pity?
Cheer up,
That's
emo
a great
kids.
idea.
We are literally trying to save the game. Annie will be written about in the future. Potts
Saint
is
Annie.
going to come on to bowl to Smith, who comes down the wicket,
Oh my
plays
God.
a wafty
Plays a
drive.
Wrong line.
He's pretending that it went massively off the seam, and that's why he missed it between bat and pad. But it was just a horrible shot, really. So Potts is back into the attack. Jofra Archer's little spell comes to an end. It's not moved at all. It's just an awful shot. Smith, don't
I can't help
pretend.
but think in an earlier age he would have been heavily medicated and put in an asylum somewhere.
Oh,
Stephen
yeah,
Smith.
There's still
Because
time.
they would have thought there was something wrong with him.
Well, there's a lot wrong with him.
Yeah.
I think he would have been put away for crimes to aesthetics,
Cricket.
really. Aesthetics in cricket. Yeah, this is driven to cover, and there is no run.
Permanent insult to Grace.
Grace. I mean, Grace. I mean, there's two words there, aren't there? There's WG and there's grace, as in being graceful, I suppose. And he's not one of
Both
those
of
things.
them.
Yeah. So yeah, you put Smith on a pitch that's not doing. He's not great for batting, and he looks horrible.
He's
Turned
gonna get a
away.
bloody century.
He
isn't
probably is. Oh no, there could be a run out here because Cameron Green has gone racing back for the second, and Smith has tied him up and said, no. Unfortunately, though, the throw from Bethel, otherwise known as Annie, Annie's throwing was a little bit off target that time.
Did he throw it to the wrong end?
I think she might have done.
She might have
I'm
done.
not very good.
It did go completely the wrong end. It went to the non-strikers end, and Smith was always going to be back. 74
You've
for
never
2.
seen me and him in the same room together, have you?
Just
We
do a
haven't.
better throw next time, Annie. Just,
Yeah, okay.
Sort it out, Annie. You're supposed to be saving cricket. Potts in to Cameron Green, who tries to advance, but he sees him coming, pitches it not short, but back of a length, and all he can do is defend. There is no run. 74 for 2. Did we do the GPL this morning? Did we bother? Because I don't
know.
I'll
I
have to
assume
ask
the
the
bear
bear.
will yell at you from a distant room about that.
I don't know where he is. He's not. It doesn't seem to be listening. He's very quiet. He's a very quiet bear. He was talking about Guru Cricket being his crutch.
I know.
Yeah, me too. I think though. Potts in short. Oh, he tries to hook that without really looking at the ball and misses it.
I don't think these two would want to look back at this as a masterclass of batting. I mean, it's
No.
obviously tough, but there's, it's not pretty.
It's not pretty at all. He's almost fallen over
He
there.
wafted at that. It's a bit like a wasp behind him.
It was a bee in his bonnet. That's what it was.
Yes, that's what it was. Yeah.
Potts in again. Bowles is down the wicket again. He wants a single, pushing it basically back to Potts, which is not entirely wise. And so he gives thumbs up to Smith for sending him back, and that's the end of the over. 74 for 2. Mog.
We have a super chat.
Oh.
Super chat. Hombre Nuevo says, it won't let me super chat with swearing, no fun. I'm pretty sure it does because I have done it in the past, so just on your behalf I will say fuck.
Oh, very good. I love the. I hope I've got the right. I always get the wrong super chat jingle. Is this the one I want?
Super chat
Yes,
cash,
that's the one.
Super chat cash, super chat cash.
Lovely guitar on that, isn't it?
Do we not do Twitter anymore?
Well, it seems not. Rashid's
The
going to
last
start
thing
the
on
over.
Twitter is well over an hour ago.
Down the wicket comes Smith, smothers the spin, but pushes it only as far as mid-on. There is no run. 17 off 38 for Smudger.
Has Elon banned it then?
I wish he would,
No,
because that would have been
nobody
fun.
really uses it. It's a cesspool.
It is. Oh, it's awful. Rashid bowls again, chopped square to Archer. Unfortunately, I've become kind of addicted to it, but now when I go on it, because of the way, because I started to read people's opinions that don't agree with mine,
Oh no!
I'm just getting more and more of it, and it's just depressing me.
There's your problem.
That is my problem. I understand it's a problem. I don't know what to do about it. Onto the back foot goes Smith. He's going to get a single through mid-wicket. Cast comes off the boundary to field. 75 for 2. Halfway through the 19th over. Well, this is 18.3 overs, more than I expected to get today. I thought, having Wimbledon's pitch destroyed by the weather, sinkholes,
A sleeping dragon or something?
yeah, by a sleeping dragon. This is a googly, but Green makes room for himself quite skillfully and works it out to the cover boundary for a single. And I became unexpectedly available for this. And I thought I was probably going to just sit here all day, which I suppose isn't the worst thing.
You're still sitting around talking shit, but there's a cricket game that's happening in the
exactly.
background.
Yeah, exactly.
In he comes, bowls to Smith. Smith, is he beginning to find his range? And he's played that quite nicely up to Potts at long on. I mean, he didn't try to overhit it at all. But signs that he's got his feet moving a little bit. 77 for 2. We've got Forthy, Grubby and Sagir coming on next to take you through from 21 to 30. Green onto the back foot. He plays this straighter, but Bethel is quick to anticipate from a squarish cover position and does the fielding. They take another single. End of the over. 19 bowled, 78 for 2. It's proper cricket, this. Proper cricket.
Michael Bedford says, just tuned in, what the hell is this Camberwick Green bloke? He's tall and he's skinny and apparently can't really bat right at the moment. And Russell Hibbard says, Clive Lloyd, a man who put a lot of rubber grips on his bat.
Yeah, didn't he have about 4 grips, I think, on yeah, I think he did. He must have had big hands.
He was very impressive.
He was very sensitive about
That's obviously very sensitive.
Stop it now, you two.
Needed the extra grips.
I am so I'm a bad influence generally, I think.
You are terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible. Annie, I haven't spoken to you for ages, but one thing I was going to say, as Potts comes in to start a new over to bowl to Green, who tries to drive but hits it into the ground, will get a single though to mid-off. One time in the middle of the night when I couldn't sleep, I was searching for old cricket people that I knew, or I'd played with years and years and years ago, and I eventually I would come across some of them, and then I'd find that you know them. People like Brian Parkinson that I played with and against in the Surrey junior teams, who I thought was a brilliant wicketkeeper batsman, suddenly pops up being a friend of Annie.
Sorry about that.
Do you know him? Or is he? How did he become a friend? Pulled out to
I don't know.
do mid-wicket, or do you just accept friends requests from anybody? They're going to get a single here as
popped up.
and then I found all sorts of other people that I used to play with.
Some people I will know. Other people I will get friend request. Are you talking about on Facebook or on?
Oh, sorry, Facebook. Yeah, Facebook. Yeah.
Yes, Facebook.
Yeah.
So I do get a lot of friend requests, and I look and see if they're cricket related.
Outside the off stump, left alone by Smith.
But some I will have met and chatted to, or whatever.
Because I was thinking of these various people, I thought, whatever happened to them? Didn't they? Why didn't they go on and play more? But obviously they did play. It's just that I completely, haven't played or didn't play.
Did
club
it help
cricket.
you get back to sleep?
No, it just sort of led me down a hole of looking for even more people. Ian
You should
Payne.
have listened to Anthony.
I know.
Recording of Anthony.
Potts in again, full, driven by Smith. Is that going to be a boundary? No, it's not, because he's not hit it hard enough. And the man at mid-on has got round to it and fielded just a single. 82
He's up to a
for two.
50% strike rate.
Oh, he is, isn't he? He is, absolutely.
Unheard of.
50 runs per 100 balls. Never understood why we do it that way. But anyway, 22 off 44.
Easy to do percentages than working out any other way.
So basically, Annie, you just offer friendship to anyone in cricket.
Yeah, well, no, believe you me, there's a lot of people I don't.
Michael Vaughan?
He hasn't asked to be my friend, and neither's Kevin Peterson.
That's extraordinary. I can't
That
believe
was going to be my next guess.
They haven't asked, and do you know what? I haven't asked them.
Funny that, isn't it? Potts in again. Oh, he's gone past the outside edge as a slightly airy drive is essayed by Camberwick Green. And there is no run. Talking of Camberwick Green, that's another thing. I feel like I'm going off on all sorts of tangents. Maybe it's because I haven't slept enough. But I was having a little bit of a nostalgic quiz night last night on BBC 4, watching Call My Bluff.
Call My Bluff. Yeah. It's terrible, isn't it?
I quite enjoyed it, but it was basically it was basically Would I Lie to You, only slightly different. Pulled into the outfield, but not into the hands of a waiting fielder. Bethel has to run round from deep square, and they get back for 2. 20 overs have been bowled. Those who don't want to go off on tangents can now relax, because I'm leaving, and I'm going to leave you in the hands of. Oh, I've got to let Forthy in. Is Forthy in? Let me have a little look.
No, he's not.
Where is Forthy? Forthy.
While you do that, I'll read some messages, shall I?
There he is. I'm going to admit him. Yep, go on.
Leah says, proper cricket, you say, Hendo, but she does it in your accenty thing. She also says, NWG Grace and Arthur Conan Doyle and all those good lads from your youth, Hendo. And I guess I'll be off then.
I think we have a change in the guard, and Adil Rashid is in. That's swept off his front foot by Smith, and it's just trickling away down for 4. That's probably his most authoritative shot of the day. He moves on to 22, but off 44. And Australia to 88. Even with that one, I would say Sagir. Hello, Sagir. Didn't really quite time it. Sounds like we can see Sagir, but can't quite hear him. Ooh, and that's Smith in 2 minds with that one. It's just more or less a straight break from Rashid, but he didn't know which way it was turning. In the end, just played it back down the wicket.
Good evening, gents. Is this better?
There's Sagir. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Down the wicket comes Smith, gets it on the half volley, punts it down to long on, and comes through for the single.
Hi, Sagir. Hi, Forthy. How you doing?
Hello there, Grubby. Hello. How are you?
Very well. All the better for seeing you, of course.
Yeah, I'm take it as
How are you too?
Yeah, we're very good.
So far?
Yeah, good. Thanks, Sagir.
In comes Rashid again, and that's a half volley just outside off stump. And there's a mighty wahoo from Green. Doesn't time it. Goes down to deep square leg where Bethel does the honours. They come through just for the single.
That was a
looks like tricky. Very tricky.
Of.
Yeah, it was just a hack, wasn't it? Very tricky batting conditions, I would say, Sagir.
Yeah, it looks like it, and I think Australia have done well to play it as watchfully as they have. I'm not sure what they're thinking in terms of a target score, but I reckon anywhere about 230, 250 might be what they're aiming for.
Got a very 80s, 90s feel to it, this whole game. It's cut wide of the man at point by Smith. They come through for the single. Smith moves to 28. It's the weather, the setting, the pitch, the
pace of the innings as well. And with Marnus yet to come, I think they have got enough batting to sort of take it steady for the next few overs.
Green takes 3 steps back and whacks it through the offside for one of these.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, the door.
I think they might have their sights set a little bit higher. I think these two are batting very sensibly, noticeably reining in their attacking instincts, I'd say. And if they can get to, say, 145 at the 30 over stage, I always think that's the rule. Double it at that point. 290 looked like a pretty good score on this pitch.
Yeah. And they could be pretty flexible. If they lose a quick wicket, they can get Marnus in. If not, they could probably promote the likes of Glenn Maxwell and Aaron Hardy for some quick runs as well.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to have Maxwell at 7, I don't think. If you've got the luxury of having him in for 15 overs rather than 5, then do that.
Yeah, true.
Want a quick look at the socials? I think we're about to start the next over.
Yeah, probably should. Who we got? Leah is with us, proper cricket, Hendo was saying, and WG Grace, Arthur Conan Doyle, all those good lads from your youth, eh, Hendo? Other Hendo, Messi Jez, says Annie is stealing everyone's friends. It's so unfair. Jay Grover saying
he's feeling jealous.
I'll break off.
Yeah, Bryden Carr's in again. He's on the money with that one. Defended by Smith. They hurry through for the single and they make it. Then Duckett with a shy at the stumps, but he would have been home anyway. He just comes through for the single. He moves on to 29.
I think talking about a previous super chat, Jay Grover was saying to Ombre Nueva, well, given London prices, I'm probably contributing a bog brush. That would probably be well needed here at Gorilla Towers. Farong says, alternative GPL, can you predict how many times Annie will laugh? For a higher target to predict, give Annie plenty of wine. Cheers.
About 6 times per over?
I had a holiday in Port Douglas in Australia, which is allegedly the most expensive town in the world. I find that very difficult to believe.
Really?
Yeah, I know. In comes cars, and that's mistimed, as is traditional by Green. They hurry through for the single to mid-on. Surely Vaduz in Liechtenstein or Monaco or somewhere must be more expensive, you would have thought.
Yeah, I don't think Port Douglas is any more expensive than any other coastal town in Australia. I've been to Port Douglas for a day trip with one of my mates, and we just thought it was pretty reasonably priced, almost similar to Cairns.
It depends what you're measuring, I suppose. What about some of those Scandinavian towns where it's like $19.50 a beer?
Yeah, exactly. That happened to me in Scandinavia. Well, as a full toss, whipped off his legs by Smith. Deep square leg, Bethel does the field, and they come through for a single. When I was in, where was it, Stockholm, I think, me and Tammy said, look, come on, we can't just not drink at all on this Scandinavian holiday. Let's have one glass of wine. And had one glass of wine each, and $50 later, we retired to our hotel.
and didn't go near the minibar.
More expensive than New Zealand.
Yeah, it was much more expensive than New Zealand, yeah. In comes Cars again. Green. Battle loft. Defends. No run there. Dot ball.
I mean, that bat in Green's hand looks like he's holding a toothpick. It's just too small for his frame.
It's a toothpick, Bumble. It's a toothpick.
Yeah. That was very well done.
I can't believe I've never called him Camberwick Green before. Whoever gave us that one before. I love that. Also, I like to call him the Condor due to his wingspan.
He is. Yeah, he's got like massive buckets for hands.
Yeah, he doesn't drop much if it goes near him.
That there is in fact something called a condor in golf, which I'm sure you two guys know. That's slashed to the sweeper, who I think is that Rashid out there. Yes.
Looks like Jofra.
Oh, is it Jofra? You'd think I'd be able to tell from the slight difference in height.
Difficult, really, isn't it? Because the feed's a little bit. It goes frame by frame, so sometimes it's difficult to figure out who it is.
Thank you very much, Sagir. Thank you for your understanding.
My pleasure.
That was just a single to Green, moves on to 26. Carr's in for the last ball of his over. He's bowled well. He's 1 for 24. See if he can finish well as well. Slightly odd shot, just sort of deflected to duck it up point, dot ball. And at the end of the 22nd, Australia 99 for 2, Grubby.
Yes, so Jay says, new rule, no one ever speak to Annie ever again. Bit harsh. Mesnil, or Maynil Man, says, good afternoon, everyone. Just dropping in. Well, drop in for the larks and stay for the intrigue. And then disinterested hand job, a very own Mog, says, if it's about his wingspan, why isn't it the albatross?
Maybe that's taken by Joel Garner or somebody, because he was the big bird.
Yeah, the biggest of all birds.
It goes birdie, eagle, albatross, but then you can get a condor, can't you, in golf?
The rarest of all birds, a hole in one and a par 5, exactly.
I think it's been done about 3 or 4 times in history. Oh, this is interesting. It's Jacob Bethel time.
It is. I shall try to locate his jingle. Here he is.
Jacob Bethel's born in Barbados, now he plays for the English team. They say that he is an all-rounder, but that remains to be seen.
That's definitely Jacob Bethel's jingle. He's slow left arm orthodox, I think, is what they would say on the stats. He's got sort of 17th century hair there. He looks like he's a judge with a wig on his head. And that's defended by Green, just sizing him up for the moment.
I've got a question on cricket nomenclature. Because a bowler of this ilk is known as a slow left arm orthodox, but then you have a right arm off spinner. So why isn't it consistent across those two?
Who knows?
That's on this board.
That's spray down the leg side, the slow left arm orthodox.
Wide.
Rather poor ball. Perhaps his fingers are cold. I wouldn't blame him. Must be quite chilly in Durham, one would imagine. Comes in again. Has to bowl that one again. Same result. Another wide down the leg side. Radar is off.
Wide.
I'll just make a comment after this ball.
Well, yes. And that's just chipped down all along the ground to mid-on. Yes, Sagir?
Just to highlight how cold it is at the ground, the umpire, Kumar Dharmasena, is wearing gloves.
Ooh. Oh, a gloved assassin. Like Alvin Stardust, was it? Didn't he have a glove for my Cuckoo? In comes Jacob Bethel, and that's smashed wide of the man at mid-wicket. It's gone all the way for one of these.
Yes, looking back at that footage of Alvin Stardust from that period of time when I was only a wee tacker, so I didn't really remember it live. But looking back at the footage, I always find it quite disturbing. That
Sinister.
glove, something sinister about it.
In comes Bethel again. This might mean nothing to us again. And that one's more on the money. Defended down to long on for a single. That was a sort of age of when everyone was looking back in the early 70s to the 1950s, oddly. And Alvin Stardust was a sort of very second-rate Elvis impersonator.
Right. I think I've heard of his name, but I never really listened to any of his songs or music or anything.
You're missing very little.
Yes, a few other artists I might promote ahead of him.
Exactly so. Oh, it's a beautiful forward defensive. One of the... Something of beauty there from Smith. Something for all young boys and girls to have a look at there. I mean, no run, and it is ODI.
Does make me wonder if he's itching to come down the track and loft one straight over the bowler's head.
It's probably only a matter of time. Drops that one short, Bethel, but Smith rocks back onto the back foot and cuts it. And in fact, it's usually Bethel doing the tidying up on the boundary, but someone else is doing it out there. And they come back for 2 at the end of the 23rd. Australia 108 for 2.
Michael Bedford says the only person to make a condor at golf has to be Donald J. Trump. It's either him or Kim Jong-il or whoever. Leah says the condor is the only bird that can eat so much that he exceeds his takeoff weight. I think we can all empathise with that.
Yes.
Dara Azizi says at least a dozen times, Michael. That's not easy to do while under attack. Oh yes, that's the condor Donald Trump reference. And Jay says there are many shopping trolleys with a beautiful view over the River Don. I'd tell you about it, but I doubt you could afford it.
Okay.
Intriguing, Jay. Dare I ask to tell us more?
Looks like Brighton Cars is into his 7th over. They're obviously impressed by Cars' economy. I don't know whether they're going to bowl him through or not.
He's been pretty impressive. Pretty impressive today, I think.
Yeah, he's been good. He didn't look great in the last over. Then he suddenly came good with a couple of wickets later. He's played that one wide of Harry Cherrington-Brook at mid-off, and they'll just get a single.
It's got Cameron Donald Green.
It's Cameron Donald Green. Talking of Trump.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sergey, you were saying?
No, I was just saying that Brighton Cast has a very good front-on, high-arm action, high knee. And when he lands, it's kind of with intent and purpose, and he gets some good lift. of the pitch as well.
Yeah, he's got a nice looking action. It's deflected by Smith down to third man. It's got a lot of ink. Not Smith, but Cars. Here in my Cars, presumably, is that...
No, I was just thinking that before I came on, actually, yes. Great minds think alike, and fools seldom differ, they say.
So, an opportunity missed. Sorry, we're in the world of 70s hits here.
That's all right, I can learn.
We apologise for that. One of the great number ones, Cars by Gary Newman. Who's older, Gary Newman or Gary Oldman? In comes Cars, defended by... who was it? Green off the back foot. And in fact, Gary Newman is older than Gary. Hang on.
Yeah.
Gary Newman is older than Gary Oldman. That's right.
By a week or something.
Yeah, by a week.
Yeah, so for an old man, he's not that old, is he?
He's not that old. He's a very versatile actor, isn't he, Gary Oldman?
He's fabulous. I love the guy, and the roles, the variety of roles he's done, and he just looks different in every single of them.
Smith demonstrating, if any more demonstration were required, how out of touch he is. Tries to sort of pull it possibly into whatever the river is in Durham, and instead plays it down to third man. That will tell you how bad a shot that was. He gets the single. Yes, I guess we all seen Slow Horses?
First season, few episodes of the first season, but I haven't got further than that yet, but I shall.
Yeah, superb performance from our man Oldman. In comes Cars again. It's a bouncer. Will it be a wide? No, one for the over, but not a wide, so a perfect ball.
So Green's a tall man and he darts, so it's very difficult for the umpire to have a gauge of whether it would have gone over head height.
Didn't look like it got up quite as high as he might have thought, maybe chest height, shoulder height.
Yeah. I think just to highlight this partnership, they have now scored 65 from 79 balls, and I think from a very shaky sort of slow sedate start, Australia have gradually put that run rate up to 4.7 now.
Yeah, it's almost like a test match. They're just gritting their way through the difficult overs, knowing that there might be sunny uplands. That's played out on the offside for a single by Green, who moves on to 34. And that's the end of the over as well. The end of the 24th, Australia 113 for 2.
And now that these two have settled in the last 5 overs, they have scored at almost 7.2.
Yeah,
so it just goes to show that they are now sort of very well set.
Yeah,
they're well set. They're still not timing it, I would say. Still not timing it. But they don't care too much about that grubby.
Pokey Bumfinger, I do want to read out your message, but I'll have to do so slightly obliquely. You make the point that Alvin Stardust is more of a paragon and virtue of some of his contemporaries, if I can put it that way, and says, I have very few treasured childhood memories left, television memories left. Michelle Pfeiffer says, love the I Assassin album by Gary Newman. And Dara Azizi says, Leon was excellent. And,
Leon, yes, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know Alvin Stardust was in Leon, but I probably had a cameo.
And I'll just leave it there because we're starting you over.
In comes Bethel. Slow left arm orthodox around the wicket. Hunted down to long on by Green. Moves on to 35. Bethel, actually, I had a look at his stats, Sagiri's. Considering that quite a lot is riding on him in this match, he doesn't really have terrific set of stats going into this match as slow left arm orthodox man.
No, he's 20 years old.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and for a spinner that's very, very young, you don't often get a lot of 20 years old bowlers who have got good stats.
There was a time when you weren't really considered for a spin berth in the test side till you were about 32. Yeah. That's played wide of the man at mid-wicket for a single by Smith. It moves on to 35.
Times have definitely changed, and it's very much an England of today's style pick, isn't it? I mean, even in the test side, you look at the likes of Shoaib Bashir or Josh Hull, whose first-class record doesn't really suggest immediate or automatic selection. And the same is true here if you're picking players largely on the back of 100 form or potential.
Yeah. And Green, that was quite full to cut, but he middles it, and they hurry through for a single.
And his, list A numbers aren't that bad. His average is 26.6 with an economy of 5.3 after 18 matches. And, for a young up-and-coming player, that's not bad.
I do him a disservice. I think I must have read the wrong stats because I saw something really much worse than that. That's clipped wide of the man at mid-wicket, and I think Cars does the fielding, whips it in, prevents the second run being taken. Both batsmen now on 36.
I think you probably saw his first class average, which is whopping 96.
That's what I looked at. It was terrible. I thought, what?
Yeah.
That's exactly correct. That's exactly what I did. In comes Bethel again, and there's an on Hayden, as we like to call it on Guerrilla Cricket, has been posted. Well, that's played down to Jacks at long off for a single.
I mean, if he turns out a bowler like Adam Zampa, whose first class numbers are worse than his white ball numbers, I guess England will take it. Because, as Adil Rashid enters his twilight years, Moeen Ali retired, they need a reasonably good spinner for the limited overs games.
And that's chipped, but deliberately, where a mid-on would have been. Of course, he wouldn't have played the shot had it been stationed there. And Potts comes round and does the fielding. Smith takes 2, moves on to 38. And at the halfway point of the innings, the end of the 25th over, Australia 124-2.
Yeah, Michael Bedford and Darragh Azizi having a further chat about Donald J. Trump and being shot at, and that makes his golf more difficult. Jay Grover says, not sure what I found more terrifying, the shock of Bethel's jingle or the existential horror of Forthy's trivia.
Thank you.
Darragh Azizi does confirm that Gary Oldman was indeed brilliant, I don't know, but younger than Gary Newman.
Yeah, yes, very true.
Quick question regarding the golf thing. If you get shot in the ear, does that contribute to your handicap on a golf course?
I've known some golfers who would take any excuse to get a rise in their handicap, but that's a different matter. We've got another change of bowling here for England, and it's going to be more spin in the shape of someone whose jingle is this.
It might be Will Jacks. Maybe it's Will Jacks. It's probably Will Jacks. Yes, Will Jacks.
Bit of a Jacks of all trades, this this England bowling lineup. It's not perhaps the most lethal bowling combination England have ever put into the field. Oh, and that's Hoyt high into the Durham air, but high and long, and one bounce over the vacant position at long off. Yes, there's definitely signs of acceleration now. These guys have got their eye in. Perhaps not everything's coming directly off the middle of the bat, but I think they're just prepared to accept that. And they might just sort of start risking their arm a little bit more. Certainly Green is taking a more aggressive stance. And he pulls that one wide of the man at mid-wicket. Bettle does the fielding, and they just take a single.
That first ball he hit for a boundary was just within his arc. Didn't even have to move much. Just a big full swing of the bat, and straight up it went.
Run rate's now approaching 5, so... The crucial thing is just 2 wickets lost at the halfway stage, giving a platform for, as we say, the likes of, or specifically Hardy and Maxwell, to really accelerate. And that's a little ramp over his shoulder by Smith, and I think, yes, it's going to be cut off. Who's that down there? By, anyway, they've come through for a couple, and Smith moves into the 40s.
They've done really well, these two. This is a sign of a champion team, isn't it? It's not ideal conditions. They've quite quickly recognised that. They've worked out what needs to be done, and they're in the process of doing it.
Exactly correct. Play the conditions. Don't worry about the past, the future, or what you should be doing. And that's cut wide of Rashid at point, and that's gone for another one of these.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
And you look up, and Smith's on 44.
It's a very convention selection by Australia as well, that they have a playing 11 that can cater to the demands of whatever pitch they come across without having to need to change the playing combination too often. And they've always strived for this balance in the side where, they have got attacking openers, they've got people in the middle who can consolidate, and then late order finishers as well.
That one was cut straight to Rashid at point. That one's forward defended to Brook in the covers. No run off either. At the end of the 26th, Australia 1-3-1 for 2.
Jay Grover posits the notion that Alvin Stardust looks a bit like Jean Reno.
Okay.
Or Jean Reno.
Yeah, maybe.
My grandmother Gladys had a good friend called Reenie. Only in later life I realised it was many people would pronounce it Rene.
Walk away, Rene. Yes. Yeah, no, Reenie was a real old school name. Our grandmother who lived next to me when I was growing up was Reenie Nankervell. Good old Cornish name.
Ooh, nice.
It's very nice.
Bethel's in again. And Green has taken a liking to taking 2 steps back and cutting it, but this time again straight to Rashid at point. No run.
Have you guys noticed whether England's ground fielding today has been a little bit sloppy?
Little bit, yes. Maybe cold fingers, maybe end of...
Yeah, because it feels as if, the ball's just not sticking to their hands.
That one's pitch way up. Straight to the on Hayden. Jacks, I think it is. Is it Jacks there? Dot ball, anyway. Green settles again. Bethel, so left arm orthodox. It's getting fuller and fuller, but he's carrying on cutting. Carry on cutting, starring Kenneth Williams and Charles Hawtrey. Straight to Adil Rashid, dot ball.
Don't get out for me.
A risky sort of shot for a ball that full, isn't it? Especially one that's coming into your stumps.
You do wonder, I mean, if you were Bethel, how going to go and still hope that Green carries on cutting, or maybe a change of pace. Instead he comes...
That's gone.
He's come down the wickets and he smashed it straight to Will Jacks at a short mid-on. Very nicely done. Green's out for 42.
The crowd says you're out.
How did you read that once again? Did he just out thinking, do you think?
No, I think it's just frustration because he cut the previous 2 balls, didn't get it into the gap, and I think he just wanted to go over that mid-on fielder over there. But, I thought that somebody with long levers as Cameron Green, perhaps, for balls of the length that Bethel has been bowling, perhaps he might have employed the sweep shot, and I think we might be looking at a potential chink in Green's batting skills over here, like a gap, not a weakness as such, but a gap where he probably doesn't have that sweep shot, that sort of stroke in his armory over here.
We were talking about golf previously, and if that were a golf shot, you'd say close the face on it. If you're trying to loft it over, close the face.
He did. Actually, I don't think he got to the pitch of that ball.
Not quite, no.
Higher than where he would have wanted to, which is why the trajectory just stayed low and went straight to that guy at mid-off.
So he goes straight to the guy. It was hit really hard. So sort of catch that most of the time goes down in club cricket, but professional cricketers always hold on to nearly always hold on to those.
Shame now.
Even though it went straight to the fielder, I think we need to give fielder the credit for.
Yeah, and a bit of credit to the captain as well.
Yeah.
Now, I was wondering who they'd send in. They're sticking to the plan, as in sticking to the batting order as advertised. So it's going to be this mini-me.
He keeps floating on a light beam with an average that is obscene. His name is unpronounceable. The selectors have no trouble. It's not a
It looks a little bit like Michael
Say again.
No, I was just saying that the profile photo that Sky Sports have of Marnus, he looks a little bit like Michael Hussey in that photo.
I think someone made that point the other day that he looked. It never occurred to me before, but I see what you mean.
He's going to be facing up to Jacob Bethel. He'll be feeling a lot happier about life now with his first wicket in the column today.
So we'll get to see a few shenanigans with Smith and Marnus on this screen.
Oh God! Anyone who had to sit through the Ashes last year will have England supporters will be having shudders.
This might be a dreary period of the match coming up. Maybe the next 5-6 overs.
Oh, but all those weird physical tics we have, it's so session after session. But, I mean, it was very effective. It wasn't last year actually, was it? It was 2019 when they really could never get them out. That's defended. First ball, top ball.
I think in Smith's case it's natural, whereas Marnus, I think he just puts it on for show.
Yeah, it's a weird one. There's a leg slip in, there's a reverse sweep, which he completely misses, and at the end of the 27th over, Australia 1-3-1 for 3.
Philip Cusack, aka Brian in Brisbane, who's on his wife's account, says, "Bloody hell, Smith is still there. The only consoling factor is the pints are cheap here in Breen Sands. Is that how you say it? Only £3.50 a go. Bargain. I'd say that's a pretty large consoling factor." And Ravi Natarajan says, "Good morning. Sagir is wearing the Rajnath Singh look today. Does that mean something to you?"
He's a politician, a very eminent politician in India.
Ah, okay.
And,
is that a compliment
he
then?
dresses very smartly. I'm nowhere near as close as that.
Okay. Well, you've thanked Ravi, so I'm sure Ravi's pleased with that observation.
Actually, for anyone interested, I'm actually wearing an Assassin's Creed t-shirt.
In comes Jax, and that's played throat nicely down to long on, where Livingston does the fielding, so he gets off strike. Not too bad a result for Jax. He hopefully get to work over the new batsman Labuschagne. Harry Brook brings the man in. You, if I was going to pick a test player from history that you remind me of, all I can see is your screen. It's actually a Pakistani man from the 1970s called Intikhab Alam. You probably don't remember. You do remember.
Must be the bald head.
Yes, I mean, I'm sure your cricketing prowess is similar as well.
No way. Intikhab Alam made it to international side. I would never get close to even a club representative side.
That's flicked high into the air, and it's been taken by Smith, and Labuschagne is out for a big fat duck. Australia have lost their 4th wicket for 1 free.
You're gone.
He got that all wrong. In
did.
fact, what happened was he deflected it off his bat, would have been fine, but then it hit his helmet, and that changed the trajectory, so it went vertical and just locked straight down into Smith, who only had to take a few steps back and caught it.
Not Marnus's
May I
day.
say that Marnus has no business playing like this. He should just play his natural game. He's coming at a time when Australia have lost a wicket. They've still got about 25 overs to go.
Yeah.
He just needs to get his eye in, get used to the pace of the pitch, and then he can pull up all these weird little shots. I mean, he's not Glenn Maxwell who's going to get off the blocks quickly. So, I think rather than him trying to imitate somebody else, just stick to your own game.
Yeah, he tried the reverse sweep very early on as well, which he missed, didn't he? I agree with you, Sagir. He could have played more conventionally to get himself in and just accompany Smith, who's already
if it's for just an over or two. I mean, let's say if this was the 48th over, that's fine. You pull up all the shots and try to maximize whatever runs you can get in the last 12 balls. But with 25 overs to go, I mean, it's just a silly little boy.
He doesn't always strike you as the deepest thinking cricketer, it's got to be said.
No, he doesn't. But then that's what strikes me, because he'll put out these videos sometimes on social media showing how he practices using different techniques and he's preparing for these overseas tours, and he uses some really unconventional methods, which I'll give him credit for.
Yeah.
But then you never see the results that he's supposed to produce, like despite this extensive preparation. And then you kind of think, why are you doing this?
New batsman.
Once you're successful on a tour, then you show what you did differently.
I've faded it down, 40, so go.
Oh, lovely. Okay, well, Bethel, so left arm off, that's round the wicket on this occasion, and the first ball to Alex Carey is cut. And they just come through for the single, so he's off the mark.
After the appeal, you could have withdrawn. You would man-cat a ball under arm.
Spirit of the game.
You'd sledge Bluey, who means you no harm.
Spirit of the game.
And even if your mom came out to bat, you'd whip off the bales and scream, how is that? Oh, Alex Carey, you're a cheating twat.
I don't know if you could hear that jingle, everyone. It was about the infamous
very much
incident.
enjoyed the last line. That's 2 dot balls defended straight back down the wicket by Smith, so he didn't miss anything there. I think that was specially commissioned by Bear, who just said, just give me a fucking cheating twat. For Alex Carey, it's guerrilla cricket, I don't care. Was that been dropped? Or did it just drop short? I think it might have carried. So what happened was it close face of the bat off Jax, and the man very, very short in. I think it's Phil Salt, think if he might have just got there on the bounce. Very short mid wicket, but dot ball to end the over. Australia 1-3-4-4, 1-3-5 for 4, I think.
That was a good athletic fielding effort there.
I'm going to try and chew through Jay's latest message. Says, I'm not sure I'm solipsistic enough to believe Forthy's pun were designed to make me flee, but I'm off on the wings of fuckety bye for a few hours. Please keep thou sen well.
Thank you very much.
We should try, Jay. And Leah says, Marnus Labuschagne strikes me as a bit of a red-green with Tourette's. Canadians will understand.
In comes Bethel again. Smith comes down the wicket and ends up flicking it off his pads. I don't think that was the shot he was intending to play as he came down the wicket. And it's just out for a single.
Just short of the man, wasn't it?
Yeah, just short. It wasn't a drop. As Sagir correctly spotted, it was a very good piece of fielding rather than a drop catch. In comes Bethel. In again, he's 1 for 17 off his 3.1 over so far. So that's fine.
It's not a bad bowling effort given how the other two were playing him, but he's stuck to his plan and he's got an important wicket already.
Yes, and that's defended by Carey. Top ball. They'll be wanting to get through quite a lot of balls quite quickly here in classic ODI fashion. Hurry the batsman, particularly new to the crease as they're settling in. And you look up before you know 2 or 3 overs have gone by for 2 or 3 and over. And that's played to square leg, no run. Square leg's in close by Carey. He's
getting a fair bit of turn as well, Bethel, and it does make you wonder that if he and Will Jacks are getting this much turn, what will Zampa and Maxwell get at the end? Is Zampa playing today?
No, Zampa's ill. Not playing.
Zampa's ill. And that's beaten everything. It's beaten the batsman, it's beaten the stumps, and it's beaten the keeper. And it has gone, it will be fielded for 2 byes.
So basically Australia then just have one spinner, and Glenn Maxwell was technically not even a frontline spinner.
Yes, no Travis Head today either.
Yeah. Well, they're a bit tight on their bowling options then. Mitch Marsh might then be the 6th bowler.
Probably more of a seam pitch than a spin pitch, but you're right. That's prodded out into the offside, where there will be a single for Carey.
Marnus has had some success with the ball in this series, hasn't he? So he might get a go.
I don't think I'll be bowling him.
I did wonder whether Harry Brook might get little medium dibbly dobblers. It might be a sort of ideal day late in September in Durham.
I like a bit of dob, Forthy. I like a bit of dob.
I miss the days of those dibbly dobblers.
Yeah.
People like Elam.
Love a dibbly dobbler. Yeah, and that's Ricky Ponting was a dibbly dobbler. That's played down to Potts at long on for a single at the end of the 29th. Australia 139 for 4.
So, yes. Leah also says, this is my training mat for how to play spin. It's made from a doormat and lots of duct tape, obviously. Whoa, bold. Gary! Okay.
I think this is in reference to Marnus's preparation and the videos.
Yes, I think so. Ravi's back. Given the anticipated low score from Oz today, what are the chances of England win? Opine, demands Ravi. I think it's going to be a close game. I still think Australia should be marginal favourites.
Yes, I'd agree with that. In comes Jacks again.
The thing that we've
defended by
that we've seen in this series is that Australia are a significantly better one-day side than England currently.
Well, it depends. I mean, they still can have an off day. A lot depends on what the batters get them to. Like I said, if they cross about 240, 250-ish, then yes, definitely Australia favourites today. But, if they score anywhere like under 220, maybe even 230, I think England have a fair chance.
Smith plays that one out to deep point for a single. He's moves on to 49, 1 away from the magicals. I don't think anyone cares too much about a 50 in an ODI in Durham at the end of September, but you get what you get.
Yeah.
Well, it's a closely fought game, and especially in conditions like this. Yeah, I'll take it.
It'll be very important. Jack's round the wickets. Ooh, goodness. And that's completely mistimed, in fact, by Carey. It's obviously... It's obviously hard to get your timing right, especially when you first come in on this. That there can be little doubt.
And I think people are likely to struggle against a slower bowler as well, because you just have to wait that extra fraction of a second longer before you get into position, and it's
That's
so
right.
easy to miss time.
That's played out on the offside by Kerry, who moves on to 5. Will this be an opportunity? Well, it will be an opportunity for Smith to get to the much cherished half century. Let's find out. And he's, sweats that one wide of the man at square leg. It's gone all the way for one of these, and that will be his 50.
2 plus 2 is on my mind. 2 plus 2 is on my mind.
Yeah, he has gritted his way to the 50 as well, Forth. I think you used that word before.
Yeah.
He very much has, and it's been very important to get Australia to a half decent position in this game. Where can they get to now?
46 times he's arrived at a 50 in an ODI, and half of those times he's gone on to convert to the magical 3 figures. That's defended. That's the end of the 50th, 30th. We will have a change.
Yes, we will.
We will have a change up.
Good evening to the rest of the game.
Nice one, Sagir. See you later on. I think you're on later, are you?
Thanks very much.
Not me
Or
personally.
another time.
Yes, probably for the next Monday.
Great to have your company. Thank you for that.
Yeah, really good.
Thank you for your stint, Forthy.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm staying on for summarising, I believe.
Sweet. Okay, here comes a large cushion, and behind it is Hendo. So, Forthy, if you wouldn't mind just chatting over this, and we'll get in
Yes,
position.
I will.
Cheers.
So, in time-honoured fashion, what would happen if we were to double the score at the end of the 30th over, as we have been encouraged to do? Well, we'd arrive at 290, which would probably be a match-winning score. As Hendo gets in, the first ball from Bethel of the 31st over is played down to long on, and they'll come through for a single, and Carey moves on to 5. Hello, Hendo. Oh, Hendo hasn't got the Hendo's still getting himself into position. Hendo looks rather as if he's got a sort of set of dungarees on there. I'm sure he hasn't. Maybe he has, I don't know. Bethel round the wickets, and that's chipped wide of the on Hayden by Smith for a single down to Potts at long on. They just score ticks along to 147 for 4. Hello, Hendo.
Hi, I think we're expecting Bennett. I've just let him in, but he's not unmuted himself.
Yeah, I have just been let in. I've been in the sort of waiting for the last half an hour, I guess, but nobody let me in.
Oh no!
Really? Okay. Well, here you are. Here you are.
Yeah,
all is well.
That's
you
fine.
take over
Greetings.
on board.
Thank you very much. Greetings, everybody. It's Bennett Oligosegram here with Hendo and 40 all the way down under. We're seeing a great contest here between bat and ball. Australia having lost 2 quick wickets in quick succession, looking to build up. It was Labuschagne was out without scoring after having a good game earlier on. Smith looking strong, and on 54, and the new batter is Alex Carey, who's swiftly moved on to 10 of 9 balls, continuing from where he left, where he took Australia to safety, and a match-winning performance by him in the early game. This one's over pitched by Bethel, and he lifts this one nice and handsomely over long off, and this is a 6 for Carey.
Let's
He's
talk
off to a
about
flyer, 10 of 10.
6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Right, so
Terrific shot by Carey.
It's 40 who's on summary, right?
Correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah,
That is
okay.
absolutely correct.
40 come in. Yeah, what do you think of the shot?
Yeah, it's terrific. Carey's obviously he seems to have timed it better than any of the other batsmen from the off here, actually.
Looks like he's playing on a different turf, isn't it? This one's a short delivery on the back foot goes Carey. Nudges this one towards the mid-wicket area, straight to the fielder. There's no chance of a run. End of over number 31. Australia being put into bat. 157 for 4. Hendo, what have you got?
Don't know where we were up to. Who was on the socials? We had, given the anticipated low score from Australia, what are the chances of England to win today? Have we had that one yet?
I think that was probably about the last one we had.
Okay, that was from Ravi. He also says, does this mean the pitch is hard to bat on? I just tuned in from California. Well, it is. It's been tricky. I mean, certainly against the seamers it was. And Smith was struggling beyond belief, and was a little bit lucky, you have to say. It was actually given out at one point. LBW had overturned on a review. But I think Australia have just shown good sense. They realised this isn't necessarily a high-scoring game, and they're just trying to make sure they get maybe 270, something like
sorry,
that.
are we fully up to date on the media?
No, but I will bring you more as we go. Don't worry.
Okay, that's fine. Right, so over number 32. Sorry to cut you off, Kendo. There, the new over beginning from Rashid. Adil Rashid over number 3, and this one's on the back foot goes Smith, trying to get a bit of fluency. 40 there. He's looking to gain in confidence as it goes on. Dribble
Yeah, I mean,
from
he's
one area. Sorry.
It's classic performance from a great batsman who's not in nick. He knows not to give his wicket away. Contrast with Labuschagne, who did give his wicket away even before he got going.
I think these two batsmen are quite similar, and I think this is a difference in class, isn't it? Sort of, I know Labuschagne's quite here. I've seen him play where scratchy initial innings and growing in confidence, just hanging in there and getting into form as the innings progresses. Over pitch, driven, didn't get hold of that one. Carey certainly looking the more fluent of the batters who've come in so far. 40.
Smith doesn't quite present the formidable opponent that we recall with a shudder from, say, 2019 these days, but he's still a top-class batsman.
This one's over pitch, pushed into the covers, and the batters go through for a quick single. Yeah, it's quite interesting. I think a bit of consolidation is needed here for Australia. They've got some good batters to come in. Glenn Maxwell looked really out of match practice the last game. He's due to come in next. Aaron Hardy, I was quite impressed in the way he batted in Cardiff and also in the last game. Over pitch, driven nicely towards the long on area, and the batters go through for another quick single. Singles coming quite nicely here. Was it a couple there? But the batters going to just another one there to the score. Yeah, so we've got Aaron Hardy, Mitchell Stark in bat. Sean Abbott is capable as well. 40.
Yes, he is. I mean, it's a decent tail. It's probably better than England's, but all round Australia are probably a better team than England.
Indeed, this was on the leg stump, and Smith trickles this one towards where a short fine leg would have been there, and the batters have enough time to go for a single. Smith 58 off 76, a very slow start by him. 40. It was what, 22.
It was a very slow start. As I think the guys have been saying, they're not afraid of having a sheet anchor. An old school ODI sheet anchor. Jonathan Trott, who used to do it for England, and
Travid for
Aaron
India.
with that.
Yeah.
Bravid for India, yes.
Yeah, and I think you need that. I know Bear and I have sort of conflicting views, and we debate on this quite a lot. But here we are, different sort of a ball game. This one's pushed in into the mid-wicket area. No chance of run. End of over number 32. 162 for 4. Hendo.
Sagir says in reply to Ravi, yeah, looks like it. Good assistance for bowlers, seam and spin. But then again, the bowlers have to be consistent too in order to get the rewards. Rooting for England, says Ravi, otherwise the next 2 matches will be boring. Well, I don't know about boring, but it's going to be about 8 degrees in London on Friday.
Wow.
I'm not expecting to see a sellout. There you go. Michael Bedford says, opine, a verb only used by American media talking heads. And Ravi says, commentary has suddenly become professional with a star lineup with 40 Hendo and Mr. B. I think that's harsh on what's come before. What's come before has been equally expert.
Hang on, I was on ball by ball before.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for all your comments. Please keep Hendo company. He seems to be bored a little bit out there whilst the overs are going on. Give your thoughts in. Tell us what you think would be a good score on this wicket. Is Jafra Archer, change of bowling, comes steaming in, right arm over, and this one's on a good length. He hits the nail straight there on the coffin as he pushes on the front foot.
Let me jingle.
We were
him up.
talking about the coldness there, Hendo, but I hear that there's been epic flooding down in southwest London as well.
It's a disaster. It's a disaster. I saw that a woman had to be rescued from her car in Collier's Wood.
Wow.
If anyone
saw a couple of cars sort of drowning as well.
Oh my
down
goodness.
And this one, Archer bowls shortish, pushed into the covers, no chance of a run. But to be fair, I mean, sort of today's game is a miracle, isn't it? They were expecting rain and Messi wasn't sure when he was doing the road test whether we'd sort of get a
I had a look on the radar, and Newcastle and Middlesbrough are under a lot of water, and just south in sort of Tadcaster area they've got a lot of rain there, but they seem to be existing in a little pocket here in Durham.
Absolutely, but here we are. We are privileged to see some good cricket. A keen tussle between bat and ball. Premier, dangerous fast bowler Archer bowling to one of the most dependable batters in the last decade. Smith struggling for form on the leg side. It's nudged away towards the deep square leg area. Gives the batters enough chance to go through for a quick single. I was hearing Ricky Ponting on commentary. He was saying there was a time when Smith used to change his gloves every 12 balls.
What?
Believe it or not. And he travels with about 22 bats. He had about 7 bats that looked so much like each other when he changed his bat. And he used to change his gloves every 12 balls, or almost about. Can you imagine that being a 12th man? And
I do worry a bit about Steve Smith when he stops playing cricket, because he has no hinterland.
Yes.
Chopra Archer, beautiful action. He comes steaming in with that rhythm, that shortish and lovely looking stroke there by Carey on the back foot, pulls it, and the ball beats the fielder. Does it? He managed to pull it back. Liam Livingston, I think, but he may have.
I think
was that Brook himself?
It
was Harry Brook.
He did make a save earlier on, but I think he may have gone on to the board. Let's watch that. But good piece of fielding. The ball got away from him, Alex Carey. But the outfield looks rather slow, gents. Here, it's a boundary given.
Well, it was deluge of rain for 24 hours yesterday, evidently in Durham. So not surprising. They've done well to get it to where it is.
No, he's saved that, hasn't he?
No, I think.
Yeah, I think he has.
I think he's only got 3. No, he's given it as a 4.
I think it's gone because he touched the boundary. Plus, I think whilst he stopped the ball, they're not even looking for replay. So I think they're fairly confident. Archer comes in boundary to Carey in the earlier ball. Good sort of a run up to stop that, but Brookie, the captain, couldn't do that. This one's driven, not as fluently, but found the mid-off fielder there, and no chance of a run. Fourthly, I think great captaincy by Brookie. I think he's growing into the. I like the way he got Cameron Green out. Yeah. That was a smart move, wasn't it? The middle. If
the ball goes to an unconventional fielder, credit to the captain, and it was an unusual mid-on position.
Absolutely, this one's on a good length, and Smith looking to play on the onside is very much of an onside player. They got a short mid wicket there, no chance of a run. That's the end of over number 33. Australia being put into bat, 168 for 4. The batter's out. Matthew Short 14, Mitchell Marsh 24, Steve Smith not out 59, Cameron Green 42, Labuschagne out for 0, Carey out not out 21. Over to you, Hendo.
Yeah, we have a super chat, would you believe? I'll tell you about it after the jingle.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
And it's from Ravi, and he says, he sends us $5. He says, Fourthy, my apologies, great commentary by you, but your singing is phenomenal. There you go. Not only were you commentating in song?
I did a brief impression of Alvin Stardust singing My Cuckoo.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, that's interesting. I wish I'd heard that. Fluffy says, any deaths today due to separating frozen meat patties with a large knife? I'm not sure what that refers to. I must have. Was that a discussion we had the other day? Trump stock now under $12, says Pokey Bumfinger. Leah says it's a bloody miracle Smith was not poisoned by the drinks carrier when he used to do that glove change. Bullshit. Here's your electrolyte drink. I made sure it contains extra polonium. Michael Bedford says Smith changed his gloves every 12 balls so he could sign them and sell them afterwards. Well, you've got to think about your post-cricket career, haven't you? Absolutely. Sagir says, got to go finish off some work before I have an early night. Have a good game, all you fabulous people. And keep the spirit going. Well, we'll do our best. Fluffy comes back and says Cadbury Novichok eggs. Yeah, maybe. You remember how England once put a bunch of jelly babies by the pitch? Maybe they could put poisoned jelly babies.
Matt Pryor, I think.
Was it Matt Pryor and who else was involved in that? Someone. Was it Mark Hylott? I think it was. Remember Mark Hylott? Yeah, I think
left arm fast bowler, wasn't he?
Well, fast-ish. Medium fast. Yeah, from Essex, wasn't he? He was
Essex,
a very decent county
You remember
player.
that football international match, the World Cup, I think? Was it Brazil against Argentina when someone brought out some doped water? Do you remember
I don't remember that, no.
I think one of the... I'll look it up.
Doped with what?
Well, it was... it was doped with something which almost put the player to sleep on the pitch. He suddenly started becoming extremely groggy. They always denied it, I think. Anyway, I'll look up the details.
Right,
rather
so
than...
whilst you're doing that, just a quick summary in case you've just tuned in, you're wondering what's going on, what's all the rattle about. It's a drinks break, England winning the toss, they've made a couple of changes. They made the one change, Geoff Archer coming in, Ollie Stone making way. England certainly using Archer as a gemstone, isn't it? Not just making him play more than a game. Australia have moved on to 168 for 4, and England certainly have come back into this game with 2 wickets in quick succession. Alex Carey looking to build up some momentum. He's on 22 of 17. I thought Bryden Carse bowled really well today, 40.
Yes, sorry, I was just looking that up. Bryden Carse is a really good comeback from him. He was looking all over the place until he took 2 late wickets, and he got a bit of momentum, a bit of confidence back, and he's looked spot on in this match. Maybe he's done a little work in the last couple of days, I don't know.
He did a change of bowling with Adil Rashid, who's come in for his 5th over. This one's on the leg stump to Alex Carey, who drives this past the mid-wicket area, and the batters go through for a single. Rashid, wicketless so far, has not been his usual best, the way we see it, on the back foot. Punches this one towards the deep extra cover, and the batters go through for a quick single. 7 overs, 1 for 29 for Bryden. I did watch him on interview before the game, and he was just so grateful to all his teammates and the PCA, the ECB, and also the people up in Durham for being supportive of him in the last 3 months. The next one's overpitched, driven towards extra cover area, no chance of a run, and he was looked very confident with his role, and I think England have set his eyes on him, haven't they? This one's again on the back foot, squeezes this one towards the short square leg area, no chance of a run. Ian Forthy, I think they see something about him, don't they?
No, most definitely. Just very quickly, sorry. Left back Branco drank from a water bottle which the Argentinians had spiked with a tranquilizer in Italia 90. And, Carlos Bilardo said, "I'm not saying it didn't happen 20 years later." There we are.
Shortage on the back foot, pushes it back to the bowler, no chance of a run. So I think Car's certainly trying to cement his place. He's using that middle overs with a heavy ball like Liam Punkes used to bowl. This one's a nice little wrist breaker there from Adil Rashid. This one's played towards the mid-wicket area. The batters go through for a single. Runs coming in singles. Over number 34 gone. 171 for 4. Smith on 60, Carey on 24. Hendo.
Not much coming through at the moment, so you can.
Let's continue the football chat. You guys.
Well, I was just say Pokey Bumfinger, and I'm not sure what. Just says Collingwood. I'm not sure what that's in relation to. Maybe it's.
They're probably cheats. I mean, no one likes Collingwood. They're the Man United of.
I was thinking of. I thought you meant Paul Collingwood, as in England.
He's not a cheat.
No, but he's a coach, isn't he? He's involved in the one-day team, isn't he?
He's involved in the coaching setup.
Yeah.
Also, it's a very nice inner suburb of Melbourne, Collingwood.
Yes. Well, that's right. They are an AFL team, aren't they?
So as you come back, it's Archer continuing. He's bowling from right arm round the wicket. It's 84 miles per hour on the back foot. Goes Carey, pushes it back to the bowler. No chance of a run. Archer bowling is 8 over. He's got 135. Sorry.
That's fine. He looks in good nick, doesn't he, Archer? I mean, it's fluent. He's not quite as fast as we remember him for, some of those epic confrontations of the past. But I mean, God knows.
I've seen him a lot more miserly than what he's bowling these days. I know he bowls those really good balls, but is it the match practice, you reckon?
I think it is match practice. Yes, I've no idea. No idea how one man can attract so many injuries, but there we are.
So miserly, was on the back foot. Next one punches it towards the deep cover area. The batters go through for 1. I'd say all the injuries were partly due to how he was managed.
Oh, well, early on, yeah. Joe Root just bowled him into the ground. I don't know whether that had long-term consequences. Seeming perhaps did.
Sorry. As Archer comes in right arm over, quicker one. On the back foot goes Smith. Oh! This one! What a beautiful catch by the man we were talking about, Ryan Carse. Shortish. A slap this one. Really hard and low, down at the deep square leg area. And Brian Carse flings himself. Smith can't believe, neither can the fielders nor the spectators, and we are bewildered here up here at the commentary box. This one's gone. And the dangerous looking Smith, after a labouring knock of 60 of 82, is gone. Australia in dire straits with the score on 172.
Oh, what a catch that is. That's really good. That is absolutely... Well, that'll keep his place for a few games, I would say. Smith's been a bit lucky, and, he's gutsed it out, but, you can't begrudge a catch like that at all. It's tremendous
But
stuff.
I think he's had his luck, hasn't he?
Yeah,
I mean,
indeed.
He was lucky to have got there and used his experience and slowly laboured on. But Australia, perhaps it may be a blessing in disguise if Maxwell can get going.
Oh, that's a thought, isn't it? I hadn't thought of that. The crowd was very appreciative of that work, and this is what they said to Smith.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
I think also, as we were saying, Bryden Carr's probably got his confidence up. Not
Yeah.
sure he would have taken that this point of the game
On Saturday.
48 hours ago.
No, absolutely.
But,
He is an interesting cricketer, and I can see a lot of potential. A, because he bowls at close to 90 miles an hour, and he's a hit the deck kind of bowler. So he's playing. He bowls good hard overs in the middle. And besides, England's tail looks rather long without Moeen Ali and the likes.
Oh, goodness, yeah.
And Livingston batting up. So he's a good number 8. He can bat, and he's an excellent fielder.
well, he is. He is 29, so he's left his run a bit late.
But
Yeah.
he's been in the scene for about 3 years, hasn't he?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
As Archer comes steaming in, and this one's a good delivery, and on the back foot goes Glenn Maxwell, pushes into the covers, no chance of wrong. We're not sure which Glenn Maxwell we're seeing today.
Well, let me jingle him.
Well, it's a big show. Oh, it's a big show now.
Can I talk over the jingle? Or?
You can talk now. Can you hear the jingles, Bennett?
Yes,
Oh,
very
good.
faintly though. Shortish delivery the next one, and goes whizzing past Maxwell's ears. But one ball, short ball mentioned as per the umpire for the over. But just going back to the setup with Maxwell. I mean, we've seen him playing some blinders, hasn't he? Some absolute sort of unbelievable knocks.
Afghanistan, obviously, incredible.
Shortish delivery, beautiful.
Wow.
And
Wow.
clearly he's got no idea where that was going. His foot movements not in place, is not looking comfortable as it whizzes past the edge. Over number 35 gone. Australia in a bit of trouble. 172 for 5, 4.93 and over. Hendo, what do our listeners say?
The listeners are saying various things. Pay the Soul says wicked time, and lots of celebratory emojis come with that. Fluffy says get KP to throw some jelly beans on the pitch. Yep. Messy Joe says didn't Joffrey get injured by his fish tank? Yeah, they're vicious things, fish tanks. When your fish tank takes it to you, you have to wonder whether you're meant to be a bowler. Yeah, I think that he broke it, didn't he? He
broke it, and but that was whilst he was on rehab, right? So he was already a broken man.
Literally.
At that point. A new over begins. Sorry guys to interrupt the fun there. 36th over, Rashid comes in and floats this one on Midland leg, and Carey pushes this one towards the mid wicket. I
always feel duty bound to remind everyone of the fact that Derek Pringle once missed a test match after having put his back out, getting up from writing a letter.
This is a good delivery from Hold That Thought. Rashid on the front foot goes Carey, and the loud appeal. The fielders are thinking about it. Adil Rashid not that impressed. Brookie doesn't seem that keen. Somebody has to take the lead, and yes, they do. They've asked for LBW. Not sure if Jamie Smith was the catalyst there for that appeal.
That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
Wasn't an obvious one.
I thought it was straight enough. I just think he's got a big stride in, and it's hit him quite high up on the pad. I think it's height. Height may well be the problem.
England sense that this is a key wicket, isn't he? Oh, that looks closer than I thought.
It might be clipping leg, but if it's been given not out,
I think I think he's
Right, it's on the knee roll and he's propped forward, which probably, as it hasn't been given out on the pitch. You think? Okay.
I think
We'll
he's
find.
a goner there.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's umpire's call on height on leg bail. That would be my prediction.
Yeah, I'd go with you, Forthy, but I'd be very happy to be proved wrong.
Ooh, let's hope so.
From an England perspective.
Because coming in, yeah, for England, I think this is an interesting wicket, and Brooks sensing the opportunity because Carey can be the danger man for Australia, and a wicket here could really put Australia in a bit of a trouble. I think 15 overs left, still a lot of time to come. They've got the all-rounders now, Aaron Hardy, Mitchell Starc, who's not had much of a game these days, and then Sean Abbott can bat a bit, and Hazelwood's got a lot of experience. He can stay along with whoever who's there, like he showed in the previous game. Alex Carey, a moment here, an important moment of the game. The umpires
Top of the knee roll as well, I'm afraid.
Top of the knee roll, but also
He's
no
He's
edge.
leaning in front, isn't he? He's leaning.
No edge. No edge.
No edge. But I
I'd be
think
very surprised, but let's have a look. They're taking their time. Sorry about this.
Forthy, are you supporting Australia? Or being Australian now?
No.
umpire's call.
Umpire's call. You guys were right. Well done, boys.
We'll play one of these.
Yes, umpire's call, and clearly my commentators got it right there.
I was trying to play a stupid review jingle, but it didn't work. There you go.
That's okay. I like your choice of jingles, Hendo, and the way you bring them on at the right time. Clearly, a bit of class there. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching Hendo, veteran from Gorilla Cricket, who's keeping you guys company, how about your thoughts on the game? Overpitch, driven nicely, but not timed well, not meticulously enough to reach the boundary. He may not find the fluency because of the nature of the pitch and the outfield here in Durham. This one's and the Matters have enough time to come back for two. A close call there, and a decision favouring the fielding side, as in if the umpire had given that out, Carey may have had to leave. But because it was not out on the field, in case you're wondering what's happening, the umpire's call. Third rate.
And the umpire will take into account prop forward, top of the knee roll, and he probably won't go any further than that because he just benefit of the doubt traditionally goes to the batsman.
Good observations there, Forthy. On the back foot, short by Rashid this time. Carey is looking in good form. He pulls this one. Beautiful shot in no man's land in the deep mid-wicket area, and that's a boundary. So 178 for 5, and Carey moves on to 27. Do you think it's a danger man?
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Yeah, I do. He's just got his dander up after that excellent innings which won it for them last time.
He has indeed. Overpitched, driven back to the bowler, no chance of a run. Alex Carey surviving a close call there. Australia 178 for 5. Hendo.
Yeah, I thought that last ball was quite good as well. Just got a bit of a turn there, didn't it? Had him reaching for it a bit.
Yeah.
Pokey Bumfinger was talking about Collie the man, not Collie the football team. I had him down. I had him down as the Jelly Bean Bandit. There was a bit of mystery about it. Cook and Peterson were in the frame for it at the time. Yeah, Cook, I remember, was involved. Fluffy says the ball must have hit a blue jelly bean, and he says, or she says, was all of them involved, I think. Isco missed a Champions League match as he got an infected pimple on his shin from shaving his legs. Couldn't wear his shin pads, apparently. That's from Matthew Cullen.
Excellent. Who was that?
Matthew Cullen.
Oh, no, who was the footballer?
Isco,
right, okay, yeah. Real Madrid, I think.
So as you come back, we're seeing a change in bowling. The man of the moment with that brilliant, outstanding catch in the outfield and a couple of wickets. Bryden Carse, shortish on the back foot goes Maxwell, plays it towards the short squalid area, no chance of a run. Does Maxwell have the temperament to get into form like what Steve Smith did in 40?
Well, he's got the temperament, and if he gets going, it's all bets are off. But he only comes up about once every 6 or 7 times.
Yeah, my feeling is that when he comes in and hits his first ball for 6, he'll get out very quickly. But if he just stays in for a few balls, he'll go mad.
But does he labour? Does he have the temperament? What I meant is the kind of character to labour and get into form. I've never seen him labouring. He's either he's hitting it well.
He has done it in Test matches, hasn't he? I mean, he hasn't played that many tests, but he has had the. I think he's got a Test 100, hasn't he?
Yeah. I always feel a little bit sorry for Maxwell. I always feel that he's not trusted, and perhaps a little bit more faith had been invested in him earlier on. He might have turned into a Test match batsman, but we'll never know.
But that's the way he is, isn't it? His personality, persona. On the back foot, the next one played into the covers, no chance to run. This one short and played uppishly, but didn't carry. It went a couple of bounces to the deep wicket area. Phil Salt there collects, and the batters go through for
I think that's true, Bennett. But you know the way that some people say, "Well, you're the funny guy," and someone always feels that they have to make the jokes, even that.
Yeah.
I always feel with Maxwell, you're the guy. You know, you're going to come in.
He has to play a role, as it were, as
playing a role. Exactly. Yeah.
I've seen him playing some cameos at the IPL as well. Just sort of unbelievable knocks. You're just wondering why he cannot be more consistent. But that's Maxwell for you. He's always been like that, as it is. Cast comes. This one short again on the back foot, and he pulls this one, but they've got a fielder there, Jacob Bethel, who picks up, and the batters go through for a single. Jacob Bethel, an interesting find. They picked him over Liam Livingstone in the squad. Livingstone crept in with Butler being injured. What are your thoughts on that, gents?
I've been impressed by what I've seen. I wasn't his first T20. It wasn't very impressed, but the second one he played really well. I thought he was playing really well on Saturday against some high class bowling, and then he got out to a terrible ball with a terrible shot. Really.
As Cast comes in again, this one's over pitched on a Yorker length, and he hits this one well past the bowler. He got this one on the back foot. He clobbered this one straight over the bowler's head for another boundary.
And if the kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
That was classic Maxwell from the Afghanistan game. See ball, hit ball. There's no foot movement really, just angers the back foot, and then it's all about the short arm jab.
Cars comes in this one, so he goes on the back foot and tries to hoik this one. He gets the thick outside edge of the ball, balloons towards the fielding area, but unfortunately for him, it didn't carry. And they go through for a quick single. Score on 185 for 5. That is the end of over number 37.
Yeah, I think that shot down the ground was ominous. He's had a few balls, Maxwell. I think he's in the mood here.
It just takes one of those shots, isn't it, Hendo?
Yeah, just to get you going, absolutely. Although the follow-up wasn't quite so impressive, we have to say. Matthew Cohen says, sorry, I tell a lie, it was Marco Asensio.
Asensio, okay, right.
From Real Madrid, to be fair. I think.
Have you got anything else on the?
That's it. We're up to date.
All out of it. Any other infected pimple stories? Do write in.
Well, if we wanted to go through crazy injury stories, I mean, there was Dave Besant dropping salad cream on his toe.
Dave Besant.
Hold the thought, gents. Sorry to fall into party again. This one's over pitched, a new over by Adil Rashid. And this one's driven back to Rashid, no chance of a run. Rashid's not looked as penetrative as he normally does, isn't it? 6 overs, none for 35. He hasn't bowled that bad, has he, Forty? Bowled that.
I saw him blowing on his fingers.
Too short extra, no chance of a run. Go on, Forty.
I saw him blowing on his fingers. I suspect, frankly, his fingers are a bit cold today.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that's right.
It must be hard being a finger spinner, isn't it, Hendo?
Yeah, as well.
Yeah.
You're very reliant on your fingers.
This one's a bit of a hike there from Glenn Maxwell. He got it over the extra cover area, the bit of ground there to cover for the fielder Matthew Potts, and this one's the batters have enough time to come.
Well, actually, I mean, Rashid's a wrist spinner, isn't he? He's not a finger spinner.
Yes, true.
So
but his leg spinners he bowls with his fingers, doesn't he? He doesn't bowl the wrist.
Yes. But he does use his fingers. But yes, no, I take your point.
Well, you have to use both, really. But I mean, when we talk of a wrist spinner,
fingers are involved.
Fingers are involved. So I don't know how would we differentiate that. But anyway, good point, Hendo. Driven and the batters go through for another single. So runs coming, and a few 4 or 5 runs in a way. Does this suffice for them? What would be an ideal target?
Well, we don't know. We rather think that it could be a low-scoring match, 240.
250, you reckon? 250 will be good?
Well, yes. Although I think it's looking like they'll surpass that now.
Well, I think the other thing is England have got to show the same sense to their batting that Australia have shown, and I'm not sure they can. I'm not sure they can do that.
It's the experience as well, isn't it, Hendo? The experience.
Well, it's also the strategy that's been laid down by the coach and the structure. All this go harder thing. Yes, that's fine. So the young player feels they have to fit in.
Yeah. Shortish delivery. The next one. This one's punched towards the extra cover area, and the batters go through for 189 for 5. Maxwell on 9 and Carey on 40.
Looks like the Sky is having trouble with its ticker again. It had this on, was it Saturday or in the first game, where all we can see is the score, the fact that England won the toss and that it's a Metro Bank ODI. So unless you've got the scorecard up, which I think Bennett has, we won't know how many overs gone. How many overs are gone?
Over number 38.
Right.
It's cast. This one's short, and it's gone well over Carey's head, and no chance of run. Cars has the ability to bowl those. Is he faster than Plunkett at his prime? Do you reckon?
Plunkett was pretty fast. He's a similar sort of bowler, maybe
not quite stocky, is he? I don't think he's more lanky than than Plunkett a little bit. But he's growing on me, not literally. But I wasn't very impressed with him a couple of years ago, but definitely.
I agree with you, Hendo. I had the same opinion. I was wondering why they're sort of so persistent with him. In spite of his naughtiness earlier on. But this one's down the leg side. Wide signal by Kumar Dharmasen. And I think sometimes you need that extra kind of somebody putting your arm around you and giving you the confidence, like we spoke about Glenn Maxwell before, didn't we? And look at how he's grown. Even when he was hit for 40 or 50 odd runs, he came back and he got the 3 wickets, or he got the 2 wickets. He already had Travis Head before. And I think somebody has to give him that clarity. This is your role in the side. And that's what I think he already understands that. This one short, clobbered. That's the word. Absolutely clobbered in Maxwell's style over the mid-wicket area. That is another boundary. Score moves up to 195 for 5.
And Maxwell and Phil Salt look quite similar.
But
I agree.
Were you on Saturday, Forthy? I'm trying to. Yes, you were, weren't you? Were you on with me when I was just saying how hopeless Phil Salt looked like when he was opening against Hazelwood?
I wasn't, but he did.
He looked. He looked resigned to the fact that he was going to be out very shortly, and he was. He just sort of got inside the line and just kept wafting. This is ominous, though, from Maxwell.
Cars comes in again, shortish, an ugly looking heave, and didn't get anywhere where he wanted to get that, but fortunate to be there.
Yeah, and shades of Dan Lawrence at the end of the Sri Lankan series there.
Agree.
I thought it was worse than that. I mean, I in a sense, I think, what is Phil Salt doing in this team? He doesn't play any longer form cricket. He's not been playing for Lancashire. All he's done is play T20 all summer, as far as I can see, or 100.
If he doesn't sort of get, he's more of a T20 format player, with Buttler coming in. And I won't be surprised when Zach Crawley is ready that they may even give him an option, because I think Brendan Macklem likes Crawley. Gave him to captain as well, didn't he, in one of those ODI tournaments not that long ago. And they may even look at Ollie Pope, because if I'm just assuming the way he plays the game. What are your thoughts, guys?
Zach Crawley is an interesting one. You would expect him to be brilliant at T20, but he's been very poor for Kent when he's played for them. It's almost like he likes to have the open spaces to aim those booming drives out that he gets in Test cricket. Okay, he's got the risk of being out caught in the slips, which has happened quite a lot, but he's also got a lot of open spaces in which he can hit, which perhaps you don't have in T20 so much.
ODIs?
ODIs, a tricky one, that. I'm not sure.
I think he'll be a good ODI player. As Cass comes in, this one shortish. That's the Cass trademark delivery. Shortish, but Glenn Maxwell equal to the task on the back foot. Guides this one with the pace towards the area for a 1. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, it's funny, isn't it? There are some players you think ought to be brilliant at ODI cricket. Ian Botham comes to mind, who actually wasn't a great ODI player. And as Hendo was saying, the wide open spaces coming in at number 6 in a test match is a very different proposition. And he could never quite convert. I don't think he ever got a ton, actually, Botham.
But 40, I'm quite very happy that they've got in Duckett in this format.
Yes.
I think he's
Yes,
clever.
yes.
He maneuvers the ball around, and he goes for the runs. And I was quite surprised that he had to find his way from the test team into the ODI. I would have expected it the other way around. Shortish delivery pushed into his mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. Australia batting first end of over number 39. They've got 196 for 5. Hendo.
It's all gone a little bit quiet on the YouTube front. Don't forget, of course, that you can help out Guerrilla Cricket, support us, keep us going. We've got to find a studio. We've got to move out of this place. The Bears got to sell up, and we really need your financial help. If you could pledge us a monthly amount, that really helps, because then we can kind of plan for the future a little bit, knowing that we've got some money coming. There are various levels that you can join at, and you will get extra content, or you'll get content earlier than anyone else. The Bishop and the Bear podcast, for example. Go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. Anything you can spare, please give generously.
And a new over, the 40th over, the last over of this combination, the Three Musketeers. And this one's a reverse sweep by Glenn Maxwell. We've seen him doing that many times, and the batters go through for a single. So what would be a good score here then, gents? 250, you reckon? 10 overs remaining, surely. They look better than that.
Yeah, 270. They've got to be thinking even 280.
Yes, and I think
what England need now. Sorry, 40 on the back foot, pushed past the bowler, and the batters go through for a single. Go for it, 40.
I think that will be beyond this England team. If I'm honest, it's a pretty formidable Australian bowling lineup.
I also think that potentially 300 is on if these two stay in.
That's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to England need a wicket, and Australia, the way Glenn Maxwell's batting, it won't be surprising. Either he'll get out or he'll get a proper 50 or 100 at this stage.
Just that timing is tricky, especially when you first come in, as we found. Maxwell and Carey actually have probably timed it better than anybody else when they first
Certainly
came in.
Carey, I think. Yeah, I mean, I think with you're talking about Adil Rashid, and I think it's a slow pitch for him to bowl on. That's the problem.
Rashid comes in. The earlier one was hit towards the long on area, and the batters went through for a single. And this one's over pitched, and Alex Carey not able to get the fluency off an inside edge. Goes to short fine leg area, no chance of a run. Rashid comes in. 2 balls to go in this over, and this one's pushed towards the mid-wicket area, no chance of run. 40 coming.
Well, I was going to say, the observation when I was on with Andy and James Hillhouse the other day was that Phil Salt looks a little bit like Jerry Adams, and I think the same applies to Glenn Maxwell.
The last ball of the 40th over, the last ball of our stint here in this innings. This one's over pitch, driven, and towards the mid-off area. The batters have enough time to go through for a single, and that's 200 up for Australia being put into bat here in Durham. 200 for 5. The batters out. Matthew Short for 14, Mitchell Marsh for 24, Steve Smith for 60, Cameron Green 42, Labuschagne out for duck, Carey not out 34, Glenn Maxwell not out 16, looking to rebuild here. The bowling, we had Jafar Archer 2 for 36 of 8, and Klaas 1 for 43, Jacob Bethel 1 for 33 of 5, and Bill Jacks 1 for 20 of 3. Time for a change. And thank you so much.
Thanks, Bennett. Thanks very much. We should have Messi on. We should have Annie on. Messi, if you can fill in while Grubby gets into the ball-by-ball chair.
I shall fill in. Hello, Annie. How are you?
Hello, Messi. I'm good. Very, very pleased to see you. And what
So
time is it in Australia?
It is currently 10:24 p.m. in Perth, on a cool night. And first ball of the next over. Carey steps back about 3 metres to cut out to deep cover, and it just goes through for a comfortable 2.
Thanks, Messrs. And hello, Annie. How are you?
Hello, Gubby. Oh, Gubby?
Hi,
Gubby.
I was going to call you Gubby.
Grubby Allen. That's me.
Well,
So
you know.
I feel like I'm squeezed between the Devon Mafia here.
Well, you are.
You ain't seen me, right? 202 for 5 in the 41st over. I think Australia are on their way to a pretty decent total here, and it's going to prove difficult for England to chase. I think they could still get 290. and that would be that would be a challenging total, I think, on this pitch.
Yeah, as the guys just before were saying that it's not a bad score for what they were expecting, really.
Cast bowls to Carey, who pulls this one through mid-wicket. That is well timed, and it is going to go for one of these. So they're on the charge a bit here, Australia. No finer player than Glenn Maxwell to have in this situation. We're just short of 10 overs to go, and Alex Carey, we know, is in decent form. He played what turned out to be a match-winning innings the other day for Australia. So two very fine exponents of the one-day game at the crease, and England.
Yeah, and they've played it very sensibly in
yeah,
lots
well,
of ways.
thanks to their colleague at the top of the order and into the middle order, laid that platform. Carey pulls this one again, but it's more square this time and not with much timing, and gets a single.
Even if it wasn't very pretty.
Yeah. No, but it's just a sensible way of playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say, I see Carey as potentially more dangerous than Maxwell. Maxwell's mistiming quite a lot of his shots, and I can't see him lasting too long. The way things are going,
he's one of my favourite players to watch.
Good form.
Yeah, I think he's wildly talented though, Maxwell. He's right. He's box office. He's top 5 box office players to watch, I'd say, in the world.
Who are the other 4?
Oh, like Rishabh Pant, for example.
Oh yeah.
Maybe Mohammad Rizwan. I like watching him. There are a few.
Well,
anyway, Maxwell's definitely in there.
Joe Root's got to be up there.
Yeah, Maxwell is back in his crease. He's been so anchored in that back leg, and he did that a lot when he was injured. He had to play like that against Afghanistan, that famous innings in the World Cup, which was just out of this world. I can't think of anyone else who could have played that innings, really. But it's like he's playing like that here, even though presumably he's not injured. He's all his weight's on his back foot.
Planks down his legs to make him play that way.
It's a really good thing to have planks down your legs.
Cast. He's bowled well today, I think, and his figures don't quite reflect that. Certainly he started well. Back in his crease and muscling this one to long on where Archer did.
It was a more heave-ho, come on.
It was alright, yeah. Heave-ho, a hoik, it wasn't pretty either way. And he gets a single. He's on to 17 from 20, just bubbling under, waiting to take off. Carey's got an even 42 from 42 balls.
Do you think 300 is on?
I think they could do. I think 290 they'd be very happy with. Even even 270 I think would be a tough target for England to try and chase on this pitch on this day.
I think this is deflected
by Carey to a fine leg. It's going to go all the way to the boundary for another one of these.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Who'd be a bowler, eh, Bryden? Do we have messages?
We do have some messages. Oh, well, Jeff Perkins had a message. No, we don't have messages, actually. I'm sorry.
Oh, has he retracted it?
Yes. So we're
But he took it away again, did he?
He did that, Perker. You
Tease.
just don't know what he's going to do next. I was going to say, I think Australia would be happy with 265. Anything over that's a bonus, I think. Even from here, 9 overs, an extra 60 runs would be very nice. But
it's obviously not easy. It's not obviously not easy to bat on.
212 for 5, 9 overs left. I think. Let's see, 265 as an absolute minimum from here. I don't think we've seen this lad bowl today yet, but he's coming on now, and it's going to be the licorice all sorts stylings of.
Good move, I think.
I am Liam Livingston. I play for the Lightning. My one-day kit is blue, but for the tests it's white.
Will he be bowling his leg breaks to the right-handed Maxwell and his off breaks to the left-handed Carey? I wonder.
Well, we'll soon find out.
Yeah. Oh, unless he only bowls to Maxwell. Yeah, you know, can't take anything for granted in this game, Annie, as you know.
Yeah.
Apart from Somerset coming second in everything.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it was an absolute pie to start with, a complete drag down, and Maxwell actually does quite well. Sometimes you can get surprised by shit bowling, but he didn't on that occasion. He's whacked it through mid-wicket for 4.
1 2 buckle my shoe. 3 4 shut the door.
Yeah, starts with a half tracker there. One of those where he's almost failed to let go of the ball and
but
got
nicely
punished.
Played.
Yep.
Yes, it didn't take you very long to mention Somerset.
Sorry.
It's been a bad couple of weeks, really. For
Sorry to do so, but
No,
I mean, I feel so sorry for everyone at the club, and as someone pointed out yesterday, we're actually third in the championship, not second. But we'll beat Hampshire, don't worry about that, and finish nailed on second. This is another drag down, another whack through mid-wicket up towards Cow.
That's 4.
Might be 4. It looks like, was it Duckett sliding round? It was.
I think he had his feet in the boundary.
He reckons, he's signalling it's probably 4.
He's signalling.
They'll have a look at it just to make sure. And we're going to see a replay now. He shovels it back. He must be in contact with the sponge as he does that, and I'm going to tell you that that's 4. It's not official yet.
It's pretty tight, but I think he is.
Yeah, it's that part of the boundary where it almost goes out on there's always an extra bit, because it doesn't quite go circular, the boundary. It goes out an extra angle, if you know what I mean. So it's the longest part of the boundary, and it is indeed signalled by the umpire. Yeah, well, as they well should. So he started badly here, Livingston under pressure straight away, consecutive 4s. This is a better ball just outside the off stump, cut by Maxwell in front of point, and the sweeper on the boundary. It's Phil Salt, I think, does the fielding, and just 1 from that ball. So they're going nicely in this over, 9 off it already in the first half of it. 221 for 5. Certainly eyeing somewhere in the high 200s from here, you would think.
Yeah. Going back to Hampshire and Somerset, I think that the weather's not supposed to be that good, so whether they'll actually get a draw out of that, I don't know.
Only need 2 days out of 4 to get a result these days in county cricket, don't you? Tend to go fairly quickly.
That's
this
not
is
true.
Clipped off his legs by Carey to long on, and he gets himself another single.
Well, the good news, Annie, is that next year you get a chance to play Sussex, who are going to come
I
up.
know, I'm very excited about that, actually, because I do love Hove.
Dear old Sussex
and
by
I
the sea.
definitely would like to get down there.
Oh, a full bunger from Livingston. I think he tried to adjust his line and length, but all he ended up doing was bowl a full bunger as Maxwell went down for a premeditated reverse. But he got it, and he got it to deep backward point for another one of these.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons.
I mean, they're going to play the shots now, aren't they? But,
Yeah, another drag down. This may get a wicket though. It's caught, caught on the edge of the circle. Cast it is, the betattooed Cast just coming forward. A very decent catch that. It was slapped by Maxwell to Cast, who was fielding at that extra cover position and just coming forward. Difficult catch to take that. In danger of breaking your fingers, but take the catch he did, and England will be very mighty relieved to see the back of Maxwell for 30 runs.
I told you it was a good decision.
The crowd says
Well, they'd take that, 13 runs for the wicket, wouldn't they, in the over?
Yeah, they would. As I was saying, they're going to play the shots at the moment, and that's going to bring the wickets as well. So.
And maybe just another piece of evidence that it's not the most trustworthy of pitches. You can't just swing through the line and stick your hands through it. You've really got to watch the ball under your nose.
No, because there hasn't been a lot of that. They've been, they've just not been able to get the ball away much.
Yeah, it's looked hard work, isn't it? But
Yeah,
it's been
it
impressive
really
from
has.
Australia, I would say. Now, if England can now, on the back of that, restrict Australia to, say, 250 odd, maybe even bowl Australia out from here, it's not beyond the realms, then they'll consider that to be a pretty good half of the game.
Maybe we should bring in.
Catching has been very good, I think.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I was just going to say maybe we should bring in Sibley and Burns. They can play ugly as well.
Well, I definitely think Zach Crawley would have a squeak at being in the one day side, in the 50 over side.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I agree with that.
Because it's effectively him and Duckett would be playing more or less the same as they play in Test cricket anyway.
Yeah.
I think that makes a whole lot of sense, yeah. Although, obviously, when you get Joss Butler back, and if you take him out from behind stumps, you can have him open again.
Yeah. Now, it's Rashid starting a new over to Alex Carey, whipping it to wide long on. Now, who's the new bat? I wasn't paying attention. Who's come to the crease?
It wasn't it. The Zampa, was it?
No, Aaron.
It should be Aaron
It's
Hardy.
Aaron Hardy.
Aaron
Zampa's
Hardy.
not playing today. He's ill.
Oh, is he not?
Yeah. Where is he?
I'm sure it was a blonde person.
There is he? There he is.
If I must beat myself again, Aaron Hardy is his name. He's not gonna fail. He'd rather be hammering the nail on your coffin.
Are you suggesting all blondes look the same?
Yeah.
Annie?
Yeah. They've all got mullets.
Oh God.
Adil Rashid floats one up outside the off stump of the new batsman Hardy. I think that might have been the googly, but he's equal to it, meeting it with the full face of the bat and defending it to mid off. No run. Smart catch that from Bryden Castle, seeing it again. A real skimmer.
Yeah.
And he took
really low
it
down.
just in front of his knee as his knee was about to hit the ground. But made it look pretty comfortable. Back in his crease goes Hardy and looks annoyed that he can only dink it back to the bowler, Adil Rashid. Carey's got 48, played nicely again. Hardy yet to score, just faced those two balls. 227 for 6 is the score. We're in the 43rd over. Here comes Adil once more. Bowls now outside the off stump. Again, it's the googly, I think. Hardy off the front foot, forcing it through the covers, and I think he's going to get off the mark with a couple. He is indeed.
Yep.
Would you fancy watching this today? It looks quite steely kind of weather there. You'd need gloves and hat, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, I think I'd rather stay home and watch it on TV, to be honest.
Not worth the flight for you, Messrs, with all due respect.
Well, no, not really. It's a long way, Durham, as well,
Yeah.
for me.
Another googly here, and Hardy is back in his crease and playing it through cover point, fielded by Bethel,
Well,
and one
The
run.
train fare from Exeter to Durham's about half the plane fare from Perth to
possibly
Durham.
Oh, I know. Don't. I've got quite a lot of things I've got to do up north.
Up north?
This winter. Up north, and it's going to cost me an arm and a leg to get up there.
Yikes. Another full delivery. This one is swept by Carey. You can't beat Liam Livingston, who's on there. 45. And that completes the 43rd over. 230 for 6. What you got, Messrs?
Well, absolutely nothing. Other than a friend of mine who commented that he thinks what Jacob Bethel's hair is about is that he's actually trying to grow it into a barrister's wig.
Yeah, I think was it Forthy made that point earlier. He's wearing either a barrister's wig or one of those sort of 18th century Regency type wigs.
Yep,
It's
it's
the only
horrible.
explanation.
It's absolutely
It
horrible,
is.
and it is how I think my hair looks. And I, as I was saying earlier, it's got like a mullet type that my hair's growing back like.
I quite like the mullet though.
Do you? Well, you would. You would.
What do you
I
mean?
think your
What's
hair
that? What's
looks
that?
excellent, Annie. Don't be self-deprecating.
Let other people do it for you. This a full delivery which Hardy defends to mid off. It's Livingston who
You probably
started
like
in you over.
a nice knitted. What are they called? The short sleeve thingies.
A tabard.
Cardigan.
An attempted sweep here from Hardy. Just hits him on the pad and balloons up in front of him. No run.
Yes, you like a knitted tabard.
A knitted
don't you?
tabard. Is that what? Is that the sort of thing that people who like mullets like to wear?
Yes,
Is it?
absolutely.
Is it? I mean, I wouldn't rule it out necessarily. I don't own a knitted tabard. Funny enough.
I'm amazed you've got as many friends as you have, Annie.
I know.
I know she's vicious, isn't she? A leg break from Livingston outside. Hardy's off stump. He's back off the back foot, cutting it through cover point, and gets another single.
Oh, dear.
Better start to this over from Livingston than the previous one, which yielded. Yeah, so he got 1 for 15. I think he was 1 for 14 off that first over, but 1 for 15 now, halfway through his second one. And that brings the wicketkeeper Carey back onto strike. 48, still waiting to complete his own little milestone. The left-hander, who's in good form. Round the wicket comes Livingston, and he cuts this through point, does Carey. I think it's just going to be a single, as it's fielded by the on-rushing knitted hair man, Ethel Bethel.
Well, I've got to say, Matt is up for it. He says, I'm loving these guerrilla insults.
It's not an insult to Grubby at all.
We can do much better than that, Muttley, I tell you. This ball is cut off the stumps by Hardy behind square. It's fielded by Phil Salt down there, rushing in from the point, backward point boundary, and another single, a cruise.
There's nothing
33 for
wrong with
6.
a knitted tabard after all, is there?
I don't even know what a fucking knitted tabard is, to be honest.
This one is clipped through the leg side by Alex Carey, who is going to bring up his own milestone as he reaches one of these.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
He's in quite good form at
Yeah.
the moment, isn't he, Alex Carey?
6 overs left and 2-3-5 on the board. Even with 6 wickets down, you've got to be targeting 10 and over, haven't you, from there? It's got to be
Who
the
else is-
plan.
Who else is due into bat?
Stark and Hazelwood are in the team, as
They
is
can
Sean
both
Abbott. Sean Abbott can hit a long
yeah.
ball.
Oh,
We've
yes, he can.
seen him do it for Surrey in the blast earlier this
Yeah,
season.
so have I.
On a nice pitch, though.
A full delivery, which Hardy, in rather ugly fashion, gets to a straight long on. It's Rashid who started in the over, and one more to the total.
Yes, I
I've
don't
just
think
looked up
his pitches-
images of knitted tabards, and
Oh, have you?
they're just fucking weird. That's all I can say.
Can you picture me in one, Messrs?
No.
It's a full ball on leg stump from Adil Rashid, and Carey turns that through the leg side in front of square to get one more. Just dealing in singles at the moment, just having a little look. This is Adil Rashid's last over, so maybe they've just got in mind that they'll see off one of England's main threats and then make hay for whoever is to finish off the innings. Back in his crease goes Hardy. It's going to be another one to wide long on this time. Jofra Archer may bowl 1 or 2 at the back end, I'd have thought. Will Matthew Potts come back on?
Has he only got one left, I thought?
Archer?
Two.
Oh, he's
Archer's
got
got 2
has he?
left.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so he's going to come back and bowl those 2, you would think, in the last 5.
Yeah, because he's bowled well.
Too short. Carey has a lot of time
yeah,
to watch that one pick his spot, and he just whacks that through wide mid wicket for another one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He's getting pace to the boundary. Do you think it's drying out a bit, or?
I'll try and answer that in a second as he turns this one again to the leg side, but just for a single this time. I don't know. I mean, they had rain up until what, 9 p.m. last night, Messrs. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
I mean, the ground looks like it's dried out perfectly well to me. I don't know if there's some underfoot moisture early on or anything like that. Don't
I
know.
should imagine there's quite a lot of underfoot moisture there.
Yeah, but how far
I
underfoot?
think it's drained well. Yeah.
Yeah, looks okay to me for play. I mean, the pitch, regardless, has looked challenging to bat on. As Hardy is back and turning this one into the leg side for yet another single. It completes the 45th over. It's 244 for 6.
Michael Bedford says the only person who could get away with a mullet was David Bowie. Yeah, he did it well. Let's face it.
He did most things well. He's quite stylish, wasn't he?
He was. I've got a theory in relation to the approaches of England and Australia to ODIs. I think Australia look at them like test matches and work downwards from there, whereas England tend to go at them as if they're T20s and work up from there, and I'm not sure that attitude works all that well.
And again, I mean, going back to what I was talking to Hendo about, we don't have players that play it very often, whereas we used to.
And
I
this,
think that has changed quite
agreed.
a lot.
And this team is
Not
crying
as
out.
Australia match.
It's crying out.
No, but we always used to.
And Hardy, the first ball from Livingston's over, she pushes into the offside.
And I think that
they've
does
got
make a
one.
difference. I really do.
But it's crying out for a Joe Root in the middle order, isn't it? Someone who
Yeah,
can build,
it is.
who can
Oh,
build, who can still.
absolutely.
I mean, he's a one-off, once-a-generation player, but someone who can score at a relatively good clip, but also build an innings through that 50 overs. And if you do that, then you're gonna. You can score 120, 130 in the innings. This is a false shot from Carey, inside edgely to backward square leg.
Inside edgely.
Inside edgely.
Yeah, I like that. That's nice.
Thanks very much.
I mean, but also the experience. Smith.
They got one there.
You know, he got a decent score slowly. But
Yeah, he had to
built
work for
an
it.
innings, yeah.
A swing, attempted slog sweep there from Hardy, which he misses, and it misses the stumps, but not by much. And Livingston flings his hands to his head as if the world is against him. Kept a little
Yeah.
bit low as well, went sort of 3/4
Really
the way
did.
up.
Skidded on a bit, quite low.
Oh, good bit of camera work there. Hardy lofts it into the backward point area. It's taken on the bounce by Phil Salt. Hardy gets a single, he's moved to double figures. 10 he's got, Carey's got 58. And the score is 2-4-7 for 6. We're in the 46th over.
Yeah. I reckon we're looking at about 280.
Yeah, should be, shouldn't it? Livingston coming round the wicket. Bowling, we think, his leg breaks, but who knows with him. A full delivery. Whipped to long on. One more to the total. So again, they're just staying relatively sensible here, Australia. Mainly singles and the odd big shot. Still 4 overs and 1 ball, and here is that 1 ball coming back over the wicket to the right hander. Another drag down, another short ball, but Hardy can only find Ethel Bethel rushing in from the cow corner boundary to do the fielding. So 1 more to the total. It's 2-4-9 for 6 at the end of the 46th. Messers.
Well, I'm being deprived. Nobody's saying anything much. There's nothing new on YouTube at all.
Give us a super chat and ask us to do something silly.
Oh yes.
Get Annie to do some star jumps.
Ask Grammy to do something silly.
Accents. You're very good at them.
I think Annie should do
I'm
some
not.
star jumps or something. That's something people might pay for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably injure
Right.
myself doing it.
Here is the change of bowling that we mentioned an over or two ago, and it is going to be one of England's premier fast bowlers, this man.
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
Into the crease now and bowling to Hardy. Starts with a slower ball, I think, and Hardy duly mistimes it through square leg. Have they come back for 2?
69 miles an hour, that one.
They came back for 2 there. Rather fortunate.
good running.
A rather fortunate couple. I've been advocating the use of the word couple, or because we say a single. Why don't we say a couple or a duo, a pair, a triumvirate,
A threesome.
a three. Steady.
No, that's the wrong
A trio. Oh, it's just a bowl to Hardy again. And this one is muscled back over his head. A sort of flat batted shot here. It should be cut off, but they're both mid on and mid off were up, so they're both chasing back. And I think the ball is just hauled in by Captain Brooke, but they're going to get 3.
Yeah, they're doing
A trio. They're going to get a trio.
What was that?
They're doing a threesome.
A troika.
A troika.
Bit of troilers in there.
A triplet.
Yeah. I think they just about. I think Harry Brooke just about hauled that one in before careening into the sponge. Yeah, he's done pretty well there. But yes, I hadn't realised that both mid on, and mid off were up. So they went herring after it. 2-5-4 for 6 after these first 2 balls of the 47th over, being bowled by Jofra Archer.
Good to see him back.
Yeah, of course it is. He's round the wicket, and Carey forces this one through the wide mid-on area. A despairing dive, I think, from Brooke again, but he can't stop it, and it's gone to the boundary.
And if you kids can't listen, and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yeah, nicely timed that.
Good batting, or is he not quite bowling to his field here? There's the one where I suppose he couldn't.
I think it's good batting.
Yeah, it's good batting. You've got to give him credit, haven't you? It's not always our fault when we don't do well.
Yeah.
It is always good to see Jofra back, but unsurprisingly, he didn't play the Thursday and Saturday games back to back. They brought Ollie Stone in, another fragile fast bowler who.
Well, he only bowled 6 overs in the first ODI too.
Yeah, true enough.
Surprised me.
True enough. I suppose they're
I'll
always
be
going to
gentle
rotate.
with them. I want to see him in Test matches.
It's not going to happen, I don't think.
No, no.
Carey backing away and nudging this one up towards wide mid off, and they get a single into a little gap there. So he's moved on to 64. Alex Carey batting very nicely again for his team. Hardy's got 16. Good support from him. 2-5-9 for 6. 2 balls left in the 47th.
Do you play cricket still?
Me?
Yeah.
I haven't played for years. No.
Why not?
Fear. Fear of failure. It's funny.
That's a perfectly good reason in my view.
Fear of failure. I think that's probably why I don't.
It's why
play
people
as well.
don't do most things, isn't it? Archer is over the wicket, and Hardy's got hold of this one. He's just gone back in his crease, got under the ball, and he has mullered that over square leg and all the way.
Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex.
So a very expensive reintroduction into the attack for Jofra Archer has now gone
you
for
risk
15 in the over.
You miss that with the pace, don't you?
It can happen. If you're being hypercritical, you could say it was a bit too leg side. He was trying to bowl a short ball, but he just allowed Hardy to get inside that delivery and get into a good position to whack him over the leg side, which he did expertly.
But we don't want him to have fear of failure, do we? So we won't.
No.
won't
Well,
go
this England
for it.
team doesn't have
Yeah.
that. That's one of the great cultural shifts they've managed to engender. I think that just takes Hardy on the pad, very much like the full delivery that he bowled in the New Zealand Super Over. Which resulted in a famous victory for England. Sorry to all our Kiwi listeners. That completes the 47th over. We did win that game, by the way. Don't say otherwise.
So we have
266 for 6.
messages. Weber says, I reckon Australia to finish on 283 and England to chase down with 284, which would give us a result of 567.
Did anyone enter the GPL earlier?
Which is possibly
Don't know
one
if
of
we run it.
There were 4 entries, each ending in a 7, so I suspect that's one of Umbro's numbers. Ashley Patrick says England should win this game, but he also
I'm not
says
so sure.
325 is par. I don't think it is on this pitch.
Oh. Well, we've got a change of bowling. I'm just going to jingle him up briefly, but you can talk open.
From Potts that
It's Potts the Orc.
Caractacus / Susie Ruffle.
/ Orc.
He's going to bowl to Aaron Hardy, full delivery, and a beautiful shot. Misfield there at extra cover, bursts through the hands and goes all the way to the boundary rope for one of these. Poor work there in the field.
Stuck it.
I mean, he really did connect with that one. Beautiful timing. Is it Duckett? Oh dear, yeah. He was trying to do the long barrier, but he didn't quite get his left shin down quick enough, and it went underneath.
He was doing the okey-cokey, not a long barrier.
Oh, yeah. And you'd think it's not a long way down for him, like it would be for a tall man. No excuse.
But he had his left foot out. That was the problem.
Another strong shot here, a pull this time to backward square, and it's consecutive boundaries for Hardy, who's batting like a dream at the moment.
Yeah. Rocked it on.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Yeah, he's roaring along now. Hit Archer for
he's
6.
a very good prospect for Australia as a decent bowler who can bat as well.
Yeah, they could do with one of those.
In the fabled number 8 slot here, and doing a great job for his team.
Yeah, really good.
Potts in again, wide of the crease, fires one in at middle and leg, or leg stump really. It's whipped away, fielded by Ethel Bethel, and he's just going to get one. 275 for 6, already looking a fairly imposing score based on what we've seen on this pitch.
I reckon they might get to 300.
Could do, couldn't they?
Yeah.
15 balls left, and 25 runs required for that
Yeah.
milestone. So
I
think
wasn't sure that Hardy had the firepower, but he really does.
oh yeah, he's ignited like a Catherine wheel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wind appears to be getting up there and ruffling Susie Ruffle's shirt as he's into bowl, and a shocker really, an accidental beamer almost. I don't know if that's going to be called for anything. Carey was looking to get down on one knee and play a shot there, but then very quickly thought better of it. I think he's going to get away with it. It's going to be a precious dot ball. Yeah, 'cause, I mean, he certainly didn't mean to bowl it there. Maybe he was looking to bowl full and wide as he saw
It dipped
Carey
down
going
though,
across.
didn't it?
It did dip, thankfully for him. Otherwise, it would have been a Nobi.
Yeah.
A Nobi one Kenobi.
We can get all the top films in, can't we?
Oh yeah. A wide delivery, probably going to be called a wide. I would have thought,
Yeah.
yeah, it should be, and is looking to bowl deliberately wide, but going too wide across the left-hander.
wide.
Farong suggests using the Bangla word for two, which is duta.
A single,
Duta.
a duta, and a threesome.
And what's a 4?
Four's just a 4.
Oh.
Complicated.
Another wide delivery, another full delivery. He gets it on the full, does Carey. Some good work on the wide third man boundary there. I think that's Will Jacks down there, which will restrict them to 2, I think. Takes care.
I think a threesome's quite complicated then, Messi.
It is. Tell me.
I wouldn't know.
Oh,
Well, you know about 4s.
oh, the admin involved, I tell you.
The admin.
Diaries to coordinate.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know.
Oh, I know.
Oh, I know.
Sybil, thank you. 2-7-8 for 6. 1 ball left in the 48th over, being bowled here by Caractacus Potts. Hardy really is playing a little gem of an innings. He's got 32 from 22. Carey 66 from 57. And he's forward and playing a conventional shot through cover points, but the field is set deep here, so they're going to race back for a second. Excellent running from these two. Excellent play. Potts looks annoyed, and Australia have 280 for 6 with 2
These
overs
two are
remaining.
Really running well.
Yeah, they're batting. They're batting England ragged at the moment.
Yeah.
So Matthew Cullen is a little more highbrow than us. He says, I think we go by nuclear magnetic resonance splitting patterns, singlets, doublets, triplets, and quartets.
Oh, very.
Oh, that's
very
nice. Lovely nomenclature.
And Perko says, if there are going to be star jumps, it has to be Hendo.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, with his back.
Surely it's the bear who did it naked in Michael Caine's apartment, didn't he? So you
I'm
want
sorry?
a reenactment. Did you not know?
He did do some naked exercise in Michael Caine's apartment once. Yes, that does ring a bell. I tried to forget about it, but you just.
Is it filmed?
No, unfortunately not.
How do we know then?
And Muttley, of course, says that I can put my left foot in or out.
He can't.
A full delivery which Hardy drives through the covers. It's Archer who started the new over. One run.
I mean, as I recall, you left your left foot on stage at one stage, Muttley, while you were in the crowd.
Is Muttley talking about his front left paw or his rear left paw?
Good question.
Can you do the Muttley laugh?
No. Oh.
I made one of those noises that some people who don't like listening to weird noises don't like hearing. Yeah. Carey's come back on strike. Archer will look to be more economical than he's been recently. A full delivery, well bowled, Yorker length, dug out by Carey through the offside. He's going to get just the 1.
They're ticking those runs away. It's definitely looking like 300 is on, and that psychologically, that's a really big score on this. Oh, well, not just psychologically either.
Actually.
Yeah, factually.
300 reasons to believe that.
Don't let facts get in there, for fuck's sake.
Hardy facing up to this ball, a wide one from Archer, which he carves away through backward point. No one's getting to that, and it's going to be 4 more. There's a very tiny difference between that wide Yorker length that Archer was searching for and a wide half volley, and that was sort of the latter, really, to a very capable batsman who's got his eye in.
Yeah, very clean hitter as well,
isn't he?
He really
I like
gets
him.
it in the middle of the bat.
I like him. Good find, Messers, as you rightly pointed out.
Yeah, well, he's better in the top order for Western Australia quite a bit.
Oh, has he? In the Shield?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, what do you mean?
He's one of you, is he?
He's one of
you guys.
One of me.
Top order, what? Number 6? Is he about 6 or somewhere?
Higher than that, I think.
Really? Oh, well, he's certainly got the game to do that. This is a full delivery, smashed down the ground. Captain Brooke is fielding out long off, and he does the fielding to restrict them to 1. So 287 for 6. That 300 still very much on. 6 balls left to get those 13. Sorry, 8 balls left to get those 13 runs. So you'd
it's
say
got 3 first-class centuries and 6 50s.
Well, fair
It's
dues.
not much of a find then, is it? It's not like he's been hidden away.
Well, it's been around for a while. He's 25.
Yeah.
Carey gets a ball and leg stump, attempts a pull, bit top edgy, flies down to fine leg, one bounce. Jax does the fielding and he gets 1. 288 for 6. One ball left in the penultimate over.
Yeah, I mean, Archer's been expensive.
Being bowled
2 for
by
61 is.
Spanish Archer.
Yeah, Hardy's first class average is 40 in 33 games. So
that's
that's
incredibly
pretty
good.
respectable.
Oh, he's batting too low in this. Mind you. You couldn't have him coming in ahead of Maxwell, could you? Now he gets a full ball here. He's muscled this over the top of long on. That has flown all the way. Well batted, young man.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Yeah, the run rate's gone up to 6 now after that.
Yeah, he's just seeing it like a football now.
Yeah.
And Archer's gone for plenty in his 10 overs, about 70, I think.
67.
67.
Yeah.
Wow, I
67.
was rounding up.
Which is expensive.
It is in the context of today.
Speaking of which, Michael Bedford says could have an alternative jingle for Jofra when he just gets hiked all over the gaff.
Yeah, what would that be?
What
would that jingle be?
Tell us.
Yes. Come on, we need more. Ravi says, what about doublets and other complicated splitting patterns in your 1H NMR? I can recollect from chemistry classes. God,
it's Matty Caractacus Potts who's been entrusted with the last over. A full delivery outside the off stump. Carey is down on one leg. It's going to be a run out here as Carey sent Hardy back and sold him down the river at the same time. He was right next to his partner when Carey sent him back.
Not pretty cricket all round, really.
Well, it was all right from England, who kept their heads there. I think it's Rashid who did the fielding. Potts got back in position pretty quickly. We're seeing a replay of it now. Slower delivery, it's full. An attempted sweep straight to Rashid at backward square leg. And I suppose, not unreasonably, Aaron Hardy's thinking, well, it's the last over, we're going to be running for everything. But he's run out. Now, I know Bear was... well, let me... after this jingle. I know Bear was considering backing the run out earlier in the innings, so I don't know whether he'd have got onto that.
Well, he batted very well.
Very well for his 44.
He's got a mullet as well.
Oh, he's got a mullet with the little shavy bit, yeah.
It's not a proper mullet, though, is it? Because it doesn't have any sort of long
it's like
stuff down the
pots, though, isn't it?
Yeah, neither of them are proper mullets. Proper mullets are worse.
Do better on the mullet. Mullet harder. Yeah, 44 from 26 Aaron Hardy got. That was a little gem of an innings. 294 for 7, and Carey remains on strike as he eschewed that single. This is an edge, a genuine edge. Would have been caught at first slip, but there's not going to be a first slip at this stage of the innings, and he's going to get himself another one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
298 the score now for 7.
They've played nearly a perfect innings, really.
Yeah, they played very well as a collectively as a batting unit. They have they batted.
I mean, they took their time slow, kept the wickets in.
Just really professional.
Their own game later,
Yeah, this is wide. Probably should be called a wide. Is called a wide.
Yes.
A slower ball, deliberate wide ball, but an actual wide, and rightly so.
Yeah.
299 for 7, so they are about to cross the Rubicon of 300. Another wide ball is lofted by Carey over the offside. Is it going to drop? It does drop just before the onrushing Ethel Bethel.
And they get 301.
Yeah, 301. They came back for a doublet.
Doublet.
Doublet and hose.
My fellow Perthite, Jehan, says all the big all-rounders come from WA. Green, Hardy, Tim David, Mishra Marsh and Steiners.
They are all big as well. All large, muscular
What do
fellas.
you eat over in Western Australia?
Whatever I can lay my hands on.
A lot of beef, presumably. Another wide one is almost an identical shot to the one where Hardy was run out. It's fielded again by Adil Rashid, and again they don't get a run. So that's a slight missed opportunity. premeditated once more. It was wide outside the off stump and full, literally a full bunger. But he thought the best shot to that was a little lap sweep. Brought him
I
no
guess
runs.
keep Carey on strike. He's batting well.
Yeah. Balls per 100, 134, 100 and then 57. So that speaks volumes, doesn't it? This is obviously the plan.
Wide again, isn't
Yeah,
it?
he just about reaches that one to get it through cover point. And they just get one. So not bad from England at the end of this. A little shake of the head from Glenn Maxwell on the balcony there. But I would suggest that Australia will be pretty happy at the halfway stage. England will also fancy their chances, because when do they not? And we'll see what happens, whether they can bat.
That's a good attitude, isn't it? To
Yeah, why not?
Fancy your chances, yeah.
Fuck it, as Joss Butler would write in small letters.
Yeah.
302 for 7, one ball left. It's going to be faced by Sean Abbott. It will be his one and only ball. Wides and no balls notwithstanding. And it will be
It
bowled.
would be his only legitimate ball.
That's correct. Caracas bowls it, full delivery. It's right on middle stump. He digs it out. He gets it up to long off. They should come back for 2 here, at least try to. They do indeed. They make it. It's 304 is the total that Australia have set here. That, I think, is a substantial total.
Really decent total.
On a pitch that has not been always easy to bat on.
Yeah.
Really good collective display by Australia. What have we got?
But you
Messages
never
and
know
further
till the
thoughts.
you never know till the other side back.
Till both sides are batted.
Yeah.
Nah,
Appreciate ya.
Yeah.
Oh dear, there's been a few messages of late.
There you are.
Matthew Cullen says, yes, I had a doublet of doublets a few months ago. Definitely the best splitting pattern I've seen, whatever that means. The following comment about Wimbledon's flooding could also apply to Hendo, says Christopher. Time after time, this football club has defied naysayers. We have another obstacle in our path, and I no doubt will be back. And I'm hopeful it's sooner rather than later. Poor old Wimbledon, there's a bloody sinkhole.
Horrible to see. Yeah. Anything more, Messrs, or shall I crack on with the card?
Oh, well, Matthew Cowan really wants me to read this. He says, I struggle to imagine what a doublet of doublets would mean in a cricketing sense. There maybe 2 twos and 2 balls. I look forward to hearing Messrs read those out. And Perko says, presumably Aaron spent a certain amount of time in the wilderness. Oh yes. We need our biblical references occasionally, Perko. Thank you for reminding us. And Chris Aqua says, sounds like a monastery joke. Abbott has only one legitimate ball.
Aaron, the brother of Moses, right? My Bible knowledge isn't really up to snuff, but I think he was the brother of Moses. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you very much. Is that all from you, Messrs?
That's all from
the
me,
YouTuber sphere. Right. Well, let me bring you the card quickly, and then we'll go to a break. So Australia were asked to bat by England, who won the toss, I think, for the 3rd time running. And the card read as follows. Short was Court Rashid bowled Archer for 14. Marsh was Court Smith bowled Cast for 24. Smith grafted his way to a very valuable 60 before he was caught very well by Cast on the boundary from the bowling of Archer. Green got 42 before he was caught Jacks bowled Bethel. Labuschagne got exactly none before Smith caught him off the bowling of Jacks, an attempted sweep that hit his body before looping up in the air. Carey played really well again for the 2nd game running, 77 unbeaten off 65 deliveries. Maxwell gave him great support, got to 30 before he was caught Cast bowled Livingston. But then Hardy carried on that baton and played a gem of a knock, 44 from 26 before he was run out in the final over. A combination of Rashid and Potts doing the running out. And Abbott faced 1 ball and got 2 runs. There were 11 extras, and Australia got their way to 304 for 7, which I think looks a pretty decent total. Potts was none for 48 from 9. Archer 2 for 67, pretty expensive from his 10. Cast, who I thought was good, particularly in the first half of his spell, 1 for 55 from 10. Rashid, no wickets today for him, and 56 runs conceded. Bethel 1 for 33 from 5. Jacks 1 for 20 from 3, and Livingston 1 for 24 also from 3. So there we go, you're up to date. 304 is the score that Australia have posted. England have to get 305 from their 50, and I would make them second favourites. Final words, and then we'll go to a little break. What do you think, Annie, Messrs?
Yeah, I think second favourites is probably a good shout. I think It looked like they were containing them quite well early on, but it was obviously dodgy not easy to score. And then, as I said, I really do think Australia played a pretty perfect innings.
Canny, yes.
The other thing that I think is worth noting, though, is that whereas in the last ODI I didn't rate England's bowling particularly well, I thought they bowled pretty well on the whole today.
Yeah, I think there's some real high spots. I definitely think Bryden Cast was pretty impressive. He found that hard length early on, and all the batsmen struggled to get him away, I think.
And it wasn't just down to Rashid, as he didn't get any wickets,
Okay, unless there are any final comments, we'll go to a break, and we will see you in half an hour or so for England's reply. All right, see you later, everyone.
Indeed.
He had 2 wickets, and they were 7 down or 6 down. And I thought, well, what if he gets three of these last 4 wickets, which of course he did, and so he claimed it. And I think, to be honest, I felt he deserved man of the match, but I did think it would go to Root because.
About Gus, and it's been picked up finally by all the newspapers, is the awful story about his mum and the fact that she'd sadly been killed in a road accident by a dangerous driver, and literally as he's playing in the test match in Southwark Crown Court, the guy's being put away for 8 years. This was complete news to me. It had been kept completely under wraps until, I suppose, the conviction of the guy who did it, who, just to add an extra something to the story, turns out to be an actor who's appeared in a number of things, including EastEnders. But it was an awful story. It happened back in 2020. But for the lad to be so confident and determined, must have known that all of this was going on at the same time. That shows incredible mental fortitude, doesn't it?
I think it does. But the other thing I would say, we had a little bit of discussion this morning on the WhatsApp, and I think initial notions were that this is a bit tacky of some newspapers bringing this up at this point. Now I don't know how long ago those particular newspapers got hold of that story and knew about it. But actually, sort of using my journalistic instincts, I have to say, having read it and looked through it, I think almost any journalist would have run with that as a story, because not only is it a human interest story, it does say something about Gus Atkinson's fortitude, and not only that, knowing his backstory might make us in the cricket media a little less quick to rush to judgment, when naturally enough his form will fall away a little bit, even if it doesn't, even if he goes on to have a fantastic career in general, there will be a period when things don't go for him. And I think it's a sort of reminder to us that people have things going on in their personal lives, despite how great things can seem on the surface, that there are often a lot of unpleasant things going on behind the scenes that people have to deal with. I think I'm trying to think, was it Joseph, not Shamal, Azari Joseph? I think he played in test between, was it a test with England and
it was
the morning after his mum had died. So and maybe actually getting out onto a cricket pitch is actually much more beneficial than sitting around and having it weighing on your mind.
Perhaps not surprisingly, it's not something he's talked a lot about. I can understand why, particularly even before a case has got to court. The guy did a runner, of course, and then hid in the US, didn't provide samples. So we don't need to go into the mechanics of that. But there is a lovely quote that he said. Gus Atkinson said, "She pushed me forward, almost behind my back. She'd get in touch with Surrey and make sure I was still in the loop, when perhaps I might have been falling behind the others. Once she passed away, my career could have gone one of two ways. I wanted to take it in the direction she would have wanted, and that I wanted as well." So he's kind of sort of almost acknowledging it. She's a motivating force still, despite everything. And maybe we saw some of that manifested to England's benefit at Lord's, I guess.
Well, I think also that you know, in a sense, you can from that quote, you can take the fact that he's turned something really horrific into a sort of motivating force in a way.
Yeah.
Which is surely better than, you know, he could, as you say, it could go either way. He could have, you know, wallowed. I'm not saying that people for whom these sort of things happen, you know, are wallowing it, but you know, you can just ruminate over such things and wonder why they've happened. But you know, it sounds like he's used it in a positive way and used it. I'm not saying that that's what he did, but you know, he's found a way of dealing with one presumes. Although, you know, who knows what's down the line? You know, it's very difficult.
Well, yeah. Let's hope it sustains in adversity as well as driving him to the opposite of adversity to great success. Changes for the next test. Have England announced their team? I think they have, and I think we are going to see Leicestershire's Josh Hull. Do we think that's just it's effectively a dead rubber? We've got a measure of the opposition. Now's probably the time to take a look at a player. If it's the right time for it to essentially probably go, is he in the frame for Australia? Because that's the question that every selection is being based on, even if we're currently about to play Sri Lanka at the Oval.
Who's he replacing?
He's replacing Matthew Potts.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Who, of course, bowled actually very well. He had a shocker. He had a bit of a shocking start at Old Trafford, but then he found his length. I thought he was excellent at Lord's, and economical as well as reasonably penetrative. But I think they've just decided there's a cast of characters who could be manoeuvring into that ultimate Ashes berth. Let's look as many as we can. And we're 2-0 up in a series against Sri Lanka. Surely this is a good time to chuck another one in.
Must be quite disheartening for Potts, though. I mean,
I don't think it means he's been rejected. I just think it means he's in a holding pattern of seamers that they want to have a good look at.
But it says something to him, doesn't it? I mean, it says to him, we've had all these changes, we've got rid of Jimmy Anderson, we've got an injury to Mark Wood, we've run all these changes, you were on the sidelines for quite a while, you played before, we've got you in for one test, you've done okay, but actually we're going to look at someone else.
No, he's played 2 tests.
He played the first. No, did he? He didn't play the first.
Yes,
oh yeah, of course he did play the first one, didn't he? Yeah.
I think that was always the plan. I mean, I mean, who knows whether this will work? And you know, it's a lot for him to have to take on when he's played so little first-class cricket. But he did bowl against the Sri Lankans for the in the warm-up, didn't he? He took a few wickets in that. Where was that? I think that was at Worcestershire. I've literally only seen him bowl 4 or 5 balls, and that was in the 100.
I've seen none. I gather he's quite quick.
Well, yes, he's alleged to be about 87, something like that. He's also left armour.
Left armour, yeah.
And what we haven't got is a quick left armour. We've got a number of medium fast left armours and ones that are prone to injury, but we haven't got a genuinely quick left armour. I still think it's going to be an enormous ask for him to come good quickly enough to be, you know, a serious contender for Australia. But in a way, I don't mind it, because I always thought years ago that England was a little behind in bringing talent forward initially, and you know, so we'd often see Pakistan players, for example. Shah is an example, Nasim Shah is an example, you know, coming in as a quick bowler at 16, 17 years of age. And England have always been a little bit reluctant to do that, but they do seem to be doing it with the likes of Shoaib and now Josh Hull. And you can argue 2 ways. You can say that it's unfair on those who've, you know, battled away in county cricket, and I have some sympathy with that notion, absolutely. But at the same time, it's kind of refreshing to see see them back certain players, and in a way perhaps get them out of county cricket before county cricket, for all its positives, can actually, it can bring people down after a while if they're not making a certain amount of progress. And especially with the way that the county game is now divided up into sort of April and September and a couple of matches in June and July if you're lucky, it becomes much more difficult for players to make their case, because they're dealing with such differing conditions. Really, they're not bowling in the when you would think that, especially if you talk about quick bowlers, they're not bowling when you think pitches would be at their best in late June, July, August. They're bowling mainly in April and September. And April, you kind of think, if you're a fast bowler, you've got to be a little bit careful about injury, haven't you? When it's as cold as it sometimes is.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think it's well worth having a look at. He's only 20. He's a quick left arm. He had a very good blast, I think. I don't think he did. He only played 2 in the 100, and he went for about 50 odd in 2 matches for Manchester Originals, I think. But he did pretty well in the blast, I think. Got regular wickets for Leicestershire there. He's only played 3 county games, and again, he's a bit like Shoaib Bashir. If you look at his county average, you'd never pick him. But he did have that phenomenal final in the Royal London, as it was last year, didn't he? When he bowled the death over there, and really helped to win it for Leicestershire.
No idea, Tony.
Well, he did. I can assure you did. So I'm kind of with Hendo. A left arm quick. Have a look. Give him a chance.
Yeah,
20,
well, I mean, there's one way of looking at this. Is if you're good enough to play professional cricket, and you can get into a county side, maybe you've got an opportunity as a test player, and you can prove your worth exactly that. Skip the county shit and prove your worth at the international level. That's what I've been saying about Shoaib Bashir. He's going to learn on the job, basically, playing for England, because no one else seems to want to play him. And he's young, and he's got a whole career ahead of him, and if he learns and does enough for the England side, he'll learn an awful lot more playing for England, playing around the world in different conditions, and he'll ever learn in county cricket, and if they can keep him there, give him 3 or 4 years, he might well be a real find.
Yeah. Sorry, Hendo, go on.
I think it's possible, but I think the other thing is that one would imagine that they're not purely going on what they've seen of him, which probably isn't much in the county game. They must have had him in the nets. They must have had a look at him there, and they must have had him bowling to some of England's better batsmen, and they've judged that actually it wouldn't be too much of a risk to put him in there. They've got to see now what he's like under the pressure of an international game. And if you go back to all those years, when was it? Was it in Australia where Stephen Finn was described as
unselectable? Yeah, it was in an Ashes series.
And that's purely from watching a guy in the nets, and so if you're watching a guy in the nets, and you have to then transplant that to the actual game. But if he was bowling rubbish in the nets, then I presume they wouldn't risk it. So the fact that they are prepared to be given this game and to have announced it, I know they announced their teams quite early now, England anyway, but the fact that they've done that, I think, shows that they've got a reasonable level of confidence that he won't let himself or England down.
Yeah, I think so. You've already got the Series 1. When that's a time to experiment, traditionally, and I'm sure England will take it. What I think we really should have a chat about as well today is the just that 8,000 crowd, day 4, Test match on the line, best part of a full day of Test cricket, and yet, well, he did. I can assure you did. So I'm kind of with Hendo. A left arm quick. Have a look. Give him a chance.
Yeah,
20,
well, I mean, There's one way of looking at
private
this. Is if you're good enough to play professional cricket and you can get into a county side, maybe you've got an opportunity as a test player and you can prove your worth exactly that. Skip the county shit and prove your worth at the international level. That's what I've been saying about Shah Bashir. He's going to learn on the job, basically, playing for England, because no one else seems to want to play him. And he's young, and he's got a whole career ahead of him. And if he learns and does enough for the England side, he'll learn an awful lot more playing for England, playing around the world in different conditions. Then he'll ever learn in county cricket. And if they can keep him there, give him 3 or 4 years, he might well be a real find. And
Yeah.
Sorry, Hendo, go on.
I think it's possible, but I think the other thing is that one would imagine that they're not purely going on what they've seen of him, which probably isn't much in the county game. They must have had him in the nets. They must have had a look at him there, and they must have had him bowling to some of England's better batsmen, and they've judged that actually it wouldn't be too much of a risk to put him in there. They've got to see now what he's like under the pressure of an international game. And if you go back to all those years, when was it? Was it in Australia where Stephen Finn was described as
Unselectable, yeah, it was in
unselectable.
the Ashes series.
And that's purely from watching a guy in the nets, and so if you're watching a guy in the nets, and you have to then transplant that to the actual game. But if he was bowling rubbish in the nets, then I presume they wouldn't risk it. So the fact that they are prepared to be given this game and to have announced it, I know they announced their teams quite early now, England anyway, but the fact that they've done that, I think, shows that they've got a reasonable level of confidence that he won't let himself or England down.
Yeah, I think so. You've already got the Series 1 when that's a time to experiment traditionally, and I'm sure England will take it. What I think we really should have a chat about as well today is the just that 8,000 crowd, day 4, Test match on the line, best part of a full day of Test cricket, and yet Gus Atkinson's fifer, and yet 8,000 people were there. Lord's only a third full. It seems, though, that the MCC have held their hands up and said we really do need to look at our pricing policy going forwards. My only worry is they might also start to think that certain tests are only valid as 4-day games, and that it will open that can of worms again. It's going to happen with Zimbabwe, it happened with Ireland. You do worry if they start to go, our 5th days are economically viable anymore.
Well, I mean, not just 5th days, but 4th days, really. I mean, I think I said at the beginning of this whole summer, without trying to disrespect West Indies or Sri Lanka, but based on their batting lineups that they were bringing and their lack of experience in the conditions, and the way that England play, it was more than likely that most of the games could be over in 3.5 days, and that's been pretty true, especially when you consider that if you do lose any time to rain or bad light, it's now made up at the end of the day. So it's not like you lose a lot, and that might force you into a 5th day, or something.
Or
like
longer
that.
Sessions the next day. I hate that. Plays havoc with my rotors.
But yes, exactly, and you get that, and it's long overdue. I mean, if this is the wake-up call that MCC Lords required, then all well and good. Because, I mean, I was I wasn't watching it that closely, I think, on the Sunday and initially, and I was aware that it wasn't a particularly big crowd, but I wasn't aware that it was quite as bad as that. And when you say 8,000 or 9,000, I'm actually surprised it was that many. It really didn't look like that. It literally looked like a smattering of people.
The cheapest ticket price on the day was £95. The tickets available.
Yeah. Well, that's crazy. That's crazy.
That's crazy if you want to get people through the door.
But I think, you see, this is the difficulty. I mean, and it makes you wonder whether they should, if they know that they're playing It's difficult to say because in some circumstances England could be the weak team, but if they know that England are playing a weaker team and they're still playing, baseball type cricket, then they should be selling in advance for the fourth day because it's not necessarily going to go to that. And the thing is, if people, and I think this point was made by Lords, was that we've already got people coming who've paid 95 quid or more.
They did say that, yeah.
Four.
Guy Lavender.
I mean, I've never really understood this. I mean, it struck me as a sort of similar to the argument that how sometimes you'll get on a train and there's standing room only, or even sitting in the corridor room only. If say it's like sort of intercity train, and then sort of first class has got about 3 people in it, and of course they won't let you overflow all the people who haven't got access to a seat by putting them in first class because it would upset the first class passengers. And it seems to me that's a bit like what we've got here. You can't, obviously there would have been complaints potentially from those people who paid 95 quid because everyone gets so irate with the idea of anyone getting anything more than they've got in this day and age that it would have been it would have been difficult. So I understand that they said that, and I did even say that I think when I came on Sunday. So I think it's a good thing long term because it is unsustainable. You don't. I think someone was saying they paid 30 odd quid for day 4 at Old Trafford or something, and I think, well, yeah, that's about right, isn't it? I mean.
Well, I've got a little table here which is quite interesting, which is the admission prices. Lords days 1 to 3, 65 to 150 pounds, and no reductions for day 4.
Yep.
Trent Bridge 45 to 90 pounds days 1 to 3, and a 25% reduction on every price bracket for day 4. Edgbaston 65 to 120 pounds, and apparently didn't answer the query that this was from the Times. Old Trafford 35 to 115 days 1 to 3, but reduced prices ranging from 29 to 75 for day 4. And then Lords, as we say, between 80 and 150, and the Oval 75 and 110, but no day 4 reductions. And what Guy Lavender said, and it's interesting, therefore, it's the 2 London grounds that appear to be coining it the most with the least flexibility, which I think tells its own story, but there we go.
They're in the capital. There's more people.
London waiting and all that. I get that.
I guess that's how they feel they can do it. I do find it a bit odd that they don't want to reduce prices on days, especially when you see what things
because members have paid, they've gone through the ballot, and they don't want to do that. But I think you've just got to adjust what you ask people to pay in the ballot as well. They say you don't get hamstrung by that. What he said was, Guy Lavender, who's the CEO of MCC for now, although I thought he was off to Cheltenham Racecourse.
Maybe
he might be leaving anyway, and he is current CEO. He said, "We will be paying particular attention to the structure of fourth day tickets in our pricing reviews, given the way Test cricket is now being played," which had an ominous ring to it for me. I mean, I know he's talking about getting ahead of the game early, driving the story of the game forward, getting runs on the board, etc. Giving yourself time to ball teams out, very much the way England play. The Ireland test last year was scheduled a 4-day test. Obviously, the Zimbabwe done was that. I think the calls potentially for 4-day tests are going to get a bit louder. But he did say we will be paying particular attention to the structure of 4th-day tickets in our pricing reviews, given the way Test cricket is now being played. So, I mean, I think you had a fantastic opportunity at Lords for children free, anything to get people along to the game. And it was utterly missed, and it was a fantastic day's cricket. Okay, there was no day 5, and yes, it was about England ultimately driving towards what seemed a pretty inevitable win, given that the total set for Sri Lanka to chase was so huge. But you've excluded a lot of people from the chance to experience a fun day in great weather of Test cricket by being just too greedy and too inflexible, and that I think is a bit of a tragedy.
Well, I think also that we kind of need a breakdown of that 9,000 or 8,000 or whatever the actual.
It was 8,000 tickets plus 3,000 members. So I guess in the ground potentially you had 12,000.
Oh, really? I mean,
Yeah.
well, that seems a lot more than it looked like. But also the other thing you have to ask yourself is, of those numbers, how many of them had actually booked in advance, and how many did turn up and buy tickets on the day? Because if it was a really small number that came on the day, then you would have thought that they would have known how low the crowd was going to be from the point of view of those that had already booked their tickets, and they might have adjusted their prices based on that. I mean, I think it seems they're being wise after the event, aren't they? And I think because in London they generally do sell out or get close to selling out in most test matches, I think they're just
and we're back. Ajit, get on. Morning, Andy. Afternoon, I should say, actually.
Afternoon, whatever it is. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, hear you fine. Oh, you got a nice sounding headset these days, isn't that good?
That one you recommended for
well,
me, yeah.
Why, thank you. See, I do know what I'm talking about. Right, we have, let's jingle up the protagonist. This man is going to bowl, if I can find him. No, he's moved out of team. He's over here. And he's already bowled on the first ball. It swings in sharply to Phil Salt. We all know who's opening the bowling. And it's no run. Yeah, no swing from Cape Town. That's an old jingle, because he's got his swing back, it would have seemed. Especially on a day like today, which does seem very much like a bowler's day. England's opening batsmen are...
Get up on there. So salt, yeah, Phil is here. Want you to push it good into the offside. Scores runs all round.
He's facing up to Mitch Stark's second ball. Ooh, and that one is the one that goes straight on. And he drives at it airy-fairy and doesn't get anything on it. And the other batsman is...
Bang Duckett. He is not very tall. Bang Duckett. But sometimes he hits the ball hard. Bang Duckett.
Looks like Nicola Sturgeon.
Well, one of each so far. One that came in and one that left the batter or held its line.
Well,
it's a good start by Stark.
Well, of course it is. I should be going under for the full of the first wicket. I need to get my phone out for that, though. That was defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. And I'm not sure I even have my phone. I do have my phone, so I am going to place a bet. So what do we reckon to the first innings by the Australians? Thought it was a pretty decent score, really.
I think it's about 20-25 runs above par from the way the pitch has been behaving. I don't think it's a traditional wicket. A lot of running runs here, or a lot of runs to be taken off the field, if I may say. Not easy boundaries to be had.
That was an all-run 4 in the first innings.
Yeah, so I can see the dimensions. It's quite something. At Chester Street, they have let out the boundaries.
Stark in. Fourth ball of the over is driven by Salt up to mid-off, and there is no run. To be fair, I mean, Australia started really slowly. I'm hoping it can get a little bit better than that. But there was a lot of movement, and I imagine that Stark and Hazelwood might well have a lot of fun here.
Exactly. I mean, but if Salt stays in for any amount of time, you can expect England will get a little bit of a turbocharged start.
Well, it's Stark and Duckett stay in. I mean, sorry, if these two stay in, then you can imagine that that would be good. However, I'm expecting a wicket. Here comes Stark. Fifth ball of the over is defended by Salt up to mid-off, and there's no run. But they should look at the Australians and look how they accelerated at the end. Because they were going at about 4 and over for 20 odd overs, and then they did take off at the end.
That's the advantage you get, right? When you're starting the innings, you have to get the chance to assess the conditions. You can sort of set yourself up. It's not the same when you're chasing. It's never going to be the same. Oftentimes,
I think it is in 50 overs. I'm not so sure in 20 overs. Yeah, I mean, if you're facing a big score in 20 overs, you haven't really got a lot of time to assess. But certainly in 50 overs, you can certainly up the pace later in the innings and catch up. That one's one of those attempted searing in ducking Yorkers from Mitchell Stark, just a little bit short of a Yorker. Sort of digs it out square on the offside. It is a maiden though, and that is that first over done. None for none.
I mean, for a 34-year-old man, he looks quite craggy. A lot of lines on his face. But Andy, welcome.
It's all the searing heat in Australia. They all squint.
That'll be it. All the skin cancer. Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't believe we have anything new. People just getting back to the game after tea. One thing I'd say about the Australian innings, they were 5 down after 35 overs.
Yes.
Also that.
They didn't really have a platform to score well in the last 15 overs. The fact that they did is very much to their credit. But like I say, it's not that they built a platform and were able to cut loose. It was just, I didn't see any of it, but it must have been that Carey, Maxwell and Hardy batted very well.
Yeah, they did. Maxwell didn't get too many, but Carey certainly held it to innings, and he punched it all over the place, scored a lot of fours and scored roughly a run a ball and picked it up. Hardy smashed it around a little bit. Hazelwood is in, and duck it. So almost on the walk, just pokes his bat at it. It goes past the outside edge, and there is no run.
There's a little bit of measuring each other. A fast bowler bowling to an aggressive top order bat, but he started with that metronomic back of length immediately, outside off immediately for a left-handed ball, leaving him.
Yeah,
immaculate.
Certainly with the new ball, there's a little bit of nibble in this pitch. I mean, England's first few overs, it was they were getting it to nip back quite a lot.
Duckett isn't going to wait too long to go after those.
Yeah, you wouldn't have thought so. That one is into his legs though, and he clips it to Matty Short, who's at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
With both these batters, you pretty much know Stark and Hazelwood will not get close to the bat or give them chance to sort of free their arms. It's well known, their proclivity to try and hit hard.
Oh, but we got a run.
Oh dear.
Because thankfully it's one of these.
You get a free hit if they bowl a no ball. Off a free hit, you mostly don't get
Big lad, just overstepped. We don't give him enough credit. He bowls a heavy ball as well, Hazelwood.
Oh yeah,
what he has.
Well, he's tall, isn't he? Oh, what he splammed that into the leg side. Spammed it into the leg side. It's going to land over the top of mid-on. Here's the skipper, Mitch Marsh. They'll get back.
Was he
two.
Sort of cruising to it till the ball pitches? I know there's no catch.
There's no point in trying to catch
exactly.
it, is there?
Yeah.
Exactly. You know, but no point in putting yourself out.
Yeah.
There's a marginal no ball, very marginal, probably maybe a centimetre, maybe even less. But
wow, I mean, at the point of delivery or where the foot landed, you saw it was almost as if a part of it was behind. Just I think it was on the line. So that's unfortunate. That's how we are penalised. That's how it is.
Yeah, last time I was speaking to you, Ajit, wasn't it? We had a 150 partnership between Jadeja and Ashwin. They went on to completely hammer that test, didn't they? That one is through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I mean, it's the problem for India, for teams touring India. If you don't do well in the first innings, you'll be buried under a lot of runs very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And Bangladesh, I was a little surprised they didn't throw a bit more of a punch from their middle order in the first innings.
Yeah, but hey, ended up being a walk in the park, didn't it?
I mean, yeah, Ashwin will be very happy playing at home. He got 100 and the 6 for, so while he'll not complain. But nonetheless, you saw that length. It was going past Duckett's midriff. He's not going to pitch it up.
Oh, no, look at that. He's gone right across his stumps and he's done a little paddle sweep and it's a 6. My God. Go, Duckett. Sweet. He's gone right across his stumps and just dinked it and over the keeper and he's gone for 6. Is that a crazy shot?
Yeah,
in
pitch
the
it
second
back
over.
All you will, right? I'm going to set myself up for that line now.
Well, I suppose if you go off like this at the top of the order against the new ball, you might discombobulate. Oh no, it's not going to be a 6 actually. I think it's going to be a 4.
Why did it look like it hit the score?
It looked like it bounced well over the line to me, but it not on the replay. It's bounced into the sponge. So I gave it a 6, but it's actually a 4.
It's an extraordinary shot.
It's still an extraordinary shot, and it's the kind of thing you can put the bowler off his length, and you might be able to score quickly at the top of the order.
Next one is coming at his face.
Face?
Yeah, face.
Well, if it's a beamer, it'll be another no ball, and that'll be one
he'll
warning.
pitch it. It's called a bouncer, right? He's going to pitch it, still hit his face.
Oh, if he pitches it short, I'm sure Duckett will go after it. He didn't pitch it short. He bowled a length delivery.
Wise for that, Hazelwood.
Yeah, exactly. He's too canny for that
No
one.
knee-jerk reactions, yeah?
No. And it's defended up to mid-on, and there is no run. Good shot, though. I like that from Duckett. He's actually had a reasonably good summer, Duckett. I mean, he's not got a ton, has he? He's got a few 80s, a couple of 50s. Looked good. He is prone to throwing it away, but hey, that's the way he plays, and he doesn't seem unhappy about it. Hazelwood in, last ball of his first over. Down the track comes Duckett.
Is that out, Evan?
No, it's not out. Misses it. I think that went under the bat.
It
Maybe
went
kept it
under
really
the
low,
inside
yeah.
edge. I mean,
taken by Carey, no run.
Hazelwood has a few things to say as well, I'm sure.
I'm sure he does. Has anyone joined us yet? No one's joined us yet. Come on, give us.
No, I can't see anyone. It's not just me here.
No, it's not just you there. No one. 11 extras is poor is the last comment on YouTube.
Come and join us on YouTube and or Twitter.
And or Blue Sky and or anything else that we're on.
Well, I won't pick you up on Blue Sky, so...
That's cool. I can hear.
Okay.
Not that we get many, and we don't get many on people on Twitter. Elon Musk seems to have fucked off all the cricket folk.
Well, he's not responsible for all the ailings on that channel or that site, you know.
What, Musk? No, but he's responsible for letting all the fucking idiots back on it.
The opposite, in my opinion.
Well, you're turning into a right-wing Trumpetarian. That one is defended out square on the offside, and there is no run.
Very watchful from Salt. Very... Unlike him, I expected him to play the shot Duckett did, frankly. Duckett is also a test opener, huh? But this guy is more village blacksmith. Salt.
Yeah, Phil Salt. Definitely.
Salt of the earth, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, there's nothing on Twitter anyway. Let's have a look on the old skies. Blueies, as we like to call them.
Got to start joining.
Stark. That's into leg. That's out. I did tell you there'd be a wicket. Fucking Phil Salt. Get him out.
What a setup that
was. He's
though.
not really consistent enough as an international opener. Maybe in T20s, but not for me. And he at the top, his top level, or the highest of high level, just doesn't quite cut it for me.
That wasn't a good shot.
No, it's a terrible
it hurried
shot.
onto him. He was trying to pull that ball, but Stark, just that back of length ball again, coming into his midriff, but he was really hurried. He didn't have chance to play it squarer off that square leg fielder.
No.
Went straight to him. It was like a setup, beautiful setup.
And the problem is, it's wasting a wicket, isn't it? You want someone who can actually score runs at the top of the order. Anyway, we have to say goodbye to Salt.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says
You know, we shouldn't be that harsh on him, because if he gets going, as we discussed, they could as well be 60-70 for no loss, no time.
Well, people come and join us on YouTube. Camilo Cochia, thanks for the excellent commentary, lads. You're welcome. Hattie the Batty, afternoon. Smash that like button.
Smash the like button. Follow.
Yep, do those things. I think England, compared to when they were at their best, I think, as you say, consistency is a big thing for that top five. I mean, maybe sport for choice before, but I look more at the guys at 3, 4 and 5 now. Before we had this engine room of Root, Stokes, Milan and Morgan, very consistent players, always around 45, 50 average.
Yep.
These guys, Jacks, you know, Bethel's new, who's coming in for?
For a second I thought Livingston probably, but for a second I thought it was Livingston.
Brooks has potential. Yeah. Jamie Smith has potential. I think.
I looking at potential rather than.
Yeah, whatever. I mean,
but I do wonder if we're picking the right kind of players. If there's really room for all of those guys.
Well, I think it's different to T20. I think there's still a place for fucking Joe Root in this side.
Probably right now there is. Yeah.
Yeah. Stokes.
Oh wow.
Sorry, Stokes. No, Stark. Sorry.
Stark
is bowling at the new boy, who is Will Jacks.
It might be Will Jacks. Maybe it's Will Jacks. It's probably Will Jacks. Yes, Will Jacks.
I mean, Joe Root is one of the best batsmen in the world.
I mean, I would
plays
say
it all around.
if the World Cup was next month, Root would definitely be playing. The next ODI World Cup's not for 3 years. I should imagine the thinking is.
Well, that's kind of fair enough, but you've got to have a transition as well. I mean, Stark is in, and Jax plays that out up to mid-on, and there's no. I mean, the problem is exactly that. There is no consistency. If you're losing 2 batsmen inside 30-40 runs, inside 8-9 overs, yeah, it's not great, is it? And I mean, it's all right if that happens 1 in 3 or 4, maybe. But if it's happening virtually every game, you've got to correct that, because you know, opening partnerships and first 2 wickets can be really vital in ODI. They can get. I mean, when we have Butler and Bairstow and Roy, who are on fire. I mean, they would fail every once in a while, but I mean, they get us off to some rocking starts as well, and it sets the rest of the team up. Stark is in, and that's nice to be played by Jax. Plays it with a straight bat past the bowler. He'll get a single.
Well,
I think it's a question of, do you change a man or do you change the man, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, look, you can see that they are on the lookout for a new opening pair. Phil Salt has been given a little bit of a rope. I think he's been told, you get this in this series, you have to show what you can do or we'll move on. Same for Jax. So they have decided they will jettison Root for one reason or the other. I thought he should have been here all along, but that's another story. But probably he doesn't fit in their thought process, especially when it comes to the shorter formats. It's
maybe not a T20, but I still think he'd be all right as a T20. I mean, he's a fucking class batsman, plays it all around the wicket. Doesn't necessarily hit sixes, but hits a lot of fours. Duckett mistimes that slightly, driving it square, but he gets enough to get it over sort of gully, maybe wide of him anyway. He'll get back for 2. I mean, Duckett clearly, I think, should be given an opportunity in the T20 side. He's an explosive batsman, scores quickly.
I mean, he will do well, but there will be this occasional, again, just back of a length, not close enough to him to drive, but he swung his hands through it because he could get to the ball.
But you see, at the moment, he has supreme confidence, right?
That's the whole point. I mean, not a lot of technique required the way you play. I mean, if you are playing like this, you can immediately see the difference with Jax. The ball is also closer to him.
Oh, now that's out.
That's out.
Just picking him up.
Again, previous ball was a setup.
It was in at Duckett's pads. He really got squared up a little bit, chopped across it, got a fat outside edge that went to gully, really.
I would call him a gully, yeah. Or a cover point.
Duckett swears on his way out
point,
to himself, chunters away, but, well, he can.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
What was he doing not playing that with a straight bat? What was he trying to do?
Do they call that curtain railing? The bat was going in a crazy direction to just a straight ball. YouTube was saying we were doomed even before that wicket. James Hopkinson said doomed. Jay Grover, I'm technically a corporal, but I feel a wee bit more Private Godfrey at the moment. He says, Jay says to James, I think I am doomed. Lockie, maybe if England cared about losing, they wouldn't do it so much. Some people think that. Brooks' comments after the first game didn't, I think, help themselves.
Yeah, no, I think this is where someone, I mean, it's part of the point we're talking about earlier. I mean, yeah, it's fine to transition away from the likes of Root, etc., etc. Stokes has decided he's quit. But having senior pros in your transition is never a bad thing.
I think that's a good argument for Root playing on another year, even if he's not going to the next World Cup.
Exactly that. I mean, if you have Root coming out now, we'd all feel a little bit, he may fail, but I think we'd all feel a little bit happy if Joe Root was walking out now. I mean, I'm happy to see, Harry Brook is great. Love him.
Right.
Think he throws it away a bit too often.
I like the rhythm on that jingle. I mean, this will be more classical cricket with both sort of hackers gone, as in hacking the bat, not the computer term, but now we are more pitch the ball up, let it swing. So Harry Brook is also a test batter. Jax looks a bit more accomplished, a bit more composed.
I don't know. I don't know about Jax. He left his first ball, by the way, through to the keeper, and there's no run. He's clearly got technique.
That's how you play
a nice
that
shot. It's driven that back inside, long on, mid on. He's not going to make it. It does quite just makes it down to the boundary. 4 runs.
2 plus 2 is a
He's another one who tends to give it away, though. I mean, they all like being ultra aggressive, and I think they've got to learn that sometimes, you know, this is 50 over cricket, not T20. You don't have to, you know, blast it out of the, you know, it's fine to go like that at the top, but if you lose 2 wickets like that, I think it's time to rein it in a little bit, right?
You've
got 50 overs. You can build an innings in 50 overs.
You've also got to get 300.
Yeah, they have, but that's just defended out into the covers, and there's no run. Look, I mean,
no, they took a run. It was
sorry,
very
they took a run. Yeah, I know they took a run. Sorry.
Brooke called him through, and Jack's big lad, he ran through.
But you know, so many times. I mean, an ODI innings now is basically 30 overs followed by a T20, or that's how a lot of teams approach it. And you've got 30 overs if you're chasing 300 to get 150, 160. It's only 5 or 6 and over.
Yeah,
and they're used to scoring.
That's what you've got to be doing. You've got to be scoring 5.5, 6 in those middle overs with minimum risk.
Exactly. Which is, again, come back to Joe Root. That's perfect for him.
Yeah.
Defended out into the covers once more, and there was no run.
The more you approach a ODI, like, you know, what you say, 30 overs plus a T20, more it becomes obvious that a guy like Joe Root is required. That's what precisely Kohli does, or Williamson does, frankly, and maybe that's why.
That's why Piggy Smith's in the side, isn't it? But they've got. Where I disagree with Australia is they've got 2. They got the Pigster and they got Marnus.
I don't think 2 is too much of a problem if they're good.
Well,
Marnus's role has been redefined now. Clearly, he's batting a little lower down the order. He's also looking to hit.
Yeah, true. He did hit the other day. He was scoring more than a run a ball, which you're not used to seeing from him. I guess, you know, that's just played out to mid wicket and there's no run. I mean, I have even seen, you know, Dom Sibley score up more than a run a ball in short form cricket. I mean, these guys are professionals for a reason, is they can bat and they see a ball. I guess they do have shots. They decide to play in a certain way when they're playing a certain game, and if they can change that way of playing to suit a different sort of game, then and they can prove it, and I guess
they have tempos. They have shots.
Yeah,
sure.
exactly. They can all play shots, just when they choose to play them. Brooke plays that.
So languid, so much time it takes.
Yeah, I mean, that's
same ball.
That is his weakness, though. He doesn't move his foot across the ball. Not a lot of players do these days. True.
Well, I was going to say it's the style these days.
Yeah, it is.
Chad Wright says, "Where's Dara?" But I don't know if Dara is a player or a commentator.
Dara is easy. He's our sheriff from. He's in Maricopa County.
Oh, okay. Well, he also adds, "We're doomed."
Of course.
Well, we might well be.
Well, I mean, it's early doors yet, but these two, I mean, okay, there have been a couple of blows to England, but if these two can set it up, what you say, play more classically, try to stay close to 5 runs and over. It's about the wickets until over number 25 or so, I think, for England. If they are 3 down or 4 down, I can't see them recovering the same way that Australia did.
Yep. Stark in. And
Hello.
Will Jacks goes just over the top of mid on. It pitches on with a little bit top spin instead of back spin if you're a golf player. It doesn't roll on to the boundary and get back for 2. To be fair, the weather has held off. I mean, I was looking on the weather reports today. There was a 40 to 50% chance of rain all the way from midday till about 6 o'clock, and now we've got a bit of sun. So
this part of the world where it's good luck. You're really taking chances if you're counting on the weather. It will always change, right? It's so close to the sea.
Exactly.
Nonetheless, if I look at the Australian bowling attack, they have a bunch of quicks that they will rely on and a bunch of part-timers for spin. So I'm curious. It's very fast dominated attack.
Well, that's driven by Jacks up to extra cover. It'll be no run.
You have Abbott, Hardy, both of whom bowl pace. Cameron Green, there are thereabouts. Then you have Maxwell and Short, both of whom bowl spin. Maybe Marnus will bowl out of nowhere, but I'm very curious to see they've actually packed their attack with a lot of fast bowling options on such a pitch.
Well, to be fair, England were bowling better with the pacers until they had to turn to spin, and then they were able to manoeuvre it around and start ticking the run rate up a little bit. Actually, the ball was still doing stuff deep into the sort of 18th, 19th over, and we were wondering why we didn't have an extra seamer in the attack. So that one's across Will Jack's last ball. No, not last ball of the over. It's only the 3rd ball of the over. He leaves it through to Carey, and there's no run.
Well, Marnus and Short both got wickets in the first game. They weren't necessarily good wickets, but they were wickets.
I mean,
Shit
they
takes
actually choked
wickets.
England.
We all know that shit takes wickets, especially in
it was
ODIs
better
and
than that, I
T20s.
think. Come on. I called them pie chuckers myself in a tweet, but I think they're slightly better than that. At least Short specifically is a very shrewd bowler in the short formats.
Well, he got a 5 for, didn't he, in bloody T20s? I mean, that's driven by Jacks up to mid-on.
This is the thing. Now it's more you're playing into the hands of these two test match bowlers, because they're going to bowl those lengths and you're going to, well, respect it. You're not going to suddenly hike across and hit behind the keeper or whatever.
No, but look, Australia were going at 4 and over for the first 10, 12, 13, 14 overs. I mean, and they still got to 300. There's always, this is 50 over cricket, and this is what they got. As I've said many a time, sometimes England don't manage 50 overs in a test match and score 350, 400 runs. So they can do it in a test match with a completely different batting lineup. They should be able to do it in a fucking ODI. That's clipped up over the top of mid-wicket. That's a good shot. Well timed. And there is no one out in the deep. It's 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Just that, again, it was hit on the up, just using his wrists and beautifully just guiding it through the, well, in the air, but beautifully guiding it to the leg side. I thought, well played. Long levers, big lad. He can reach out and do that. It looks so elegant.
Yeah, he can do. He can give it away as well. Can our Jacks? He's done all right without being spectacular. I'd like to see him get a big innings. He got a 60 odd, didn't he, in one of the games? That's edged, but they've only got 2 slips. There is a third man though to cover that off, and it'll just be the 1 run. It's interesting these days, isn't it? You never used to have a third. You always used to have a third man in Test cricket. Now there isn't one, but there's always one in an ODI. Not prepared to give away the cheap runs there. I suppose you're.
It's the easiest run scoring option in an ODI, right? You cover the line of the ball, let it go off the face of the bat, and somewhere into that point gully region you'll get.
Yeah, but that's the same as true in a bloody test match, isn't it? I guess you're trading that in for buying a wicket in a test match with an extra slip.
Exactly. There, it's all about you wanting to do that and holding yourself back. Here you don't have to in an ODI, because there there are 2 slips that will be there probably 60% of the time, 70% of the time.
Yeah.
Here, in 5 overs they'll be gone. Now it's 5 overs done, in another 5 overs they're probably going to leave.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. 5 overs done, 23 for 2. England probably ahead of where Australia were right now. Oh, that one cuts back from Hazelwood, bowling that sharp line on off stump. I guess he prefers bowling to right-handers. Left alone by Jacks through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Good pitch. It's again, we are highlighting it because he left it on length. It was close enough to the off stump that he would not dare leave this, and this is a positive stroke simply because playing that ball, it's a little awkward height. It's better to leave it if you know it's definitely going to bounce. So this is good cricket, positive cricket from Will Jacks, I would say.
Hazelwood comes in again, bowling to Jacks, who leaves that one once more through to Carey, no run.
That one went in, this one went out. So this is classic test match cricket almost. Jacks is holding his wrists up and above and looking at the ball.
Wow,
but I mean,
Hazelwood
for all that we've talked, it's Jacks who's done the running because he's the one who's been playing. Because Brook has just faced 3 balls in this partnership, and probably they look a little similar in the way they play. But it's not a bad idea at this stage.
No, I'd like to see Brook get his head down, not throw it away today. I say that every game he throws it away after getting 20 or 30, which is really quite annoying. It's just dropped into the offside. They're going to go for a quick run and actually going to make it very easily in the end.
Very nicely done. It was a set piece, but you will never be bringing in mid-off a little bit closer or moving the extra cover a little bit straighter. It's always a trick because if the batsman is good, that back of a length, if he sees it, he will drive on the up through the air. And somewhere there it'll just go boom when the ball is new. Probably Andy knows this as much as anybody else.
Hazelwood, 4th ball of the over, is in, bowls to Brook, who just guides that down the 3rd man, gets himself off the mark. 4th ball, gets a single.
He was playing that defensively, but he was not sure where the ball was going, frankly. But he was playing it down always, sort of into that area. What I told you, it's a sort of a risk-free shot if you know what you're doing.
Absolutely.
Probably people like Kane Williamson Root made a living of it.
Absolutely, right. What are we looking at here? Hazelwood today. Short, length 67% of the time. There's a surprise.
That's him. That's his probably his career map.
Absolutely. Hazelwood. On to Will Jacks. Plays that up to mid-on. No run. 1 ball left in the over.
As you see this plan unfold from the Australian quicks, I must say at least Will Jacks has held on to not get tempted and hit through the line over mid-on region. That's probably what they're playing for. The next ball, it'll look closer to you, but it'll be slightly held back and you'll hit straight to mid-on or something like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is that Hazelwood is your sort of metronomic merchant, isn't he? You either get a nick through the keeper or you try and defend him. He generally doesn't go for that many, although he's going for 4 and over, I suppose, which isn't a huge amount.
Oh, wow.
That one is left alone by Jacks. Good leave on length through the keeper. And there's no one you've really got to worry about is Stark, because he's the kind of guy who gets in a rhythm and starts banging in those swinging Yorkers and can quickly get
full
three or
balls.
Yeah. He can go for a lot of runs. I've seen him go for a lot of runs, but if he gets on it, he can get 3 or 4
That's
wickets.
the trade-off, isn't it? What?
Yeah, definitely.
Anything on socials, Andy?
Yes, Jay probably needs a cold shower or something because he's sending us lots of sex-obsessed messages on YouTube. And he says he reckons Jack's is a world of wank-filled plastic bags juggled by an Uyghur restaurant on Glossop Road. Very Woodhouseian with your similes there. And also tells Lockie, it just shows how much we care. It's like trying to make your lover satisfied when she's already brushing her teeth. Fruitless, but you've got to try.
What is going on, Jay?
Settle down, mate. Settle down.
What's that all about? All right.
I don't know. Driven nicely by Brooke this time, actually. Plays it slightly on the up, but inside the man at mid-off. And that goes all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Classy. This right here is peak Brook, I would say. Right here. Ball pitched up to him, straight bat. No fuss. Through sort of a straightish mid-off. Back and across the weight. Look at the balance of the weight the moment the ball is about to intersect. He's not even looking to keep the ball low. I mean, there are 2 schools of thought. One that says hit the ball into the square, the hardest part of the ground. The other is extend your arms through the line of the ball, hit it back where it came from. He's from the latter school.
Good guys, that one again, just going across him slightly, but gets behind it, lets it come onto the bat and guides it down the third man.
I mean, I know there are multiple wars going on, but suddenly I see a lot of tweets about the ongoing wars in my timeline on Twitter. I don't know what's happening.
Ongoing what?
Wars. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
well,
wars.
Israel
One in,
decided it's going to bomb the
Eastern
shit
Europe,
out of
one in
Lebanon
west
now,
of
isn't
Asia.
it? So,
Well,
crazy
suddenly
shit.
my timeline is flooded with probably people sort of air quotes raising awareness, people whom I follow, but it surprises me more than a little. It just happened over the last 2 to 3 days.
well, that's because Israel started bombing the shit out of Lebanon in the last 2-3 days. That's clipped airily. Ooh, it's going down towards deep. Long leg. Hardy nearly
misjudged
fucked it
that.
up, misjudged it, yeah, but he didn't, and they got back to 2.
I think he was a bit sort of in 2 minds whether to go and run and dive forward to try go for a chance or wait back, and then the ball spun away from him. Luckily for him, he had enough time to hang back and still field the ball, not embarrass himself. But at this stage, if you got Jacks out, I mean, that's a good wicket, right?
Yeah, I've gone under 47.5, I think, for the fall of the next wicket.
Wow. Oh, all right.
Well,
You don't trust your defences,
no.
the middle order defences?
No, I don't. Not at the moment. That one is defended by Brooke. Out to Gully, where Matt Short's fielding. And there's no
As
run.
well as these two have bowled, I have not seen that occasional, the surprise tactic of one coming to your nose or to your neck or something.
Well,
These are good conditions, so they're making the most of the 2 new balls on either end. But
yeah, I mean, there was certainly a lot more juice in the pitch early on. There was a lot more movement for England's opening bowlers than there have been for Australia, which may bode well for England.
you see what Brooke is doing. He's camping on the back foot, sort of well aware that the ball will be slightly back of length and this is what I'm going to do. That's when you need to unsettle him a little.
Stark pushes that one up. He tries again to guide it down the third man, but hits the 2 square out to the man at point. No run.
He's always looking to be on the leg side of the ball, knowing that, with enough reflexes, he's able to always flick it on the other side if it comes directly at him. But that's what I'm saying. He sort of camped just at the crease. You need to slightly unsettle him, make him think he has to do a back and across or whatever, right? But we'll see. I mean, these are all international bowlers, and probably they have been working on a plan.
Well, yeah, hopefully England can repel that plan. Brooke is facing up to Stark, who bowls it across him. Doesn't have anything to do with that. It's a bit wide. Pushed across, left alone, through to the keeper. 31 for 2 after 7. England. Brooke 6, Jacks 15.
Ravi Natarajan is back on YouTube. Good morning, Andy. Good morning, Ravi. You still don't like Sri Lankans? What have we done? I don't know. What have you done?
That's a beautiful country. I mean, I must say there are always a bunch of objectionable people from any place, but in Sri Lanka they are a little bit lesser than most other places, I suppose.
Yeah, the left winger got elected, didn't he, yesterday?
That they had their elections indeed 21st. The results were declared yesterday. Absolutely. I mean, it's not a completely out of bounds result, if that's what, if I may put it like that. They were ready for a change. They went with a known guy when the coup happened previously, or when the president abdicated. Let's put it like that. So I think time for a change. It's not a bad idea. But okay,
he was the guy came in after. Who was it? It was a Rajapathan or something.
Yeah. It was. Then they went to the Vikram Singh, the known guy.
Yeah, exactly. He was but he was establishment as well, wasn't he? That's defended out to the offside. And there's no run.
He's been establishment from 77 or something.
Exactly. But he was only temporary anyway, wasn't it? I mean, that's the whole point. They were going to have elections.
I mean, I'm curious. I'm looking to my home country's neighbors as to what's going on. That's an entirely different podcast or a show if you want to talk. But we've had a change here. They've brought on another guy who's famous for hitting the ball into the deck, sort of getting some bounce out of it. And we want to jingle it.
Jacks tries to turn it into leg side. Don't know if they'll go for a single. Looks like they haven't.
They did. No, they did.
Did they?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, Jacks hit that. Yeah, no, the cricket bat on the bottom, and we didn't see them run. Took its time to change over. Yeah, I was thinking the other day about doing a ranty podcast about American elections. Actually, if someone wants to get involved.
I'm looking closer to where
it sounds like the kind of thing you might be into, Andy. We just rant.
Not
basically.
really.
No. I thought we could go off on one.
I mean,
you never know. You might get some traction. But I was thinking of doing it from the left to incite all the right wingers in America. That's what I fancied.
Oh dear, has he nicked that?
No, it's miles away from that, Ajit. It's bounced on Brooke. He's kind of waved the bat at it, but it's gone well over the top of his bat through to the keeper.
But it went faster than he thought. I mean,
I think
just zipped off the pitch.
Zipped off the pitch. He was a long way from that.
Now I see the replay I was told was so wrong. But I mean, the point is, they've bought somebody now who can now inspect the middle of the pitch a bit better. More than Hazelwood and Stark, let me put it like this. And I think that's his mandate, just to get one of these two riled up, just to see if he can get them to hit one straight up in the air.
Well, yeah, I'll go in the jingle in a minute. That one is nicely driven by Brooke, but straight at Maxi, who's standing at...
that's a backward point. So you have a gully and a backward point. So you see the ball is going to be on off stump or fourth stump and sort of just back of length. They sort of set it up like that.
Sean Abbott, bowl. Batsman and bowler with tight control.
That one is defended square. And
there is
no
a
run.
concerted plan. There is a concerted plan from England as well.
Oh man, hold on, I've got to clear all these.
What's that? What was that?
Well, that was a Maxwell. I noticed earlier that we didn't have the proper Glenn Maxwell jingle, which obviously is my favourite, which is why I always pick it. But I know I've got to go and find it. I think it's that one. Sean Abbott. Oh wow! That's a good ball. Beats Brooke on the outside edge, squares him up, and there's no run at the end of the 8th over. Let me just check that's the right jingle. Yep.
All good. Now we can see that England are actually sort of willing to ride out the first 10 overs of this innings. This is a concerted plan. You can see all of those balls. Brooke would be hanging back and trying to hit hard up and over point and so on. He's just hanging on the back foot, just anchored at the crease, just blocking it up, and occasionally one beats it. So I think he's very committed to sort of seeing how this pitch behaves, sort of bedding down. This is almost Joe Root like behavior. I mean, But I like to see that, right? A little bit of.
Yeah, I think there's. I mean, look at those averages. ODI careers.
They
Not
can
much
be more there.
I mean, look, Bethel's played 2 games. His average doesn't really make a lot of.
Bethel is really new. There's no point. Livingston, I would say.
So was Jamie Smith, but Livingston,
Even
yeah, had a few more. It's very grey. So all of a sudden, in Chester Street, inside half the bat, down towards long leg as Hazelwood continues at the other end. Jacks gets off strike, moves on to 17 off 20. Brook is 6 off 13. England are
Every
33
time
for 2.
I look at Hardy, I think that's Stoinis. He's built of the same piece of cloth or same cut of cloth, you suppose.
He's bigger,
Huge,
bigger than Stoinis.
big
though.
chest, big shoulders, and he looks so much at the ease, even while running around. It
Well, a
doesn't
lot of them look
this.
like they should be playing either, NRL, what's the rugby,
AFL, yeah.
or AFL or something. I mean, they're all big fuckers, aren't they?
Big,
Hazelwood. Down the track comes Brookie. Sorry, not Jacks. And that is smashed over the top. Having said they were playing sensible, smashed over the top of cover, down to boundary, 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Well, playing sensible doesn't mean don't hit a bad ball. That's too much width.
Yeah, there was too much width.
No, I think
he also gave himself some width, didn't he? He went outside his leg
width
stump. He
by
made
advancing
the width,
at the bowler and stepping away. That
played
was
it inside out.
typical Hazelwood delivery. But nonetheless, they won't be unhappy if they're Australia, right? Your point would move a little squarer and a little behind, and you have a gully now. You can see they're going to be ready. He's going to pull the ball back even a little bit further. Hazelwood. You can see mid-on is now again wider. Mid-wicket has moved back closer to the 30-yard circle. So, well, a slightly shortish ball is coming.
We shall see. I think outside off stump in the channel. It's Fuller, and it's inside edge onto pad. And it goes out to extra cover. Well,
there
cover.
goes my theory.
And they get through for a single. Brooks moves into double figures. He's on 10 or 14.
I think YouTube is showing why we shouldn't do a political podcast. Big Brain 61 wants to be on your podcast. Ravi Natarajan not so much. Jay is the guy who wants everyone to define their terms. He's that guy.
Wow.
Well, no, that's why we, occasionally have a little rant on here. But that's defended by Jacks out to gully, and there is no run. I just thought it'd be a bit of fun running into the American election. The thing is, I can't be asked to read anything about English politics anymore because we got 5 years till the next election. Everyone's slating the Labour already, and haven't done anything, and haven't had any time to do anything. But I think America is.
It's just that everything they say they're going to do is terrible.
Well, not only that. It's just, I mean, there are a million and one reasons why. And let it play out for a bit before I make up my mind. That's defended back to the bowl and there's no run. But I just find America fascinating.
I mean, but a lot of subterfuge. I've completely lost track of what each of them even says. Is it just they're so partisan on both sides that they don't even care if the other side has a point that might be realistic or is sort of good for the country as a whole?
I don't think that's a million miles away, no.
I'm like, what's going on? I mean, there are, as to paraphrase a famous quote of a certain orange-haired guy, there are good people on both sides.
Yeah, in that particular instance when he was talking about that, that one is played up to mid-off. It's luzzed at Kerry from mid-off. He missed it. They thought about an overthrow. They didn't take it in the end.
Now,
that's
Brook
the end of the
wasn't
ninth
happy.
over, 39 for 2. Yeah, I think he wanted the extra run, but Jacks
may
might have run. We didn't see, but he might have run way past the bowler's end.
Okay, Kieran Rosebraid, afternoon all, just saying hi. Missed everything so far due to work, so I'll listen to the whole thing later. Oh, that's good work. P.S. doomed. Mayank, another England collapse. Here we go. Hello all from my Houston office. Sneakily have a headphone in while I'm in a meeting. Good stuff.
No, that is brave stuff as well.
I was reading the other day how that iPods with a little is it iPods? No, what are the ones you put in your ears? Little headphones. They are iPods, yeah. But an iPod used to be the fucking machine, didn't it?
Oh wow!
the player. That's beating the outside edge of a prodding Jacks. That goes through to Kerry. There's no one. you can change the electronics in them slightly, and they can become actually a hearing aid. Which is
Oh
quite-
wow, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I never even thought of it along these lines, but good. I mean, coming back here, he's now, Sean Abbott is doing what I was asking, to try and unsettle these two, get the ball rising up into their midriff a little bit more so that they can't simply camp on that crease and play by the length. Now see, they have to change the...
Well, yeah, Jax goes back, tries to punch it through the offside. Unsuccessfully hits cover, and there's no run. We're going to have a change at the end of this over. Bennett is coming back, who I have to let in, I think.
I see him already in. Oh, but okay.
Billy.
Yeah.
Billy's
Bennett
coming
Olasekram, I
in.
do
Billy is coming in. He's coming in from Brighton, is it? I can't remember where Billy's from. All right, Billy.
Billy from
Turn your
Brighton.
camera off until the end of the over, Billy.
I don't think he heard it.
I don't think he
All
heard
right.
me. That's a
Oh,
good
yeah.
shot from Jax. Comes and gives himself some room and smashes it wide of cover. Mid off, sorry. It's down to the wide long off boundary, and it's 4 runs.
I think you see a bit of a trap. You see two people squarer, a point and probably a backward point, and they have left the cover empty to try and get him to sort of play it on the through the cover and sort of hit one off the leading edge. But he's done well there, because as he moved away from the line of the wicket, he made that room to hit that through covers with a straight bat.
Well,
So
he's
well done.
faced 26 balls now. See, if he gets out, I get really pissed off. Jax, which is very English, because that's what they seem to have been doing. Comes down the track again, has a big hoik, misses it, just misses his top edge of his bat, goes through to Carey, and there's no run.
Fair enough. I mean, Will Jack's probably doing a little bit of gardening. They'll feel a little probably that they couldn't fulfill the sort of the mandate of a power play, but given how much the ball is doing, England will take 43 for 2. They're still probably ahead of where Australia were at this stage. So 2 balls left in the power play, they'll probably take it.
All right, Hardy. Abbott in. It's played up to mid on, and there's no run. Grubby is going to come in and take the control seat in the studio. He's going to be joined by Bennett, who's going to give you some ball by ball, and Billy, who will join us from his home.
It's a new entrant to the Guerrillavers, as we call it.
We had him.
Happy to have
He
him.
came in for the
Relatively
test matches.
new.
And another youngster. It was good to have some young blood in the studio.
Absolutely.
And to us old fogies.
You must ask him what he thinks of the American election.
Well, exactly. That's defended by Jax, and that goes out to point. There is no run. We're going to have a switcheroo. All right, Bennett, you're back.
See you later.
I'll catch you in 10 overs.
Indeed. Billy, you can come on now, and you two chat while Grubby comes and sits. All right, Billy. While he comes and sits in for me. I'll see you later.
Thank you very much, and hello, Billy. How are you doing today?
I'm alright, thank you. I'm sitting in my new house in Newcastle.
Fantastic.
My room for the year.
Are you up in sort of Durham? Durham way, is it?
Yeah, Newcastle, just kind of 20 minutes further north.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that's
Welcome.
nice.
And if you're listening in wherever you are, good evening, greetings, and good day to you. And welcome for this next 10 overs. You are with Billy and Grubby. This is Bennett Olasekram keeping you company. So we're watching the end of 10 overs for England. A bit of a slow start, 45 for 2 at the end of 10 as we watch. So just to give you a summary, in case you're wondering what's been happening, England winning the toss and inviting Australia to take first place the wicket here up in Chestella Street in Durham. Australia post a formidable score of 304 for 7 with a great knock at the end by Alex Carey, 77, not exactly 77 that he scored in the previous game as well. Certainly marshalling the troops there. A valiant effort at the end by Aaron Hardy, 44. Glenn Maxwell chipped in with 30. Steve Smith steadied the ship earlier on with 60. 304 for 7, which seemed like a good score there, Billy.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
Sorry.
definitely a good score. I think Alex Carey's been in really good form on his return. He's he was dropped, I think, at the beginning of the 50 over World Cup, and he's come back into the fold very nicely. So it's always good to see a player like him return. I mean, quite a hostile crowd, I assume. He's been getting quite a lot of boos, I would hope. after his performance at Lords.
Two like homegrown players as well, isn't it? Sort of in the side. Matty Potty is there, and then Matty Potts, and then we've got Bryden Cars, who's a local lad as well, who's done really well in this game. So it's Hazelwood, and this one's a good delivery. It caught him by surprise, Will Jacks, as he was playing. He's a little bit on the leg side, caught an inside edge, an outside edge, goes through to the third man area, and the batters have enough time to go through for a single. So I think this period is a key period, Billy. A bit of consolidation would do them
Yeah, a lot of consolidation needed. Hazelwood is, well, he's number 22 so far, but he always looks so good. Such a rhythmical action, very tall, athletic figure, and always puts it on length. Harry Brook danced down the pitch and whacked him over covers in the last over Hazelwood. Will he do it again?
Indeed, Hazelwood comes in. This once again, he has that beautiful line and length, isn't it? He bowls it day in and day out, ball in and ball out, over in or out. You know what to expect, but unfortunately the batters don't seem to be getting on with it. Grubby,
Never get a moment's peace with him. He's always there, and they're always nagging away. Heavy ball, just back of a length usually. Very tricky customer, excellent bowler for Australia, and they look much better with him in the side, don't they?
indeed, and they look like a formidable side now. I was fortunate enough to go down with my boy, who also does a bit of cricket here at sort of Gorilla Cricket, to watch the T20 up in Cardiff, and I felt Australia lacked a bit of venom in their bowling, but Hazelwood, Mitchell Stark, both back in the team, certainly have brought that sort of edge. And the next one's just guided towards a gully, placed quite strategically there, the gully by Brook. No chance of a run. Certainly they're trying to play, get him to play outside the off stump, isn't it? The third man's placed well between cover and the gully, that direction, further down, as Hazelwood comes in again. This one on the back foot, just pushes it into the covers. No chance of a run. I was pleasantly surprised when I saw how beautifully Hazelwood transitioned from being a test bowler onto being an ODI and a T20 bowler. He was a hit in the IPL, not last season before, for Chennai Super Kings. He was a clog in their sort of side.
Well, I mean, I think he doesn't do anything differently to what he does in test matches, as we've been saying. It's just exactly the same action, exactly the same kind of idea. I have to say I'm slightly surprised with England being 46 for 2 that Australia don't have another slip-in.
Indeed, on the back foot, pushed towards the square leg area, and the batters go through for a single this time. Did they? Yes, they did. Well, the earlier one, the one that was glided towards gully, it was quite closer than I thought it was. It was just on the bounce. And yeah, attacking instincts, quite surprising not being there for the Australians. They're always on the attack, aren't they, Billy?
I mean, I just think, we need another 260 runs during the second power play. Hazelwood's going to keep it on that same length, and Brook and Jacks are going to go hard at the ball, so they might induce an edge. I'm just really surprised that they don't have a slip in there at all.
Good observations, young man. That's great. This one's outside the off stump. Again, a nagging line and length. Jacks looks uncomfortable as he's on the front foot and lets the ball go through. So at the end of over number 11, we've got 46 for 2. Grubby, what are our lovely listeners saying out there?
Thanks, Bennett. Yeah, I'm going to skip a few, but Jay is in there talking to Mayank, saying, I still have no idea what Mayank Kohli does for a living, but I fear he controls us all. Mayank's talking to Brian, saying, couldn't miss this game, and then he goes on replying to Jay, yes, Jay, I'm part of the secret cabal of debit card transaction fee settlement coding software engineering. That sounds suitably menacing. To which Jay says, can you lend us a tenner? Mayank says American elections are boring. Try following what happened in Sri Lanka. It's absolutely going off there. Ravi Natarajan says, hi Bennett, welcome again. How come you don't have a nickname? Can you pick an interesting one? I'll let you think about that, Bennett, and you can come back to us with some suggestions.
Oh, interesting. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, all of you lovely listeners out there. Keep your comments coming. Keep lovely Grubby grounded with, on his sort of up to date with all the comments. This one's outside the off stump, pushed into the covers. They're looking for one which is not there. They decide against it. And I think at this stage of the game, they need to look at over by over, look at 5 overs ahead, and say, hey, how are we going to make sure we don't lose a wicket what's the run rate? Because the batting towards the middle order, latter order has not looked that great, hasn't it? So they don't have the experience like what Australia had. Steve Smith coming in and Alex Carey coming in and playing a beautiful knock at the end. As Abbott comes in, hold the thought, Billy, this one's not played convincingly. It took an outside edge and goes to the third man area for another single. Billy, come in.
I just think it's a really vital innings for Will Jacks, this one. I think there's a big argument as to whether Stokes and Root are going to come back into the side with, when the test matches are over and under Brendan McCullum's leadership. And I think Will Jacks really does need to score a few runs.
He just needs to prove his worth.
Did he score a fantastic century in last year's IPL for RCB, which I think...
Yes, he did. That was just... I watched it. It was just mind-boggling. And he was, this one's a great delivery on the stumps. And Jacks got entangled there. He was looking to play it on the onside. I don't think he got bat on it. Oh, Lord save him. Not sure whether the Australians are going for the review. Perhaps.
No, Bennett, I think this is sliding. I thought that's sliding a long way down leg, actually. I thought.
Grubby?
They decided not to review it, so Abbott was very keen on it. Yeah, it's just on the angle there. I'll make you right, Billy.
Yeah. It was down the leg side there. I must say it's very fortunate for me to be doing this commentary with Billy and Grubby. I've seen your name a lot, Grubby, but we have never had the chance of doing commentary together.
We've done it a couple of times, Bennett. Yeah.
We have we? Okay, my apologies. This one's I've not been around for a bit. This one's on the back foot, pushed into the covers, and the batters comfortably go through for a quick single. Yes, Billy, you got a great point there, and I really think I think Joe Root should be playing ODIs. What are your comments, gents?
Yeah,
I'd agree. I think he will. I think he will come back into the forward. I think everyone will be. Brendan McCullum's had such a big impact on the Test side, and I think he will hopefully have that same impact on the white ball side. And I think everyone will be desperate to play under him. Stokes, I'm sure, will come back.
And hold that thought as Abbott comes in, steaming down, right arm over, shortish on the back foot, stylishly goes Brook, and swivels this one away towards the deep mid-wicket area, and the batters go through for another one. Yes, I think we lack the middle order experience, don't we, Grubby?
Yeah, agreed. I think it's a batting lineup at the moment that is crying out for a Joe Root. And if he were to... Well, I don't know what the sort of situation with him is, whether he's decided that he's not going to play this form of the game, or whether the authorities decided not to pick him, or I don't know what the sort of situation is.
I think it's the schedule, because obviously England are about to play Test in Pakistan, and the white T20. Well, after this ball,
the same with some of these boys, isn't it? Again, this one's outside the off stump, and he drives this one. It's uppishly in between the slip and the gully area, as Billy was saying earlier. They had got in another extra slip. And there's outside the bucket hands of Cameron Green, who couldn't grab it, and England lucky. Brook going for the drive, and it went where second slip would have been strategically placed, but they get 4 runs nevertheless. 53 for 2. Grubby. Can't hear the audio. Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah, I was just playing the 4 jingle there. I played you a cartoony one because it was a bit of a cartoony shot, or a bit of a lucky one. But yeah, you can't.
Cam Green can't reach it in the slips. I don't think.
Then no one can exactly. But you were calling for that second slip, weren't you, Billy? An over or two ago, and that would have been down his throat.
Do you have anything on media, Grubby? Sorry, it's ended the over there.
Well, I should tell you that we had one of these.
Super chat, a super chat from a huge.
Back to you, Bennett.
I'm going to have to, this is the shortest really, the new over from Hazelwood. On the back foot goes Brooks, and he plays it beautifully towards the deep extra cover area. The fielder there, unable to stop it. Is it short, I believe? Does he short there? Yes, and the ball rolls over to the boundary. So 2 boundaries in 2 balls there for England. They will take it.
In the name of God.
The super chat, by the way, was from Mayank, who we were just talking about, who says, Jay has pressured me into giving you a lot more money. Well, we don't care how we get it, we just care that we do get it. And thank you very much, Mayank. It's been great having you with us today, as it always is. Send us some more things, send us some more money, and ask us to do more silly things, and we might oblige if you
well done.
Empty your pockets further.
All of you who are supporting us. As you know, we are looking for a new location for the studio up in London area, where Bear, who's working hard on that, so anything helps. As you know, we're just a team of cricket lovers, crazy cricket lovers who are into keeping you guys entertained. And just going back to whoever who was asking about the Sri Lankan elections in the chats. I mean, my origins are from Sri Lanka, and yes, there's an interesting election that's just taken place. They have a new president, and they're supposedly with some former leftist party members who's come on to lead the country. They are interesting times for the little nation. This one's outside the off stump, and Harry Brook watches the ball carefully, having plotted that one earlier on into the slips as it goes through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, it was Mayank who was talking about the Sri Lanka election, so we'll allow him that call back, given he's just given us a couple of dollars. Nice one, Mayank.
So often my worry with England sometimes is we worry about strike rate too much. These two don't need to push at it too hard. As you say, they just need to kind of get to 20 overs and see where they're at.
Indeed. Again, a good delivery, a hard line, and on the front foot, watchfully replace it into the cover. So Phil Salt has had a very mediocre series.
Yeah.
What do you think, gents, here?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if we could see a Crawley Duckett opening the white ball as well as red ball for England.
I wouldn't be against that at all. Yeah,
I wouldn't be against that either. They, Salt captained the T20 side, so you'd assume that therefore he's in England's plans for the long haul. I don't think you'd give someone a white ball captaincy like that if you were going to drop him.
Over again on the back foot, pushes it one, no chance of a run. Again, if you look at the team, they had to pick a captain. I mean, Harry Brook was not playing. Sam Curran was the one that was tipped to lead, but his form has dropped, so they needed to pick someone who was sure to be picked in the team.
In the IPL, Sam Curran plays a very different role to what he does in England, doesn't he? I mean, is he captain for Chennai? He plays for, I think. I can't.
He was captaining Punjab Kings.
Punjab, okay.
But the
Did he ever play for
captain,
Chennai?
He did before.
Yeah.
Before that, I mean, the original captain Shekhar Dhawan was injured, and then Trevor Bayliss is the coach there, so he from England days, he knows Sam, and he's made him the captain. Short ball from Hazelwood. This one, Brook on the back foot, and pulls this one nicely towards the deep wicket area, and he gets a boundary for his efforts. 62 for 2.
Couple of messages on YouTube. Richard Mountford remarks that these two are playing good, sensible cricket, and that's pretty much what Australia did to rebuild their innings. If you think about Smith and Carey and Maxwell, all did good rebuilding jobs. Jay Grover says, if my nihilistic despair over US politics and Andy's libertarian self-aggrandizement makes Mayank dedicate $1.99 to the cause, then my work here is done. Well done, but don't stop, Jay. Not that you would. Hattie says Baron Bennett or Bennett the Bard, as he's very eloquent.
Thank you very much. Keep those comments coming in. Lovely folks out there. Keep us busy. Keep us engaged. The whole idea is for us to hear what you think. Do you think England are on track now, the way they're batting? What are your thoughts on the middle order? Do you think we need more change, experience there coming into play? The next one from Abbott, pushed into the covers and no chance of run. Good chance, good opportunity for Jacks. He's had a mediocre few innings early on in the series. He had a good T20 on and off with showing some fluency. A chance for him to put his hand up and stake a claim. He's been given a few opportunities on the back foot and pushes it into the covers. They don't have Adam Zampa today, gents.
No, he's ill.
He's ill.
Yeah.
So this is an opportunity for us, for England to capitalise on. He's normally a thorn in the flesh, isn't he?
England would certainly rather he not be in the side than he be in it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
He's fantastic. Though Rashid struggled. What was he? None for 56 or something, I think. So maybe it's not a leg spinner's day.
Good point. On the leg side, and this one's beautifully tucked away to the wake and deep fine leg area by Will Jackson. That's another boundary. So we're getting boundaries, but not singles.
England have just rather subtly increased their run rate quite nicely in the past few overs. We were going at about 4 and over, and we've now upped it to 5 and a bit.
Yeah, good
so
point,
nice.
Billy. But I'd like to see them rotating the strike as well. The boundaries are coming aflow, but what I'm not seeing is the singles and the doubles, but more dot balls. So that's where a boundary and just rotating the strike would do them better. But they're on track though. There's a good delivery again. This one's pushed towards. That's a good call. Shortish mid-wicket there, but he pushed it well short of that fielder.
There's your single.
Straight away. Yeah, that's the single, so they heard me there.
I have to say, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to watch as this chase goes deeper, how England go about it, because I think we used to be known, as one of the best chasing teams in world cricket for a decent period of time. And recently, I just think we've slightly dropped off the pace with that. I mean, obviously we had a horrific 50 over World Cup display, but we chased very poorly in the last game against Australia, and I'll be interested to see this.
Abbott comes in on the back foot. This one, good, clever thinking by the batters. They just push the ball between the gully area and the cover point area. The fielders had to move around and they go through for an easy single. Just coming back to the captaincy, and I think Phil Salt was probably one of the players that would have deemed surely to start. So that's why they would have made him the captain. Liam Livingstone may have been another option. Sam Curran's form has dropped, but he was touted as the next T20 ODI captain, wasn't he? Not that long ago. And this one, Abbott comes in on a good length, on the front foot, pushed towards a wideish mid-off area, and they have enough time to go through for a single. End of over number 14. England in pursuit of a target of 305 at the end of over number 14. 68 for 2. The batter's out. Phil Salt with our scoring. Ben Duckett for 8.
Mayank makes a very good point. He says they, i.e. we, Guerrilla Cricket, get $20 a month from me thanks to Patreon. I hope others are also able to dedicate whatever they can with a monthly donation to keep this group going. That's a very good point, Mayank, and please look us up on Patreon, and if you can make that monthly donation, it'd be much appreciated. Will Jonas having a bit of go at you, Billy, bit unfairly. Says shocking IPL knowledge from Billy. But Camilla Kotcher says, who's your money on for throwing it away at 30, Jacks or Brook? This is a rather careworn England fan, I should imagine. Camillo.
England do like to get a few starts and then seem to give away their dismissal. I mean, it was so frustrating watching us be in such a fantastic position in the first ODI and completely throwing it away.
Yeah. If you hold that thought, Billy, for a second, have you done with the media stuff? Grubby, have you got any more?
You've got to change your bowler, so just jingle him up and you commentate when he's at the crease.
Thank you. And new ball is Aaron Hardy, and I was quite impressed with Hardy, Billy. I really like the way he's come about, done his business, bowls really well, and he bats nicely today, as we saw. What are your thoughts on him, Billy?
Yeah, he adds a nice bit of depth. I mean, I think is he another Western Australia player? I mean, he's a big unit. They all seem to be from that neck of the woods. But no, I like him, very strong action. I'm really interested to watch Lance Morris bowl at some point. He's out with a side strain, I think, at the moment.
Oh, is he? And Aaron Hardy bowls. This one's nicely played. They're looking for that single, but it's not there. Aaron Hardy he had a good, decent T20 series as well with the bat. And they're looking for that all-rounder. Stoinis is not playing. He was in the T20. Maybe perhaps Stoinis is more of a batting all-rounder. I would consider Hardy more of a bowling all-rounder, but his batting was good today. I really liked
he played an absolute gem of an innings, I thought.
It's so important to have that batting depth later down the order. It's something that England struggle with this current lineup.
Beautiful looking shot there, over pitched, and Brook in his classic Brookie boy style drives it well past the extra cover area for a beautiful, meticulously placed boundary. 70 for 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's stylish, isn't he? He's awesome. Thank you, Grubby.
Beautiful.
He's just lovely to watch. And again, talking about batting depth, I like the fact that we found Brydon Cars. I like him at number 8. And we struggle with bowlers not being able to bat. Hardy comes in. And the next one's shortish. Again, Brookie looking quite tentative there on the back foot, looking intentionally to play that shot for a single. It's good going. I think I like the idea of them looking for the singles even after they've got the boundary. Yeah, but Australia have always looked for bowlers who can bat as well, isn't it? I mean, that camp of 37 or 40 runs that Aaron Hardy scored was a gem of an innings, and certainly, 44.
It's so important runs in the modern day.
Very important. Just imagine if he was not able to support Carey, what would have been the outcome? And England had them in the ropes, on the back foot, pushed away towards the deep wicket area. The batters have enough time to go through for a single. Alex Carey, any young England batter out there, or any aspiring cricketer out there, if you were to look at how to build an innings in a situation like that, you should certainly go and watch the highlights of how he played today and the last ODI. I was awesomely impressed. This one's outside the off stump. Nice looking shot there by Jax on the up. He drives it over the extra cover area. A bit of fielding there to be done by Short in the cover point boundary. And as the batters have enough time to come back for two. Jax 2 more to the score. End of over number 15. 77 for 2. Jax 38 and Brooks 28. What have you got, Hendo?
Grubby, yeah. Mayank suggests it could be Lord Bennett of Wherever You Live as a nickname. Richard Mountford says, I think when Stokes comes back, he should open in the white ball game. That's an interesting view. Leah says, Bennett, before you feel too embarrassed by the nickname, the Bard, always remember whose nickname is also the Bard, Tito Ortiz. Jay Grover says, Jeff, oh God, no. How does an artist like Yesen soil themselves with yakety sax? Oh yeah, because Jeff had suggested your nickname could be Benny Hill and you could have yakety sax, the music, as your little jingle. Now then, we've got another change of bowling. And if I can find his jingle.
Lord Bennett.
Lord Bennett, yes. It's going to be this fella coming on to bowl, off spin.
If I had $1 million, I'd buy you a Glenn Maxwell, then we are no longer friends.
Thank you. So as you come back, it's a change of bowling. Glenn Maxwell, who's had a entrance into the ODI series here with the last game. He didn't bowl in the last game, but he had a very mediocre outing with the bat. He was a little bit all over the place to start with today, but certainly played well to give a good supporting knock of 30 when Australia batted. This one comes in. Oh, he's just sort of on the back foot. Goes Brook. He's not giving him time to settle. He lifts this one beautifully into the wake and extra cover area, and welcomes Glenn Maxwell with one of these. Don't slide delay in the jingle. It's a boundary there.
Sorry about that. Small technical hitch.
Not at all. Indeed.
That's an extraordinary shot.
It is.
Shot from Harry Brook.
Beautiful. Yeah, I thought it was Jax. Yeah, Brook. Certainly welcoming him in style there. And I think it's important because they know that Maxwell has not been playing for a bit and he could be a weakling in the bowling attack. So important to attack him straight away to put a bit of pressure. He's not had much game time. This one is pushed straight back into the ball. No chance of running. Boundary of the first ball and 2 dots. So we need to rotate the strike. Come on, Billy.
He's a more than useful bowler, Glenn Maxwell, after this ball out.
Nicely played again towards the extra cover area, and the batters have enough time for a single. Yes, he is, but I was referring to the match time. He's not played a bit, hasn't he? And he comes in.
No, I completely agree. I'm just saying, he's not a part-time bowler. He's a proper off spinner. He was fiddling around with his field at the start of that over. They've kind of got they're wanting Harry Brook to see if he'll sweep with the spin, which you'd think he probably would. Harry Brook and Will Drax, they're aggressive nature, so they've got a backward square leg in the deep mid wicket. But he decided to play with this one.
Maxwell comes. This one's on the leg stump, nicely turned away into the deep mid wicket area, and the batters get 1, and that's all they'll get. The score moves up to 82 for 2 of the 16th over. Yes, although Maxwell can be considered as a proper frontline bowler, when Adam Zampa is in the side, he's always plays second fiddle. This one comes quicker action. He's certainly bring his arm around much quicker than he normally would do. Midland leg this time on the back foot. Push this one towards the mid-wicket area, and the batters go through for another single. Certainly the runs rotating quite well there, the batters.
Yeah, the other thing about getting the spin on in the middle overs is you just get through the overs really quickly. That's the disadvantage of them not having Adam Zampa in the side. It's another spinner to not do that, but Glenn Maxwell has absolutely rattled that one off. I think that was 6 runs came off it. But if they can get through them really quickly, that'll start to put a lot of pressure on the England batsmen, and they'll suddenly look up the scoreboard and think that, oh my god, another 10 overs have gone by in a flash.
Yeah, 84 for 2. What have you got, Grubby?
Well, Messy Jez says nobody has ever called me a unit, Billy. I don't know, did you call him a unit at any point? Anyway.
I didn't think I did.
Big, definitely, but never a big unit, sadly. Then Jay says, Bennett, on a happier note, I've just read An Island's 11 by Nicholas Brooks. It is jolly good. And Leah says there's only one original big unit, and that's Randy Johnson. Frank Rockefeller is with us. Says nice to see England fighting back. Jay Grover says, Leah, I had to Google that about 2 months ago. Lockie is with us. Hello, Lockie. First time today, I think. Starting to think England have this under control. Hope is doom. And then Pokey says, we did great last World Cup in comparison to 2015. That was our lowest point as an ODI side. Well, it's all cycles, isn't it? And in between that, we did all right.
Indeed. 73 runs added for this wicket. And looking at the batters to come, Jamie Smith batting at 5, Liam Livingstone. I've been very impressed with Jacob Bethel. He looks like a good unit there coming in at that number 6. Maybe 1 or 2 places below where I would have expected him to bat, but good experience there for him to gain. Bryden Cast looked quite composed in his last outing. And then we got Adil Rashid, Matthew Potts and Archer. What do you think, Billy?
Well, Bryden Cast, of course, coming back from suspension. So no, good to watch him bowl on his home ground, and he seems to be getting on quite nicely. Matthew Potts has also played well, but no, I think it's a vital period. These two can't throw it away. They've batted nicely, as you say, getting the partnership nearer and nearer 100, but they need to do the bulk of the work.
Exactly. In my earlier stint, Grubby, I was referring to Bryden Cast as probably the find of the series. I thought he bowled exceptionally well in the first game, although he was hit a little bit. What are your thoughts, Grubby?
I thought he was pretty impressive today. I didn't watch the game too closely the other day. Apparently he didn't start particularly well and went for a few runs and then took a couple of hits at the back end of his spell. I think today was a bit of the reverse of that. I thought he found a really good hard length early on, and most of the Australian batsmen struggled to get him away. Probably
and he fielded exceptionally as well.
Yeah,
he took 2 outstanding catches.
Yeah, and I don't know about him being a find. I mean, he's been in and around the group for a while, so he's obviously a player. He's probably been identified as a likely candidate for the Ashes trip. It's not all about the Ashes.
He's not been given that continuity like he's been given now, especially after what happened with his betting scandal. I think England have really showed a leap of faith. And I watched an interview of him earlier on today where he's thanked the PCA, he's thanked Durham exceptionally, the county for backing him, and sort of it was a tough time for him, but English selectors have really shown faith, and picking him for the tour of Pakistan as well was something to say, hey, you know what, I think he bowls at good pace. He bowls at late 80s, and he bowls that Liam Plunkett kind of a line, that's a hard line.
That's a good comparison, actually. But that's it. They've definitely identified him as one on the shortlist for that Ashes tour. Meanwhile, another change of bowling, is it? I think. Go on, carry on.
That's okay. Sorry, Billy, you want to say something just quickly? Come on.
No, I was just going to say I think he's one of those bowlers who bowls a heavy ball. That was what I was going to add.
So the next ball on that occasion on the back foot, Brook plays it into the covers, no chance of a run. So at the moment the run rate's around 5, just over 5.2. So slowly but surely England looking to sort of get into this game after losing 2 wickets with a score on 11. This is on the back foot. Brook plays it towards the mid-wicket area, and they have enough time to go through for a single. Brook 35 or 40, Jacks 39 or 43, and the required run rate now around 5.19 is what they need.
And these two are just manipulating the field quite nicely at the moment. Ever since you were talking, Bennett, about the fact that we haven't rotated the strike much, they've slightly gone into their shell and are knocking it around a bit, which is good.
Indeed. My apologies. Required run rate is about 6.53 now, so just over run a ball. So yeah, I think they'll need to rotate the strike more often with the odd boundary, and this one's played on the onside towards the long on area, and they have enough time to again go through for a single. Grubby, come in, you want to say something?
I was just going to point out we saw the comparison at the end of the previous over, and it was England were on 84 for 2, I think it was, and Australia were at the same stage 67 for 2. So we know Australia started fairly steadily and pressed on, but England sort of ahead of the game just about.
Indeed, and this one's glided away towards the covers. Brook looking to open the face of the bat. He's trying to drop it there and do a runner. Unfortunately, on that occasion, not able to do so. But then Australia had a nice little sort of a middle part after losing Labuschagne, don't they? The thing is, with the Australian team, they don't rely on just the one batter, don't they? when someone doesn't bat, another person puts their hand up, and when all the batters don't bat, it's the keeper, or if all of them fail, it's the all-rounders, or it's the bowlers who would come in and give like an Adam Zampa the other day, sort of a few months ago, where he came in and got some runs. So that's Australia for you. This one's nudged away towards the onside, and the batters get another single. After 16.5 overs, Australia was 73 for 2. England, in comparison, slightly ahead, 87 for 2, but they don't have the experience in the middle order like Australia had with Carey and Steve Smith and the likes. But this one's outside the off stump, and Bill Jacks flirting with danger there. He was lucky not to get a touch. He was not going for the shot. He was more fishing there. He's lucky to be there.
It was all arms there, no feet at all.
Indeed. And he didn't have to play that, Billy, given that he's on 40
no.
at the moment.
Well, I think he was just unsure whether to hammer it through point or leave it well alone. And he kind of did
number
something
17.
between.
Sorry, Billy. End of over number 17. Have you got anything for us, Grubby?
No, you carry on, Billy.
No problem. Billy, go on.
Well, no, I think this is, just nearly at the 20th over stage. England have recovered really nicely here. If these two can both try and get to 50 and do nothing stupid. I mean, 50 overs is a long time to bat. We've got another 33. They don't need to do anything in a rush.
Very well said.
As Maxwell starts a new over.
That is very, very true. Sorry I interrupted you earlier. I didn't realize it was the end of the over. It just went through fast with all we were chatting. They just wanted Grubby to have his moment there as well. But now we have a lot of engagement. People are very keen to say what they want to say. Keep Grubby busy. On the back foot this time. And he plays it into the covers, and the batters go through for a single. 88 for 2. England looking good from here. But how can we consolidate? They've already done that. They've got to slowly push on the accelerator. This one's over pitch driven. Didn't get hold of that, but he knew where it was going, and enough time to go through for a single. So what should be the plan now, Billy? How do they approach this from now?
I think nothing differently to what they've done in kind of the last 7 overs, really. I think they just need to tick it over, try and get as near to 150 with these two as possible.
Quicker one on this occasion. On the back foot goes Brook and pushes this one towards the deep mid-wicket area, and they go through for a quick single. These two are a bit more experienced, aren't they? And as I was saying, when we came on commentary, Billy, when we came, it was same 2 wickets down. It's just taking 5 overs at a time, isn't it? Making sure you don't lose wickets and making sure you're not falling too behind the run rate. On the back foot, pushes this one towards the long on area, and they go through for another single. Again, I like the fact that Liam Livingstone's coming sort of higher up in the batting order. In the T20, I saw him taking a lot of responsibilities, in terms of his batting. I know he had a bad outing last game, but what do you think of that, Billy?
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, I think England need to be, England need to be very mindful, because we were mentioning earlier about how the fact that they've thrown away wickets in recent times quite carelessly. But the reality is that these two, plus Smith, Bethel and Livingstone, need to really break the back of this run chase. I wouldn't want to leave too much to the lower order.
Indeed, and this one's on the outside the off stump. On the back foot goes Brookie and punches this one towards the extra cover area, and Starks couldn't get hold of it cleanly. And as it spills out, the batters have enough time to waddle through for another single. 91 for 2. This one's on the leg stump. Again, he pushes this one. There's a short mid-wicket placed there strategically to stop the single, and no chance of a run. Second over bowled by Maxwell's 1 to go. He's done well. He's just only given away 11. I apologize. That's the end of the over, it seems. 91 for 2. Grubby.
Got Will Jonas on YouTube saying he'd like to see Charlotte Ricketts, the Hampshire coach, involved in the national setup. Be interested to hear people's thoughts on that. Who else? Frank Rockefeller is saying less haste, more speed. Jay Grover's reached that stage of the afternoon where I can understand very little of what you're saying on the YouTube, but it's lovely that you're there. Matthew Cullen says less speed, more alacrity. To which Frank says, nice word, alacrity, very woody. you people, what you like? Lockie, in true guerrilla fashion, just says go harder.
Thank you. Australia was 74 for 2 at this stage, and it's a change at the bowling. Cameron Green, the big man, and he's being welcomed to the crease. Hello, matey, with a beautiful drive, a lofted drive over the mid-off area by Will Jacks for a boundary. The English batters welcoming their bowlers. Thank you. Welcoming the new bowlers, Billy, always with a boundary, don't they, with the first ball?
Yeah, it's a really nice shot. It's a good way to set the tone for the over and takes the pressure off scoring wise. Now if we can just knock a couple of singles and kind of go to 8 and over, you're digging into that run rate.
Got it. Green comes in. This one's on Midland, like pushed away and towards the long on area. They have enough time to come back, or just the one run there. So Jack's on 46, and I think the first ball is always a bit of a loosener, isn't it? I mean, I play a bit of cricket, and when you get the ball and you're bowling in, the first ball is always like, where am I? How am I going to get this? And I think if you're a batter in control like these two are, you always look at trying to cash in on that.
Yeah, just quickly, Bennett, I've noticed Jax has just fallen away to his offside a couple of times over his front pad. He needs to be careful with the LBW. If I was Australia, I'd be going really full at his pads. They had one of his pads that was just sliding down leg, but I think he's just fallen over a couple of times.
Yeah, good pick there, one. Well done, Billy. So this is outside the off stump. The next one, Brooke placed it into the covers. No chance of a run. Cameron Green has had a mediocre series so far, and even the T20s. A lot of potential. What do you think, Billy?
I'll give you my thoughts after this ball.
Sure. Green comes in. This one's again outside the off stump, and this is a shot that Brookie is trying to be playing, opening the face of the bat, and the Australians are well aware of that. They've crowded that area with a gully, with a cover, and a sort of a shortish extra cover area, but Brookie trying to pierce it through that, and no chance of a run.
No, Cameron Green's a fantastic cricketer in all aspects. We briefly spoke about his fielding, but I really think that sums it up. He adds so much to any team that he's playing in every single department, and he's incredibly tall, strapping bloke.
This one's outside the off, a bit of room given there for Brooke, and he wides his sort of armory there as he plays it towards the deep extra cover area. No fielder there. It gives them enough chance to come back for two. I was talking to someone the other day, and I think if he doesn't get injured, Cameron Green has all the characteristics there to become the next Jack Collins for me.
That's a huge claim. I mean, I wouldn't disagree. The sun seems to have come out at Chester Street, which is rather nice.
Outside the off stump, driven nicely past the extra cover area, and the batters go through for a single. Yes, the sun's come out. I mean, I think we're so lucky to have the game, isn't it? Like this predicted was
done
rain.
all right.
Sorry, over number 19 gone 305. What have you got, Grubby?
Stephen Kelk is just passing through to say hello. Parish duties prevail, sadly. Do I remember correctly that you're a man of the cloth then? It's lovely to have you with us, Stephen. Regular contributor. Matthew Cullen says, when will we see someone bat against a spinner in a bucket hat? I don't think England players are allowed to bat in anything other than the regulation helmets, but we might see somebody else do it. Nick Cook says, big 8's pokey back when you get a bit of go. I don't understand what that means, sorry Nick. Lockie says Green is 198 centimetres, that must be a lot of feet and inches. Yeah, he's about 6'6", isn't he?
Yeah, it's something I have a
big
memory
lab,
of
massive wingspan.
As a youngster, one of my first games of cricket I watched was Chris Tremlett bowling.
Oh my
God,
what
really tall.
Yeah.
As a bowling, they're making other bowling. He's 6'7". I think 6'7", Chris Tremlett, is he?
And he's from your neck.
Another change of bowling.
No.
Is it not from? Sorry, another change of bowling. It's short. Sorry, Grubby.
No, sorry, carry on.
Can't hear the thing in the background.
Don't worry, it's just underneath, so you
no problem. And again, a new bowler comes in, and what do the England batters do? They welcome him with a loving big hug. This time long and wide, over the long off, into the crowd, and that's a beautiful 6. What a way to the crease.
Damn! That 6 is on fire.
Beautiful shot by the skipper. Brookie going into it and welcoming the 20th over with a 6 of 1, and the 100 comes up as well for England, and this is going to be the last over of us together. It seems like it's flown by, but don't you go anywhere, you viewers. We have a next sort of a panel of commentators joining you shortly to keep you live and entertained. I know it may not be as exciting as these three, but anyway. I'm going to get told off. This one's our fuller length and pushed back into short. No chance. Short picked up 5 to we watched
Yeah.
live in Cardiff.
Yeah, it's still lost the game. England were way ahead of the game, but yeah, he got 5 towards the end.
Yes, he got 5. I mean, more or less, I think those were wickets that were given to him in the chase. But this was over pitch, driven slap drive there by Brooke. Is looking good, looking to break free, like with the Bangles. The Queen, I want to break free. That's what they're doing, these two. And this is 2 more to the score. He's overtaken his partner. He's 49 off 53. Jack 47 off 49. And 105 for 2. Wonder what Australia was at this stage. Outside the off stump. Slapped again. Past the cover point area. That's the replay.
That was the replay.
Got carried away there. It seemed quite
hanging out with Tony too much.
This one's middle and leg. And this one, Brooke, equal to the task. And brings up his 50. Very compiled. Composed knock by the young skipper, and he overtakes his batting partner 51.
Give a little,
loving
little jingle for his 50.
Half a 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 century.
Can you believe it? That's only his 4th 50, and he's only played in 18 matches. The poor young boy who's entrusted with the captaincy is certainly done really well in this game. I thought he captained really well initially, especially to bring the wicket of Cameron Green, how he got that mid-on in that position. Not sure how he was later on.
Give him credit for that, definitely.
Indeed.
I think Brooks been it's always difficult. He captained the Northern Superchargers in the 100, but I mean, I'd be interested to see what you guys thought about his comments after the first ODI, maybe after the score, where he basically said we don't care about how we lose our wickets.
This one's pushed again into the long on area, and the batters go through for a quick single. So that's the end of over number 20. So just to give you an idea, England won the toss, invited Australia to bat first. They were 3 or 4 for 7. England in return are 1-1-1. Nelson with 2 wickets at the end of over number 20. Thank you very much. It's time to give you over
Thanks,
to the
Bennett.
next set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Billy.
Bye.
Marvellous contributions there, the last 10 overs. Messrs, I'll hand over to you and Andy, and Hendo will be getting into position. See you in a bit.
Well, thanks, Bennett. Maybe not that exciting, but we know our Bangles from our Queen. You've got to give us that much.
Good line. Good line. So, I reckon it's about even Stevens at the moment. What do you reckon, Andy?
I'd still rather be on Australia at the moment, but these two have certainly done very well to recover this innings. It's 111 for 2. Take your foot off the ground if you're superstitious. As Mitchell Starc comes back into the attack, and he's got both 2 wickets so far, and that's up in the air and just bounces a yard or 2 short of mid-on. Jacks with a false shot there. He's looking at the edge of his bat, and that was perilously close to an immediate wicket, Hendo.
It was a little bit worrying, wasn't it? I did say when England went to 11 for 2, I said to the Bear, or was it may have been Grubby, who was in there at the time, and said, well, these two have got to put on 150 for England to have a chance. Well, they put on exactly 100 so far.
They have indeed. Starc is in once again, 2 Jacks on 48. Oh, very full. Might have been slightly above a Yorker, low full toss. Plays it past cover, scampers across, goes to mid-off for no run.
I thought that might have also been a slower ball, which is perhaps why Jacks was groping at it a little bit.
Possibly.
Again. Yeah, it is.
Yes. He may have just misjudged the length a little bit.
Let's have a look. Does he try and get it out the back of his hand? No, but it's an
off spinner, yeah.
Yes.
So a couple of false shots already in this over. Stark's playing with his pace. What Jacks can do with this one. Stark left arm over, it's full. Jacks drives, it beats cover, but again it's gone to mid-off for no run. Jacks punches his thigh, feels like he should have done a bit more with that one.
Yes.
A few strands of grey in Mitchell Stark's hair. Time catches up with us all.
How old is he? I mean, the Bear always seems to think he's older than he is, I'm sure. He says he's about 36. I don't think he's that much.
33?
I think he's only about 33. Messi, you might know. You're Australian.
Sorry, I was reading tweets. What was the question?
I'll come back to it.
Mitchell Starc It is short, but it's slower again as Jax lets it go and it bounces well in front of Alex Carey. Jax not quite picking up the pace here. The question, how old is Mitchell Stark?
He's 34 years and 239 days.
Which you knew, you didn't just look up. Yeah.
I thought it might have been the question, so I just clicked on it.
Do you update it on your calendar every day so you know exactly how many days?
I know when to send him a birthday card. Yeah.
You know what? I would entirely rule that out. Stark is in again.
Dear God.
Onto the legs that time, and Jax picks that one up into the leg side. Loose ball from Stark, but he's not going to get it the distance. He's played it into the wide open spaces on the leg side. Short, I think that is, with the fielding, and they'll come back for 2. And that's 50 for Jax.
Yeah.
Oh, well done.
Really good knock.
Now you've got me getting worried about myself, Andy.
I'll give him this message, I think.
Don't stop just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done.
That should very much be the message, I think. Stark's in again to complete the over. It's on the pads again. Is touched past the umpire. Goes out to deep square. Should just be a single. So still a good over for Stark. Just 3 from it. England 114 for 2 of 21.
So there's been considerable discussion on YouTube about use of drugs and alcohol, which I won't take you through, but by all means read it for some amusement. But Stephen Kelk does say someone called me a degenerate the other day for having a beer at 3:30 p.m. The youth of today.
Well, it depends if you're at work or not.
That doesn't have some impact, doesn't it? Nick says the sun was over the yard,
Yep.
Stephen. And I should correct when Stephen Kelp mentioned that he had duties in the vicarage. He's not actually a man of the cloth, Pokey. The vicar is a pseudonym for his better half, who gives him directions from time to time.
Interesting.
Right. Hardy certainly had a good knock with the bat today. He's in with the ball. Jack steps away, doesn't contact outside off stump. Briefly, Hendo, stop me if you've touched on this before. What's with Wimbledon's ground falling into a sinkhole?
Yeah, apparently so. Well, the flooding from the River Wandle, which is not that far,
Yeah.
it's kind of built on a floodplain, but seemingly it is unearthed a sinkhole beneath the pitch.
The first time I saw the pictures, I thought they weren't real.
I know. The first thing I knew about it was someone put up a picture and said, "Oh, it looks like a golf club."
It does. Hardy is in. Oh, and that hits on the top of the pad. In fact, it might have got Jaxie just fiddling with his undercarriage. Might have caught him just in there.
He's got Jax
in
the.
He takes the knee for that one. Yeah, it certainly looks like they can't play there for a while. I did see someone's already crowdfunded. Whether it's the club themselves or not, I'm not sure, but they've already got 50 grand crowdfunding to try to fix it and or find somewhere else to play. But it's an unusual one, certainly.
It's it's bizarre. It's totally bizarre. Yeah, I saw this picture. I thought it looked like a crazy golf. It's only in one corner of the actual pitch, but I mean, I don't know how much it's going to cost to repair. It could be, these things are expensive.
That one's clipped into the leg side by Jack, sends up to long on, and they'll pick up a single.
I understand that the enabling development that helped the ground go ahead, which is there's loads of flats built around it, quite expensive flats. The developers were supposed to look at the possibility of sinkholes, and that was part of the deal for the planning permission from the council. So I'm not
cowboy developers. Who'd have thought?
Well, I won't mention who they are, but. It's easily found out, I imagine.
Hardy, who seems to be following on from one of the two of the England players with a terrible haircut. It looks a bit like Potts' haircut. That one jags in a bit and comes off the thigh pad, and Alex Carey's had to go and chase it. So they got at least one. I think just one though, one leg by.
What also worried me was if that's potentially possible for the pitch. Do they not have to check out
the stands?
Well, the stands and also the flats themselves, which are quite high rise. But then we know that no one's very keen on invoking building regulations, are they these days?
Well, I'd hope they would be, but you may be right. Hardy again. Aussie bowlers mixing up their pace. And Jacks again seemed a little bit discomforted by that one not coming onto the bat. But it's good bowling though, you've got to mix it up in these middle overs.
Yeah, I actually think that England were getting more movement this morning than, or well, it wasn't actually this morning, it was this afternoon, but early on in the Australian innings. I think Smith had a terrible struggle to get going.
Yes.
Hardy's in again. Jacks punches it into the offside. He beats cover. They'll get through for one. Should be looking well. Then no, just the one. Deep cover is round quickly. Again, no boundaries now over. Australia putting the brakes on a little bit. It's 117 for 2 off 22.
Yeah, I actually think the pitch flattened out during the second part of the Australian.
You're probably right. Yeah, maybe that. I mean, because Alex Carey came in and timed the ball beautifully. I know he was in good nick, but you know he did really time it beautifully.
Yeah. Ashley Partridge says, hi everyone. Lockie's 6 says, last look at Winvince was 80-20 for Australia. That can't be right. No, I'm just looking at it now. It's 59-41 for Australia at the moment, which it's probably not far off the mark, but I'd be closer to 50-50 myself.
Yeah, but you're quite pessimistic about Australia in the same way that
almost
like I am about England.
Almost like everybody is about their own, side.
That's totally true.
Right, Stark's going to continue. Smooth run up as ever. He's bowling to Jack, steps away and thumps it up towards long off. Is there a man there? No, there's not. He's got 4.
He has indeed. That was a lovely shot. You kind of open up your stumps to Mitchell Stark at your peril, don't you? But he did there, and I guess the risk reward was okay because there wasn't a man back. So you're going to get 4 if you can get the. He hit it just to the right of the non-striker of Harry Brook. Really good shot. Muscled it, didn't he?
Yes. So what's Stark going to do in response to that?
Short one.
Could be.
Or Yorker.
Could be. It's really a length ball, and he scooped it up over cover. Didn't get much of it. Scooped it up over mid-on. Really, wasn't that far away. Again, they're going to have to do the running on this one. They're going to come back for 3, I think.
I thought that's good running. Actually, that's really good running from Jacks to get back for a 3rd there. I think. Very good. That was a fair enough shot, I suppose. Whenever it goes in the air and you can't see the fielders, you worry about it, don't you? A little bit.
Yeah, your heart's in your mouth a little bit. But it always looked like one that would fall in between the regulation field and the boundary field. Jack's got to be looking. Both these players got to be eyeing up a big score. That's what I think it'll take for England to get home here. At least someone's got to get a decent 100. Brook knocks that one down to 3rd man for a single.
I mean, someone's got to do a Travis Head, haven't they? In the first ODI, you get 150, or both of these guys got to get 110 each, or probably more than that, to be honest.
Well, they've still got. If they can keep the platform going, if these guys can go through to 30, then maybe players like Bethel and Livingston and Smith will be able to open up and play their natural game.
Yeah, you would hope so.
It's not all on these two batsmen, but they are set and they do need to make it pay. Stark is in this time. He's short and he's smashed by Jacks. And is that going to beat deep square? Just he gets a flailing hand on it, but he can't prevent it from dropping onto the sponge for 4.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Stuck in the pitch, really. I don't think you're going to get much venom from that length today.
It really did, because you could see how far out in front that from side on that Jacks was reaching to play that shot. It wasn't. He was deliberately hitting it in front of square, but he had to reach for it.
Plenty of time to play that one. Yeah, he goes on to 64, off 64. Stark this time goes full and wide, and Jack scoops it over point, and I think he's going to get 4 more. Is the fielder going to get round?
Yeah.
Actually, he is. Throws it to his body. They're going to get back for 3. It's not a problem.
It was for me.
That was Hazelwood and Maxwell out in the deep. And usually when there's a relay, that just gives you a little bit of extra time to get through for that extra run. Yeah, just opened a face, scooped it over backward point. And Stark's coming for a bit of punishment in this over. That's
I think he's gone for 11, hasn't he, so far?
At least, I think, 2
Maybe more
fours
than
and a
that.
3 and a
12,
2.
yeah. No, 15.
15,
Yeah.
blimey.
Yeah. One ball to go. See what he can do with it. Well, might well be the last ball of this little spell for him. It's full. It's up in the air, but it's over mid-off, and it's going to be 4 more.
Is it, though? Is it going to stop? No, it's not.
No, it's 4 to Brook this time.
There's not one more for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Well, thanks, Mitch. Take a blow for now.
That's 19.
Well,
19, is that? Or 17? 17 from the
19.
over? 19.
Yeah.
19 from the over. Well, that is a good over. I mean, that's 2 overs
Well,
worth in one, isn't it?
Yeah, Lockie would be pleased to know that England on WinViz has moved from 41% to 53% as a result of that over.
Ooh.
There you go.
I'm not sure I'd give it that, but yeah.
Well, it's amazing how quickly these things change. The
Absolutely.
algorithms are weird. There's 61% on Crick Info. So, who knows?
Yeah.
Pokey says, I'm amazed we haven't folded already. Making a fist of it anyway. So the expectation is still there, I presume, Pokey. There's still plenty of space to collapse. Is that what you're saying?
Well, England are certainly favourites on the betting markets as well. Everyone seems to be in agreement. For once, a nice rainbow behind the trees there at the Riverside ground. But does that suggest there's some rain around?
Well, I'm just wondering whether the ECB will go and grab the pot of gold and put it into the franchise system.
They should. To get past those leprechauns. Ireland will
Quick!
get all the money.
Who's going to get there? Maybe Annie can get there first and save it for county cricket.
Right. It's a big friendly giant, Cameron Green. The opposite of a leprechaun, if you like. He's in. He's short, and it could be out.
No, just shot short.
No, just dropped short. It was a loose shot from Jax. Maybe a little bit full of himself after a few boundaries, and I thought for a second that had gone straight to gully, but apparently just dropped in front of him.
It was a slow ball, 72 miles an hour. As we called him earlier, Camberwick Green. I think that was quite a good name for him.
Camberwick Green, yeah. I'm surprised we never said that before. Now you mention it.
I know. It seems so obvious, doesn't it?
Well, here he is, Camberwick Green. Length ball, and that beats Jax, but again he's probably held it back. 83 says the speed gun, because it bounces in front of Alex Carey again. There's no run.
I'm just wondering whether he got a little edge to that. I mean, it fell well short.
He might have done.
I think
he had a look behind him.
Yeah, Green's getting a little bit excited as the ball goes through. It was only a feather if it was, but still counts.
Certainly would have done if Alex Carey had been close enough to catch it. Green is in once again. That one's too far down leg, and that should be 4. Yep, 4 down to long leg. That was a gimme after a couple of good balls.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Australia's struggling to build any pressure here.
Yeah, they're not bowling very well in terms of line, and England taking advantage of it.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see some part-time spinners pretty soon to try to burgle a wicket.
We've had Maxwell, haven't we? We've had a couple of
And
overs.
Short.
Short is the chief burglar. That one goes down to backward point, picks it up, and then waddles forward. That's probably Steve Smith acting the idiot.
I'm getting a little bit worried about Jax outside his off stump there. He's just a little bit loose, and that position just behind square, the sort of gully or the backward point. I'd be quite interested if I was fielding there at the moment.
That's where Green should be bowling.
And if I was Jonty Rhodes as well, but I'm not.
Might be Jonty Rhodes now. In fact, we're probably not even that.
No.
Green keeps it in that channel. That time, Gully is down again, picks it up, certainly keeping him busy.
It was actually quite a good shot, I thought, but also a really good piece of fielding.
It is Smith in the gully.
Oh, Smith, I mean, he's a great catcher, isn't he? He's got brilliant hands.
Yep.
I should say the radar is suggesting there may be some showers coming about half an hour away.
Yeah, it looks dark, it looks black, doesn't it? There are a few big clouds around.
Let's hope not. Green is in again. That one's onto the stumps and will be played up to long on for a comfortable single. That's going to be the end of the over. 141 for 2 off 24. Targets 305.
So, Nick Cook says, thanks, Stephen Kelk. Life's too short. Come on, England. I'm not
Life
sure
is too short.
Life is always too short.
Wasn't if you're Abraham had quite a long life, didn't he?
Well, Methuselah
Sort of 1,000 years, was it? Something like that? Can you imagine?
Yeah, but imagine 1,000 years in those times with no TV or football. God.
I know. Actually, funnily enough, we were talking about that in the green room. I was
Would Somerset still not have won a county championship?
Probably not. No.
No, but they'd have come second a lot. Yeah, we were talking about. I was talking with Grubby about it earlier. I'll come back to that.
England well ahead of Australia on the old at this stage, almost 30 runs. That's too short, and it's pulled away by Jacks, but the fielder is out there at the forward square. Just get one.
Yeah, switching the bowlers around, it looks like it's
Abbott. Yeah.
Abbott that has come back. Where's his jingle gone? There it is.
Sean Abbott, bowl, bowl, bowl. Batsman and bowler with tight control.
Messi, you need to get onto the DLS.
Well, I can't because unless Crickbuzz has got it up, because I can't find it. I think they're probably England are likely to be ahead on DLS, but I can't.
I would
find
think
it
so.
yet.
That one is played down to a sort of wide-ish slip, and there's no run as the fielder tries to show off his ball juggling. Not to much success.
We do know that wickets can make a big difference, can't they? Just a wicket, a couple of wickets can make a huge difference to DLS. So possibly with just 2 down at the moment, England are in the ascendancy.
Well, if the rain gets closer, England might need to have half an eye on that. Brooke is going to go for the scoop, and he's played it well. He should get 4 for that one. Yep. Went down early.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah, picked that one up from a good 1.5 foot outside off stump and lifted it over fine leg.
It's interesting, isn't it, when you see something at full speed and then you see it slowed down? Is that I got the impression that he went far too early, and I thought he was exposing his stumps. But when you actually see it in slow motion, he didn't really go down until the ball had left the bowler's hand, which is.
It's certainly premeditated. I think he was going down, but he didn't go across until he saw the line. That one jags in and gets between glove and pad somehow. It hits something on its way through to the wicketkeeper, but no one's particularly interested in. And appeals obviously high.
I think Sean Abbott was interested, but then he seems a bit in the Stuart Broad mould when it comes to appealing. Sean Abbott, from what I've seen of him. It's a good ball. It's really cut back.
He's got an inside edge, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think there was some bat on that. Or glove or something.
Still a little bit in this for the Aussie bowlers, as Abbott is in again. But Brooke dispatches that one. One bounce just 6 inches in front of the rope, over mid-wicket. For 4. Too short.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
Doesn't matter who they bowl, they're bowling too many bad balls.
Like England were the other day, lots of 4 balls, yeah.
Yeah, Abbott's in again. That one is chopped down to third man. It'll be a comfortable single. Takes us through to the halfway point, and England are 151 for 2. A smidge below halfway to their total of 305.
Sorry, I was. Yes, Lockie just says DLS question mark. Yeah, I can't find it. They're not good at letting people know. Although sometimes on the scoreboard itself they show what the DLS.
But we never get to see the scoreboard these days, do we?
No,
unfortunately.
No, that's correct. The other thing is that even though there are some shows possible, I'd suspect there won't be enough to shorten the match.
Oh right, well that's good news.
Parry Badger says, having spent most of today with no power due to maintenance works, I dread the concept of 1,000 years without the comforts of modernity.
Yeah.
Yes, it's certainly true. And Frank Reckerfeller says, imagine these players playing 20 years ago with these shots. Total freak show for that back then.
That is a rare defensive shot from Brook. The ball just drops down. I think they maybe could have got a single if they'd been a bit more alive there. Carey ran up to the stumps.
I think I was talking to who's I? Well, there's only three of us in, so it was either Grubby or the Bear, and I was suggesting that when Ben Duckett played that really good shot right at the beginning of his innings before he got out for 8, I don't think that you could have played those shots with bats of yore.
I'm not sure they dropped that one down. This time they do get through for a single, takes the pace off.
Well, in terms of...
Well, who was trying it? I mean, it wasn't until
nobody
Dushan really invented it.
Oh no, absolutely nobody tried it, and nobody certainly at that stage I think was looking to get sixes from it. They were just trying to flip it over the man in the circle, really. I think. I think the bats have made a big difference. So I mean, obviously you have to be incredibly skillful to do it in the first place.
Yeah.
Here comes Hardy, length ball, but it's a bit too straight, and Jax flicks it round the corner. They'll get at least one. Yeah, I think they're going to come back for 2.
I mean, you're in all sorts. If you mistime it by even a fraction of a second, a very small fraction of a second, you're gonna be in trouble. It's amazing. I'm amazed that it comes off quite as often as it does.
Well, they practice it a lot.
Well, yep.
And just let it run off the bat.
You've really got to watch the ball.
175. Also too straight, and he'll easily play that one up too long on for a single.
Probably our generation was taught to keep your eye on the ball at all times, and I think to play those shots you absolutely have to.
Oh, I think that's one thing that hasn't changed.
Well, yes. I mean, there are shots that you play and you get into position and you're not you've got into the position to play the shot and you play the shot. It's not. I don't think you necessarily see the ball all the way onto the bat.
Hardy's in again. It's full, but it's a slower ball, punched up to mid-off. They're going to take a quick single, fires in at the stumps. They get home.
I mean, the other thing about the bats, I think things like the scoop would be perfectly possible to previous bats. They might not go as far, but
I don't think it would go as far. Yeah,
the thing that amazes me is how far edges go these days.
Oh yeah,
edges on bats must be so much tougher than they used to be.
Yeah, definitely. They're much thicker than they used to be.
They're much thicker. They're not really much tougher because bats obviously don't last as long as they used to. Punched out to deep cover by Jax. That's the end of the over. He goes on to 77. England 157 for 2.
Lockie says it might come down to the number of boundaries. Wouldn't that be a crop?
We get a super over.
That's a point.
Do we get super overs? I suppose super overs are de rigueur now in ODIs, aren't they?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know about. There's probably a playing condition for these type of series.
Yeah.
And who knows what that is? To be honest,
I could look it up, but to be honest,
it'd take forever, wouldn't it? It takes forever.
Sorry.
It's like when you look up in the laws of cricket and then you find it's sort of in, a sub-clause, the actual answer that you're looking for.
The playing conditions are twice as long as the laws, too. That's the other thing.
I was just going to try ChatGPT. Sorry, what happened?
Short and picked up by Will Jacks, deposits that over mid-wicket all the way for a lovely one of these.
Six.
That's such a sort of gentle jingle for a 6, isn't it? When it's been bludgeoned over mid-wicket. You really need something like this.
There
you go. 2 for the price of 1.
Square to the long boundary. Abbott's in again. It's played out to deep point. Should just be a single.
Is that Zampa on the pitch? I thought I heard Zampa was ill.
Could be.
I thought it was just. Yeah, somebody said that. I thought he was just being rested. Give someone else a go.
Well, ChatGPT says yes, and rightly reminds us of the most famous super over at the in the 2019 World Cup final.
Oh, you asked ChatGPT if this particular playing condition...
Not this particular game.
Not this particular,
are there super overs in ODIs?
Oh,
which,
okay.
of course, if I'd thought about it for a moment, there would be. That's a bit of a swat out to deep mid-wicket. They'll get through for a single.
Yeah, it's a bit of a swap, but I think it was because it was one of those that's slower bouncers that was dug into the pitch and he had to wait for it.
Well, these two have given you the 150-run partnership you asked for, Hendo. Ask and you shall receive.
They have, from 142 balls.
154, yes,
Yeah.
from 142 balls. Very, very good. And if they keep going, well, I suggest England are already favourites. Australia will not be too sure what to do. That one is just played out to mid-on. They get away with a dot ball there.
Yep, it's well, absolutely, it's been a tremendous partnership, and even if England were to collapse from here, which is not impossible, as we know, you would still have to say this was a fantastic partnership, and take the positive from that.
I'm still surprised they haven't tried any more spin, but we'll see in a second. That's onto leg stump, but he will feel he missed out there. Jacks hit it straight to green, a mid wicket.
Yeah, just got to keep it ticking over, haven't they? You don't want too many dot
boundary
balls.
And over, yeah.
Dot balls, and then frustration creeps in a little bit. Maybe play the wrong shot at the wrong time.
Is that what Australia are trying to do? They seem to have maybe their closer fielders are a little bit closer, like that
tighter.
mid wicket.
Yeah, could be.
Try something. Try to build up some pressure. Abbott's in again. It's onto the legs. Yes, mid-on's come up, and that also is no run.
Just one thing about Jacks that does worry me a little bit. He just does put that foot across a little bit, and then finds himself having to play in front of his pad or round his pad.
Yeah.
And he puts himself in a position that if he gets it wrong, doesn't get bat on it, that he's basically on middle and off when he does it.
Well, if you miss a straight ball, it doesn't matter if you're LBW or bowled. But the issue is if you get your head too far across, you'll be a bit too likely to miss it. Now, that should be the end of the over. Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, Adam Zappa.
Hang on, is Dharmasena talking about the weather?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
Adam Zampa was out due to illness, according to Cricinfo, by the way.
And maybe it's Christopher Connolly then. Is it Christopher or Cameron Connolly? I can't remember his first name now. The other spinner. I think they were just checking on the no ball. I don't think it is a no ball. No, it's just it's okay.
The verdict.
Yeah. So England, 34 runs ahead of Australia at this stage, and with one wicket fewer. 27 overs, Australia 131 for 3, England 165 for 2.
They're very much in the box seat.
I'm surprised Mitchell Marsh hasn't bowled himself at all. I mean, he's a pretty
bowled in this
useless
series, has he? I mean, almost
no.
everyone can bowl in this team.
Yeah, I mean,
struggling to think of anyone who can't.
And I mean,
Smith can bowl up some filth.
He's one of those guys who just comes on and picks up wickets. The odd wicket here and there. And well, he's going to go to back to Cameron Green again.
Do you know, I think Australia could legitimately have 10 bowlers in this team.
I think you're right.
Cameron Green is who they've gone with. It's chopped by Brook. I thought in the air for a second, but he was in control of where it was going, down to third man. They'll pick up a single.
Well, he's using Cameron Green in a very strange way, hasn't he? He's bowled him in 2 spells of 1 over. And this is his 3rd over. It's all a bit strange.
He's trying to do the thing where you change the bowling every over, and then when you finally get a wicket, everybody goes, good captaincy. They do, though.
Oh, of course.
Here's Green again, bowling from wide of the crease and steps away, Jacks, but plays it to backward point. There'll be no run.
It kind of maybe he's
kind
following
of trying
him,
to follow him to the leg side. I think
he
England might do better to step inside these.
Yeah, or just stand still a little bit longer because, I think, he's...
You get a wide if nothing else, and make him bowl at the stumps.
He's cramping him, and he could easily just pop it up into the offside. Do you know, I find these graphics on TV completely bewildering.
There's a lot going on. That time, well, it might be out. It's hit something on its way through. Umpire says no, maybe come off the forearm. That time Jacks did step inside the ball, go for a pull shot. He missed it. It hit something. I think Carey caught it down the leg side, but nobody seems that keen on saying it was bat or glove.
No. Looks like they're not going to go for that.
Yes, Andy, I just checked every player in the Australian team except Alex Carey is taking wickets in ODIs.
Yeah. He might have just missed that entirely.
Yeah, it was odd, wasn't it?
Just swung down the leg side after it passed the batsman. Green again. This time does step away, flies that one down to third man. Yeah, he's Hendo's sigh called it. He stepped away, Jacks. I'm not exactly sure what he was trying to do. Maybe play it over backward point, but he didn't get enough on it. It flew down to third man, and that is the wicket Australia have been searching for.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says
I think there's a real failure of nerve there, to be honest. Okay, he's gone scoreless for 3 or 4 balls, but you can make that up with the wickets in hand.
They're scoring at 6 and over. They only need 6 and over.
I know. I
honestly think it was just the decision he made to back away from almost all that over.
Yeah.
Do it once or twice to get them thinking. If you do it every time, they're just going to follow you.
Yeah. And he couldn't control it really. I think that's the problem, because he didn't have the room to free his arms properly. And as soon as it went off the bat, you thought, we know there's a third man down there. That's out, and it was a simple catch really.
Well, disappointing again, but very good innings.
It's a very good innings, yeah. But
yes,
I understand the frustration. I think sometimes we're more critical of someone who scores 80 and gets out badly than someone who scores 5 and just gets out. Well, I think they did score 80.
Yeah, I mean, in a way though, that's not necessarily. I don't think there's anything illogical about that in some respects, because
I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Anyone could get out early and get a good ball or whatever, but he's seeing the ball well, he's batting really well, and I think I just feel that's been thrown away a little bit. Anyway, new batsman.
Well, interesting choice for the new batsman.
It is. I'll jingle him up.
Hey there, Jamie Smith. Are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
Right, well, Green bounds into the wicket, and again, Smith just stays where he is, gets the same ball and pulls it down to deep square for a single. Yeah, suggestion that England just want to knock this around for a bit rather than bring in Bethel Livingston immediately.
Yeah, I think that's a good move actually. Well, no. Oh, actually, we look. I mean, how far outside leg stump was Jacks when he played that?
And the ball was a good 6 inches outside leg stump.
I think you're right. He probably was trying to put it over point, but you can't really control that shot very easily.
Yeah. Green's in again, and same thing again. This time Brook pulls, doesn't get much on it, but it goes down to long leg for a single. I'm just very bright. Sorry, up at Durham.
I'm disappointed also because I enjoy watching Jacks play, and I've been a little bit critical of him this year. He hasn't perhaps pushed on as you might have thought he would have, but he's played 2 good innings in this series so far. But he has got to make the most of it. The best players really make the most of it.
After you back away the first one, why not just stand there and collect wides until he bowls straight again?
Oh, where's that gone?
Smith has just nudged that one past the wicket-keeper. It goes down to fine leg again. I think he's only got a glove on it. Green is persisting with this line, which I really think if England just step inside a little bit, they should get a wide every time. Anyway, that's the end of the over. 171 for 3.
Parrot Badger says, did you hear about the plan to light the crease up in neon when a bowler oversteps? It's the no-ball gas plan.
I have no idea if he's being serious or not.
Right.
You've heard of the noble gases.
Oh, noble! Oh, God! Oh, yes!
It's a great
very
joke.
good. Too subtle for us.
Sorry. Lockie says, rough calculation with England having 81% resources left plus DLS par at around 130.
Before that wicket.
Maybe. Camilla Couture says, "Oh my, that was a brain fart." And
Mhm.
Umbre Nueva says, "Wow, I left the game for a while. Super surprised and happy with what I see. Might step away again and see this
Right, here
with the
comes Hazelwood. Brooke just chops that one down to third man for a single.
Switching his bowlers around, he's brought Hazelwood back in again, hasn't he? Be interesting to see after this jingle.
I'm afraid of Josh Hazelwood. I'm afraid when he bowls. I'm afraid of Josh Hazelwood. I'm afraid.
I'm very afraid of Josh Hazelwood. In the same way that I was afraid of Glenn McGrath, Shane Warne.
But you don't hate him with the passion that Mayank does.
No, I don't. I think he's a fabulous bowler. He's tremendous, tremendously consistent.
Got a slip in for Smith. That was played out to backward point. There's no run.
I was a little shocked by the vehemence of Mayank's.
Yes, I was.
I do like an irrational hatred. Just one player you hate for no reason.
Mine is Marcus Stoinis, obviously.
Yes.
I have no real reason to hate him, but has Abbott done himself taking that catch off Jacks? He was limping after that, wasn't he?
Roll his ankle a little bit. Held on to the ball. That was the main thing. Hazelwood's in again to Smith. Smith chops that one down to backward point again.
Yeah,
72 for 3. England's target 305. Almost in all of these 3 games so far, Australia have sort of come back in the last 10 overs and scored more runs than England will have felt they should have done.
Yeah, I see it so often in games of cricket. Teams will say, "Oh, we've got to take the positives because we did certain things really well." But yeah, you can get yourself into a game, but you can also get yourself out of it as well.
Hazelwood again, short. Smith goes for the pull, doesn't get hold of it, but he'll get enough on it just to get to the edge of the circle at mid-wicket and pick up a single.
I think there's a fair amount of short stuff, isn't there? And the ball seems to me to be sticking in the wicket a little bit. I'm a bit worried about the England batsman's timing of that shot. They may be trying to hit it too hard at the moment.
Seems like the plan at the moment, and you can't knock it because it has finally taken a wicket.
Yeah, I was wondering whether Mitch Marsh might actually give Cameron Green 2 overs in a row now that he's got a wicket.
Always possible. Hazelwood's in again. That's a length ball, and that's a very fine cut by Brooke, and that's beautifully played. Did he get 4? I think the fielder stopped it and punched it about 20 yards. He's gone round to pick it up again, so they get back 3. They saved 1, so a lot of effort to save 1, but they all count.
That was brilliant. That was fun. It was a lovely shot. It's so delicate from Brooke. It would have gone into first slip's hands, but it was, he knew what he was doing there, trying to get as fine as he possibly could because of the third man. And then the third man got down to it. Big man, Cameron Green, great fielder, but he then sort of, as he grabbed it, he pushed it away about 15 or 20 yards. Had to go and get it again.
When he's doing that boundary fielding, he reminds me of a dog that knocks over everything in its path as it tries to retrieve a ball. Once played back by Smith to the bowlers, no run.
It was a Women's National Cricket League match at the Wacker today I was watching, and somebody did exactly that. They were chasing a ball over the boundary and smashed the table that was over the boundary.
Messi, do you watch cricket 24 hours a day?
If it's available, yeah. Umbre Nueva, I didn't finish reading his tweet where he was saying how happy he was, and then said, "Oh, Jax is out before I even finished typing. I blame myself." And Parrot Badger about his noble gas, he says, "Most of my terrible puns are subtle and or educational." Brown Barish is with us. Says, "Our good missus here. I can pass on to you that on Saturday I called a century and 2 forfeits in my final match of the season. I made sure to raise my mic at the end in the true fashion of the sport."
Break off.
Yeah, Green's in again. Brooke again steps inside, but he can only get it to square leg, and I think this is Australia's plan. Bowling short, trying to cut down singles and make England go for the big shot.
Yes, and it's working pretty well.
It's working better than anything else they tried in the previous 20 overs.
And you only need to open the door ever so slightly to Australia. So which is why it's vital that these two stay together for a little while, I think.
Well, they have won, I think, 14 ODIs in a row at this point, including 9 out of 9 in the World Cup. That's too high from Green. I should imagine that's on height because the batsman stepped inside it.
Yeah, again, that was
given wide.
He was doing exactly what Jacks did. He was going far too far outside the leg stump there, I think.
He did well to leave it though, Brooke.
Yeah. And then we get drawn into sort of almost trying to play that with a perpendicular bat.
Periscope shot,
yeah.
With Green, who is bowling a second consecutive over.
Yeah.
Certainly is not much subtlety in his plan. It's short again. And missed it. Carey goes up for the catch.
Is that not a
Green
wide?
didn't even appeal.
Too bothered.
It is a wide.
And it's another wide. Yeah, this is it. Get inside it. And,
Yeah.
and you'll pick up plenty of wides.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to try and play it that
He
way.
also had his 2 short balls for the over, so he can't go that short again.
Yeah, let's have another look at this.
I think it might have been called on height again.
Yeah, could have been.
Here comes Green again. Wide of the crease, short again, pulled down to long leg. The man is there. They've got a long leg, deep long leg, a deep fine leg, and square legs just in front of square. Again, there's no subtlety or disguise in what Australia are doing here.
Well, they're really not allowing people. It'd be interesting to look at what their offside field is, because maybe that is why England's batsmen are trying to go outside the leg stump and force it over the
Well, they have to
infield
have
there.
4. You're only allowed 5 on the leg side.
What?
Oh yeah.
What, in what?
For a long time. You can't have 6 fielders on the leg side.
Is that right?
In white ball cricket, yes.
Do you know? I didn't know that. So learn day every day.
Good. Well, I hope our next commentators are equally informative. They'll be coming in at the end of the over, and Green fools everybody by pitching one up outside off stump. And Smith was so surprised he just bunted it up to mid-off for no run.
Well, if they're informed as me, I'm your next ball-by-baller, so there you go. Yes, I mean, Smith batted really well in the game on Saturday. Then picked out mid-wicket when there was no one else to hit. And should have possibly pushed on.
The game's going to be set up nicely for these last 20 overs. England need a smidge over a run of ball. That's onto leg stump. It's clipped out to deep square. They'll get at least 1. I think a bit of time to pick that up, but I think everyone's decided that was 1.
Yeah, and this is why England. I think because of the way the white ball game is developed, that there is a certain inexperience of dealing with pressure situations in terms of being satisfied with picking up a run of ball as opposed to going for the big shot. The big shot is always relieves your sort of sense of tension, doesn't it?
We've got a DLS score, it's 162.
Yes.
But obviously with the way the camera focused on that suggests that they think there might be some rain incoming. Chopped down to third man by Brooke for a single. So England are 181 for 3. They need 124 to win from 20 overs and 1 ball.
Hendo, do you want to let Ajit in?
I think the bear is doing the honours.
And hopefully we'll have an exciting last 20 overs for you.
And the bear has come in and determined to give me lung cancer.
And from the point of view of the series, an England win would keep it alive at 2-1. Punched into the offside by Smith. Deep cover's going to have to come round. Should just be 1 though. 182 for 3. Thank you everyone. I'll see you in the studio for the next one, whenever it is.
Friday.
Yep, Hendo and the guys will take you through the next 10 overs.
I'm going to make you passively high.
Thanks,
is the point
Andy.
I'm doing.
Oh God, I don't want to.
Bear, the next tweet is from Big Brian Barish, about his being a fan of steak puns. Okay.
There you go. That's the bear, healthy as ever. England 182 for 3. Well, at 11 for 2, you thought game over, and I said at the time that Jacks and Brooke had to take England past 150, which is what they did, and unfortunately
And
for
how?
England,
In style.
oh
I would
yes,
say.
absolutely, played really well against some pretty decent bowling. I think it's probably Jacks Jack's most mature innings, really.
Well, I mean, I think he was a victim of his own aggression, but I didn't think that shot was on. I mean,
No,
there
it
were
wasn't.
enough runs coming anyway. But all right, he's done his bit.
Hazelwood in, bowls, driven by Smith. He's going to get one. Mitch Marsh, I think it is there, diving away to his left. He's got another shirt on because there's you can't see the name or number on his back.
He's got a generic sweater or a jumper.
Is he very, very cold, perhaps? And he's got an extra one. I don't know.
He's already a big lad. Look,
He is. He's got plenty of covering muscle. 183 for 3. Hazelwood is in his 8th over. None for 37. Now, how many? They've both used 7 bowlers so far. Australia.
We were counting. They could go to 10 without too much of an effort.
Indeed. Brooke will be annoyed there because it was offered up outside the off stump. I think it was one of those sort of slower off cutters, and he met it well. He hit it hard, but he picked out Steve Smith at backward point.
Rightly picked. That was a cutter, but it looks like it was a no ball.
It was a no ball, and it's a free hit, so all is not lost.
Damascena is going on and on. I wonder why, but nonetheless, it is a no ball. I think that extra effort that it takes earlier on as well, we saw in the earlier spell, Hazelwood. This one is more comfortable. He's a couple of inches on the other side of the crease.
Hazelwood in, bowls, and he drives up. And is he going to be caught by anyone out there? No, there's nobody
that's
there.
well in the gap.
At mid-off, that is a big bonus for England. It's 4 runs.
It was almost set piece there. He knew where the ball was coming. He was siding it through the off. He was never looking to hit it with a straight bat, you can see.
Yep.
He had picked the spot by the looks of it, but well done to have gotten sort of dinked it right there. He sat deep in the crease. And a bit of imaginative or lack of imagination from Hazelwood, I think, that he played right into Brooks' hands. Nonetheless.
Hazelwood in again, bowls, and he turns this off his hip down to long leg. They will take a single, backs up that boundary with another single. He goes to 81 from 76. England 189 for 3. The target is 305. You felt that Australia got many more runs than they should have got, really. I mean, I think 30 more than they should have got.
I thought so. I mean, they did well. I mean, I think Archer, to an extent, Cars, and they all went for a few runs. And 20 overs of spin from England at more than 6 an over on this pitch, probably a bit much. But nonetheless.
Hazelwood in, bowls to Smith. Smith goes on to the back foot. Ball doesn't really come on, so he doesn't time the shot, and goes straight to extra cover.
Well, with Liamston and Bethel yet to come, I dare say England are the favourites to take this game home. And they should, because, I mean, it's been a little one-sided, though the results don't exactly reflect how close some of the games have been. So maybe it's not a bad result for Harry Brook, the skipper, to, get a win under his belt.
Australia have got to lose eventually, haven't they? I mean,
England have got to win eventually.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've won, 4 of the last 10 ODIs? Sorry, 4 of the last 14 ODIs?
Oh, wow.
This is defended back to the bowler.
well, how many did we win at World Cup? 3? No, the last 3 we played, I think.
World Cup?
Maybe 4.
You're not thinking about the T20 World Cup, are you?
No, I'm thinking about the World. We did win some games at the World Cup.
Did we win any? I can't remember.
Yeah, we did. We were out, and then we beat Bangladesh, Netherlands, and someone else.
Sri Lanka.
Yeah,
once
we
it
lost
was
Sri Lanka.
They won a couple of dead rubbers. I think 3 dead rubbers towards the back half. Once the sort of qualification scenarios were more or less settled.
Hazelwood then in to complete his 8th over, and there's nothing really that Smith can do about that one. He's inspecting the bottom of his bat after pushing it to mid-wicket. It's not quite got his timing. I think the pitch is a bit slow. The pitch is a little bit slow, isn't it, I think?
The problem Australia have got, to be fair, is that Hazelwood's bowled 8 and Stark has bowled 7, so they've only got 5 left from their strike bowlers. In 19 overs to go. Anyway, Big Brain Brian says he's a fan of steak puns. They're a rare medium. Well done. Boom, boom. Jay Graver says, does anyone remember that game, Picture Consequences? No.
Picture Consequences?
Yes. I now have that in my head, in a strange and terrible hybrid of Hendo, Jonty Rhodes and Pelham Warner. Oh my God!
I do vaguely remember it. Yeah,
Warner.
I think it was quite
Name
good
from the 30s.
I think it was quite good fun. I did mention earlier that last night I was watching on BBC 4 Call My Bluff, which if you're of a certain age, you will remember Call My Bluff from the 70s on the BBC.
I'm sorry, I was completely distracted by what's going on screen. That ad, my God. Never mind.
What was going on screen? Nothing.
There was an ad.
An ad, yeah, because I think we're having drinks actually. So I think the bear.
No,
is
it was all about flamingos and stuff. Sorry, I lost myself.
The bear is definitely having drinks.
Yeah, I'm having drinks. Pirate Badger says, when organising events to celebrate one of Ireland's best-known writers, Bram Stoker, it is always necessary to consult all stakeholders. We're really on it now, aren't we? Locky6 even says, never open the door to an Australian. That's probably true.
Absolutely, not even slightly.
These boring middle overs are actually pretty tense.
They are.
Can England do this, says Daz Reynolds? I think so. I mean, we're capable of fucking it up.
Oh yeah. We've got vast experience.
We've got vast experience in doing that.
But it's one of those games where you say England should win it from here, but
they should win it from here.
Well, while we wait, the England squad to Pakistan has been announced.
The England squad?
Yeah,
England
to
squad to
Pakistan
Pakistan
for tests.
I thought
Rehan Ahmed is in, Jordan Cox is in, some new names there. Bryden Cars is in, and a certain.
This was announced.
This has been announced. This was announced ages ago.
Was it? I thought.
Yeah.
The Pakistan team's just been announced today.
That makes sense. So no wonder it's been parroted. But well, I was surprised to see. Well, at least Rehan Ahmed is a welcome name. Last time it was Jax who went there as the spinner. I remember.
That's right.
But it's Bashir and Ahmed. So that's
Jack Leach is back in the squad.
Jack Leach as well. Yeah, he's there.
Leach is the backup spinner, but I'm also looking forward to how the pair of Cars and Hull will go. I mean, they are the backup to Potts.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, this is it. I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, they're probably going to go with two spinners. They'll probably play Leach and Bashir, won't they?
They might go with three.
No, I would say.
Well, no, Root is the third one.
Oh, Root, yeah, possibly, yeah.
No, they'll go with two. They'll go with two. I mean, if they're playing at Rawalpindi and.
No, they're not playing two at Moulton.
Karachi and Multan, isn't it?
Yeah, two at Moulton. The first two are at Moulton. Yeah. The second one was due to be at Karachi, but Karachi's ground is still not ready.
Do we know is Stokes all right to bowl again? Is he all right now?
I don't know.
He's all right.
He was having a scan the other day. There was a story. He was having a scan on the hamstring that he injured. So I don't know what that will show.
Well, we've still got another 2 weeks. The first test on the 7th of October.
Yeah, true.
By the way, I'm just looking at the Test Championship final game tickets. Good gods.
Go on. Tell me how much they are.
130 for an adult.
Just for your info, Stokes was on during the interval saying he's probably not going to bowl straight up.
Oh, okay.
He's going to take it easy, but he's fit to play.
Okay. All the test matches. Sorry to interrupt. All the test matches are about 130 between 130 and 175 pounds.
Oh, now what has Harry Brook done there? He's set himself back, and he has gone all the way for 6. Cameron Green with bowling. He doesn't mind. He'll step back, and he's more effective than Will Jacks playing that shot. It's gone away for one of these.
2, 4, 6.
And Jacks will be sitting in the dressing room and said, "That's what I meant to do."
I mean, that's what I thought. I mean, too much of aggressive intent, but nonetheless, he's nailed that. I mean, the moment it left the bat, there was no doubt.
Well, I thought there might be someone down there.
Yeah, that's the trouble. Now he steps miles back. He's followed again. It's again quite short. I mean, he could almost have steered that onto his stumps, but he steered it down to third man. Abbott is just still feeling the back of his leg, his hamstring, a little bit. England move on to 196 for 3. Brooks gone to 89. Smith is on 7 from 13. He's having a little bit of a struggle with himself at the moment. Not quite got the pace of the pitch. And Green is in again. Bowls to a bit short, and he aims nothing more than a wahoo. It was a wild yahoo, and you know, you've got this is the time when Brooks not terribly experienced, but you know, this is the time when a captain or a senior player has to go down and say, "Don't give it away."
No, take all the balls you want. I've already taken 7 of the first 2 balls.
Yeah.
There's no scoring rate pressure.
Exactly, absolutely.
Get your eye in and get it to your favorite zones. Take it easy. They're probably trying to make them uncomfortable. A newcomer is never too comfortable, right? If every ball is banged in, but maybe it sits into your arc, right? There
Green bowls again down the leg side. He tries to pull, and it's either an under edge or a glove, which bounces short of Carey. Again, there is no run.
Why this guy as an enforcer, Green? Why not Hardy? I'm looking at Abbott or Hardy as the enforcers. Green is the one who's supposed to pitch it up, I thought. But, well,
well, not necessarily, because I mean, the thing about Green is he's got that height, so he can get that bounce from a fuller length than most. Green in again to Smith, and he tries to pull another one down the leg side.
That should be wide.
And makes no contact. It is, fortunately for him, get given as a wide, but if he keeps playing that shot, he's going to glove one sooner or later.
He's going to hit it for 6. Be positive about it.
I think he's going to get one in sooner or later, either a good top edge or right in the middle of the bat, and boom. Let's see.
Well, my worry is that he's not timing the ball at the moment. You could be right that he'll get one and then he'll be away. But at the same time, it's
no. Let me tell you, it's a matter of 1 or 2 shots, because this guy's it's a strength to hit through the leg.
Oh, he's gone for it. What's happened here? Where is it? He's going to be caught. Yes, he's gone. It's caught by Maxwell, who's run round from deep mid wicket and has stood about 2 yards in front of the man at deep square leg. Obviously doesn't trust him, and the catch has been taken. And England are showing a complete lack of nerve here. It really is utterly pathetic. Utterly pathetic. I'm sorry.
It was there for the shot. To be fair, he was inside the line, and he went for it. So.
Well, yeah, but it was totally unnecessary, as Ajit has said. They've got 7 runs already from this over.
8. There was a wide.
8 runs from this over, and you've lost a really good batsman. Who gets himself in and can get runs and can get them quickly. Why do we need to get runs so early in an innings when you only need 6 or 7 and over?
True. If you have got the runs off the first 2 balls, then you can just chill.
I mean, not chill, but get your eye in the right way, right? I mean, probably he's not comfortable defending those lengths.
He needs
coming to his chest.
He needs to learn from someone like Steve Smith. I mean, he stood behind Steve Smith throughout his innings, keeping wicket, and he's seen what Smith did. He stuck it out, and he began to time the ball better. And Australia, got themselves out of a really difficult situation, and posted a really impressive target, I think. And England just don't seem to learn.
I mean, on those situations as well, I mean, you should try and play chicken with the bowler, actually. Step outside leg and then go back inside. Let it be a wide every time.
I know. It's just...
I don't think it'll be a wide every time. If you start doing that intentionally, they are also wise to it, right? If you are purposefully they look at where you started from. And if the ball went right there, you will not get a wide for it.
Well, Liam Livingstone has come to the crease. And, England are going to make it difficult for themselves, seemingly.
I just think
coming up.
They are confident.
I am Liam Livingstone. I play for the Lightning. My one-day kit is blue, but for the tests it's white.
I just think they're comfortable. They know that people left in the dressing room will do the job.
No, then England is never comfortable. Onto the back foot goes Livingstone, plays into the offside. And I don't think there is that much batting, is there? What have we got? We've got Livingstone out there. We've got Bethel, who's done well. Cars at 8. Yeah, but he's not. He's a 25 sort of a man. He's not a.
Yeah, I mean, they are banking on the skipper, I suppose. But yes, it was not a shot on. I mean, I think he got frustrated into playing that shot. So kudos to Australian planning and Green's effectiveness in this case. But it's all right. I mean,
it's not all right. I'm sorry, it's not all right. It really isn't all right. People pay good money to see this. They want to see England win, and they don't want to see them bat like half-wits. And having got themselves into a really strong position, they throw it away, or they're potentially going to throw it away. I mean, now
you've given Australia an in. You never want to do that. That I'll say.
Yeah,
yes.
I said that. I mean, a few minutes
you gave
ago.
that in. You gave them an in when Jax was out. But I mean, do people? Yeah, I mean, you can get 2 people, get 100 and win the game. But the nature of the game is you've got to still try and score. And they were trying to. They're trying to block off the scoring shots or make you take the chance. I mean, it isn't stupid by Australia. But
it's not stupid from Australia at all. This is Hardy back into the attack. He's bowling to Brooke.
The fact is that Brooke has had to take a chance anyway to score that 6 in the last over, where he backed away and he did hit it in the air.
Yep.
And it only just went over the boundary. If it had a backward point, it had been caught. Obviously, he knew there was space, but we didn't know that. I thought he didn't have enough elevation.
Yeah, but the difference is that Brooke was on 83 from 74 balls, whereas Smith was on 7 from 15 and had barely timed one since he'd got to the crease. Hardy in again, driven. That's a very pleasantly timed shot from Brook. It'll only bring him a single though out to Maxwell at deep point. Another thing I want to say about the Jamie Smith dismissal is the very fact that despite having a deep square leg to whom the catch was going to go almost directly, Maxwell ran round from deep mid-wicket to take it in front of him, which shows you how long the bloody ball stayed in the air.
It did go straight up, he clocked it.
So, you know.
Well, look, just to go back to that other point, why not Ollie Stone? I think Wood is in the squad for England. I'm going back to this Pakistan squad. I'm just thinking out loud.
I don't think Wood's in.
Hardy onto the back. Sorry, Hardy into Livingston, who's yet to score. That was only his second ball. He's defended it into the offside.
Wood had an undetected stress fracture of the elbow.
Oh no,
so
yeah. In that case,
he's
no
out
Wood
for the
either.
rest of the season. Yeah.
No, he's gone. Wood's gone.
No real big paceman then. No Stone, no Wood. They're not going to throw the real fastman on those docile pitches. Maybe.
I guess Cars.
Cars is I guess.
Cars is fast enough.
I mean, they're taking Wokes, aren't they?
Wokes is the leader of the pack, yes.
Yeah, Hardy in. Looks for a Yorker dug out by Livingston to mid-wicket.
Clever bowling this. He's sort of setting him up for sort of pushing him back and then one right at his feet. But Livingston is a very experienced hand these days, isn't he?
Well,
I mean, what's the run rate required? About 6 and over?
Well, exactly. That's the point, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, still, if you get a
107
couple of dots on over, you still need
Even
kind of
less
want to
than
get a boundary over the over.
Hang on, yes, you do. Yeah, absolutely. But oh, well, he's gone down the wicket and he's smashed that. I mean, hopefully he's got enough length on it. If he hasn't, England are in trouble. Well, that's a pretty emphatic shot to get off the mark with. It's gone over cow for one of these.
I don't think he got all of that.
I don't think he
No,
did.
not even. That was a half a hit. But let me tell you, it was a make or break moment. You could see it in his body language. I was worried just before this ball what he would do. The previous Yorker, he was a little frustrated, but he's nailed that.
Right, now, but the thing is, what does he do next? One ball remaining of the over. In comes Hardy, and he just defends, which is good. Square on the offside, there is no run. 204 for 4, 33 overs bowled. England need 101 from 17 with 6 wickets in hand. Bear.
Oh.
Yeah, oh.
Oh.
There's something from the socials in the meantime.
Let's see what we got here. This is Brooks' fault. This is Jeremy Henderson. Messi says, said at first, if you get caught somewhere on the boundary or in the field, then who cares? On another day, that could go for 6, so I'm not too fussed about that.
I think it's his comment after the first ODI. Yep. I think he mentioned it while he was on air as well.
Yeah. Lockie 6 says that Livingstone can knock this off in 10 overs. Yeah, he could do. He could also get out in 2.
Absolutely. Well, England are still at 60% on WinViz. But if they give a few more wickets away like that, then they won't get there. Cameron Green into bowl, and it's pulled by Brook, and you think, oh, he's hit that really nicely, but he's found the man at long legs, so good field placement, and it's just the one. He goes to 91, brings Brook down to face. Green has moved now into his 6th over, 2 for 33, 2 for 34 now.
You see that's how a more accomplished batter who's already sort of knowing and sort of ready for it, he rolls his wrist on top of it, no danger there. James Smith couldn't get himself to that mindset, that's all.
Yeah, Green in again, bowls short, pulled by Livingston, pulled well, but probably only one half. Well, slightly misfielded by Labuschagne, but I don't think it's going to be enough for them to get back for a second. It isn't.
So he's got a strong arm, that guy. For somebody who fields mostly inside the circle, he's very good with his throws.
He's a brilliant
So
Labuschagne.
there are 17 overs left. Mitchell Stark has 4.
Right.
And Josh Hazlewood has 2, so that's 6. So that's 11 overs left. Sean Abbott has 4. And Aaron Halley has 5, and Cameron Green has 5. So they could go with pace all the way to the end.
They will, I think.
He's backed away again, chopped it down to 3rd man. Brook goes to 92, 207 for 4, so a single from every ball of this over so far.
3 experimental overs of spin, but they were always going with a lot of pace. We discussed this in the first innings as well, because they didn't pick Zampa, or they chose to rest him, or whichever we want to go with.
He's ill, apparently. This is an interesting thing as well, is that they have used 5 bowlers of varying degrees of pace. I'll come back to that because Green is in again to Livingston, who goes across and picks that up over long leg, we hope. Has it been caught? It has been caught.
Yes.
But he's landed the other side of the fence, so Livingston gets away with that. It was a very good catch. There was no way that he couldn't go over the boundary, really. There was no real chance for him to actually.
I think he caught it actually over the boundary.
Well, I think he did. Yeah. Let's have another look at that. But that's thin. Oh no, he's dropped it. He dropped it.
No, I think he had it in his grasp. That will qualify as a drop for me because he was inside the fence and it slipped through his hands.
Yep.
Over the fence.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That's a drop.
Yeah, I think by the time we got there, it looked like he had it in his hand. What's here? This is a pull shot or a hook shot played with the perpendicular periscope bat. That Livingston will pick himself up another single. Now,
this is macho shit, isn't it? We're going to bowl short. I'm going to pull it.
There you go. Oh, he was probably on the other side. I mean, I'm being a bit harsh to call it a chance, but he was almost on the other side when the ball slipped through his hands.
Yeah, I don't think he would have been able to stop himself at least touching the boundary there.
Oh dear. We can see Piggy Smith's reaction in the replay. They all thought it was a chance, frankly.
Here is Green again into Brook, who gets a slower bounce, and this shapes to pull it and then decides it's getting too big on him. Quite rightly too, because it's given as a wide. So that's handy from an England perspective. I saw Jay saying, "You're doing my head in, Hendo." And I'm glad I'm doing your head in, to be honest. I mean, not generally I'm not, but
there was a chance, they say. That's what I read on a cricketing site. But apparently the 12th man was too close to the boundary.
Oh.
Another theory.
Maybe.
No, I think it is a bit.
Green in again to Brook. Brook pulls, and he pulls in a controlled fashion this time, down to Labuschagne again. Long leg. We got a kind of long leg and a fine leg, and he picks up one more run.
But with every one of those big shots coming through, the target is coming closer much quicker. One thing. The other thing, it's a big gamble Australia taking. They're trying to buy wickets here. With Jamie Smith it worked, but that's the point. With a slightly more, either an effective or a more accomplished batter, it's going to cross the boundary. Not every time, but you take the chances. Bear something on the socials.
What have we got here? Apart from that, nexus of hemorrhage fever, hemorrhagic fever, and cricket jokes. That one. I don't know what you're.
Oh, it's a reply to a joke about Ebola, I think. Ebola and bowler, cricket and fevers.
That's in bad taste, I would say.
It is slightly bad. Slightly bad taste.
I'm a man who doesn't really.
You are a man of bad taste in some respects. Yeah. Change of bowling. Man with a bloody long jingle.
And a craggy face.
Well, you don't have to play it all.
I'm not going to.
My rules are you only play their jingle once in a bowling innings because they keep coming back.
Where's Mitchell Stark? He's bowling to Brook, who tucks this away neatly off his legs. Oh, he might get more than one here. He might well get two. He does. That's very good placement from the England captain.
He moves on to 96 quietly, or not so quietly. 95, sorry.
Still going.
Wow.
Yeah, no, it's alright. Well, it's underneath everything. Mayank says collapse incoming. I'm going to reckon England lose in the next 25 runs.
Wow.
Thanks, Mayank. You're being really positive for us today, I noticed.
Actually, we'll get him on side by bringing Josh Hazelwood back, because he hates Hazelwood. Anyway, Brook faces up, and it's Stark in again. Bowls him looking for the Yorker. He's hit it straight. He's hit it well, and that is going to run to the boundary for one of these.
That brings up his
Not yet. It's
no,
99.
99.
But it's interesting to see. He looks so good in this mode, in this form, of course. But he's so confident lofting the ball with a straight bat. You can see that.
Yeah.
It looks nice.
I first saw him when he was captaining the England under-19s in New Zealand at the World Cup there a few years ago, and the thing that stuck out for me was how cleanly and easily he just picked the ball up and hit it over extra cover. And we're seeing a lot of that from him, haven't we? Since he's come into the Test side and the international side, full side. Round the wicket now. Looking for the Yorker, he gets an edge. That's a very welcome edge, and that will bring Harry Brook a fantastic, wonderful,
captain's
hopefully match-winning captain's knock. He goes to 103.
That's his first 100.
Brilliant knock.
ODIs.
Is it? I was wondering. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful knock from Harry Brook. It's one of these.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Sort of a fledgling career still, 17 games, but averaging just 28. I think this is a breakthrough innings, I would say.
Staying around the wicket is Mitchell Stark, and this is one steered through mid-on. Probably just the one, Hazelwood at long on. Yes, indeed. 227 for 4. Well, 4 balls into the 35th over. But of course,
you don't say we need a route in this. If you have a Brook who can do a route and still go a little faster, why not? Probably.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? I mean, to be honest,
quite like a Joe Root.
I'd like a Joe Root because, to be honest, I'd get rid of. Phil Salt. I just don't think he's capable at this.
And
at
have
this
Jacks
level.
open. Yeah, that's possible too.
Round the wicket to Livingston, and Livingston opens the face and eases that through cover. Maxwell Fields, they get a single. 228.
Sensible.
That was sensible.
That single. I mean, you've seen so many boundaries have already come. All you need to do is just change the strike. Let them work all their plans back up again for the new guy, right? So this is very sensible batting, Liam Livingston. I think he's finally reaching that bend where he realizes the power of his hitting, and he just says, I'm going to wait for the ball rather than, Maxwell took a while getting there.
I think you probably can, you can probably compare them in a sense, although Livingston has yet to do as much as Maxwell has done. Short from... Ooh, now, hang on. Brook is in trouble as he's just chopped that down to short third man, and he didn't realise that Livingston was coming through with a single and took off very late. Throw went to the non-striker's end.
He was ball watching.
He was
He was a bit ball watching, but it was the far end the throw had to come to, and there was nobody to back up, so...
Had to be a direct hit. Okay. It had to be a direct hit, didn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. How many 4s and 6s has Harry Brook hit in this innings?
I'll tell you. I have it here. So in this innings, Mr. Brook has hit 12 4s and 2 6s, including one to get to
60 runs in boundaries.
Yeah.
Sometimes you look at. I'm trying to think how many 4s and 6s Travis Head might have hit in that 150 that he scored the other day. A lot, I imagine.
We can also look that up, I think, if you give me a second. I think he kept smashing them.
He did just keep smashing it, yeah. 229 for 4, 35 overs bowled, 15 to go.
Head the other day, 24s and 5 6s in his 154.
So that's 110 runs. 110 runs out of his 155 in boundaries. Abbott is back, bowls short to Brook, and Brook swivels, pulls it down to Labuschagne at long leg, and they get
this
one.
This is what I mean. He's slightly faster than Green, and he sort of, it's his role almost, so to say, to bowl a bit short and get the batsman thinking and a bit uncomfortable, I think. But nonetheless, Green is off. He's done his job.
Sean Abbott, bowl. Batsman and bowler with tight control.
With the hitting in the last 2 overs, the required run rate is down to 5 an over.
Oh, he bowls this outside the stump. It's short, and Livingston's eyes lit up for a moment, but rather sensibly, I think he decided it was probably too far outside off stump to try and drag into the onside, and so he leaves it alone.
He's no stranger to hiking it over third.
Oh, he isn't. But
is there a third man? There is a third man.
It was quite slow. It was quite slow. It was only 68 miles an hour as well, so he was going to have to generate the pace to get that to the boundary. Abbott in again. This time he does go after it and hits it pretty well. Maxwell is out there. Very good retrieval from Maxwell. Gets the ball away.
Excellent throw as well.
Livingston was looking for the second, got sent back by his skipper. So
That
just
was
the
an
one.
excellent forehand cross court right there.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, he hits it hard with Livingston, doesn't he? Yeah, I mean, England, they probably less than a run of ball or whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
they're fine.
But you feel like it's not necessarily a bad thing. You feel like they want to be spectacular in finishing the game, don't you? And
Getting it done is enough sometimes.
well, it should be, yeah. And it may not look that great, but at the end of the day, you've won a game. And that should build confidence. Abbott bowls and he steps back and he carts that over point. There's no one back there. It's not going to be 6, but it is going to be one of these.
That's a proper. I mean, look, this is the thing. He makes room and he's so steady when the ball is near the bat. He's going to impart maximum power at that point. This is very decent batting. I mean, he's just chosen to take the offside on rather than pike it around his shoulder to the fine leg. So this is good batting by.
When you're as a talented batsman as Brook and you're seeing the ball well and you've got 110 behind you, although he nearly edges that one through, he did exactly the same and I think he got a bottom
I'll stop
edge.
giving him any credit.
It just
Clearly.
dropped short of care. He wasn't very far away.
Could have chopped down to his stumps quite
He
easily
could.
as
Well, that's been my worry. I did say that a few minutes ago that he could do that.
I will stop giving him any credit now.
Yeah, everyone keep
Apparently
your
it's,
fucking mouth
affecting
shut,
him.
yeah?
Yeah. 235 for 4. 1 ball remaining in the 36th over. Livingston 16 off 11. Brook 110 from 92. And Abbott is in to complete his 7th over. He bowls it short and now that's interesting.
Now they have a fielder in the circle, anticipating his sort of, wristing it through the leg so that he can't change strike.
I don't think he's in the circle, is he? I think he's just outside, so it's kind of a midway position at
Almost a
backward
test match
square.
field,
Yeah, I mean it's not saving. Well, it did save one because he hit it pretty hard to him, but I think they're hoping for him just to sort of not
Hit
even
one carelessly straight into that guy's hand.
yeah, not even sort of look there and realise what's going on. Anyway, that's the end of the. We've got some socials.
Jeff Perko says, bloody Hendo Locks was complaining about jingles being too short before, now you're complaining they're too long.
Yep,
I
I'm
put
very
that
hard
in.
man to satisfy.
He is. Hendo, for someone who loathes Bourne so much, thou seems to agree with him on everything.
I have agreed with him on certain elements of the way that England play. Yeah, Stark in again, bowls full, smashed by Livingston.
Wow.
It amazes me how you can get so much bottom hand into a shot and still hit it on the offside.
And
But he
get
did straight to
a
straight to mid off. Though
He looks like
He seems to be in a bit of trouble there. Is that Mitchell Marsh?
Oh, is that Mitchell Marsh? Maybe he took it on. Oh, he's taking it in the knackers.
Yeah, no, I think. But nonetheless, somewhere close enough that it
hurt. I was thinking initially it might have hit him on the outside of the knee, and the knee can be a very nasty place to get hit.
Yeah,
by a ball travelling
it's
at that
closer
speed.
closer to the more sensitive region. But I think from all the uncomfortable laughs, I think he's okay.
So 70 required from 83 balls. Stark continuing. He's in his 8th over. He's into Livingston down the leg side. He whips it on its way. Just had to help that. It's gone away, and it's one of these.
Not used to losing the Australians, are they?
They haven't lost for a long time.
I think this is a point being made by England as they try to smash Australia into submission, air quotes. But that was a genuine bad ball. It was fast and swinging into his thigh. At that level, if there's no fine leg, that's 4. Yeah.
Stark again. He's gone for 56 now. And he's bowling to Livingston. Full, and he's driven aerially but straight. And that's a much better shot, actually. That was crisply struck. It's a couple of bounces, and it's another of these. It's quite interesting, isn't it? I mean, funny that Jamie Smith struggled to find his timing. I mean, Livingston is... Okay, he's more of a brute, isn't he? But
Yeah, he's definitely more
That
of a
was
brute.
elbow high, and
Held
he's
the pose though. I like that.
oh, look at the pose! Look at the pose!
And then sort of withdrawing his bat, also like this on his left shoulder.
He'll be getting onto Getty Images and asking for 25 copies of that. Stark in again, bowls outside the off stump, crunches this through the offside. There is a man back, but he's going to have to make some ground, Maxwell, and he's not really trying to save the second, and they get back for that very easily indeed. Livingston moves on to 26.
So that's 10 off the over.
15.
11 off the over?
Yeah, and actually, I mean, Stark's last 2 overs, which have been spread over 2 spells,
Gone
one
for a
cost
lot.
him 19, and you're saying 10's already from this over.
Yeah.
So that's 29 of his 62
No,
runs.
they're
He
making
can,
a step.
you know, Mitch Stark can go for runs. I've seen
Oh, he
it.
can go for a run, and it's not swinging for him, is it? That's
No.
the trouble.
Hence he goes around the wicket.
It
But that's
hasn't really swung for him, and maybe a little bit early on. But this is down the leg side, hits the pad. They should get through for a. That's gone a long way off the pad, hasn't it?
No, it
There's a
went
bit of
off his
inside-
edge, I think.
Edge
then
pad.
Let's get an edge on that.
I think edge pad, yeah. I think
Okay, well,
so.
he's got a.
It was too fast.
Yep,
to
it's been
justify.
given. It's been given as a run. Absolutely. 246 for 4. Livingston 27 off 16. Brook 110 off 93.
I think by the time 40th over is done, they would have rendered this target nearly, it's just play cakewalk. That's what they're targeting here. I mean,
they're making it look easy now. I have to
19
say.
balls left. These 259 runs might even be possible, or they might be left with 20 to get or something, the way they're going.
Stark in again. Oh, he's got what?
Oh dear.
Although he may still decide that he wants to give the game back to Australia, Harry Brook, as he went outside his off stump to
He's
try and play
fallen over.
to try and play the ramp, and he's fallen over and missed it by miles. And it's
It
not
was
been given.
far enough outside leg that probably it was 4th, 5th stump outside leg. There was no danger of getting
Probably
bowled.
still should have been a wide. And
Well, yeah, you wonder,
No,
but I
it
think
won't be.
It
That's
won't
what
be
I
if he's
tried
gone that
telling
far across, I suppose, and he's then
You
still
gave up
stretching.
your standing position to move, but that's not the bowler's fault. The line can't keep changing. It will not be widened.
Yeah.
It went right where he stood.
Tweets, YouTubes, highest successful run chases at Durham. England chased 314. It's a good place for them against Australia in 2018. They haven't got to chase quite as many as that, but
There's one from 2019 as well. So, yeah, all right.
I didn't see
Wow.
that. Short from Abbott. Is that a wide? It was left alone.
Yes,
Oh,
it
it
was.
is?
The question was whether it was high enough when it passed the batsman. Clearly, it was. So it looked very high.
Yeah, and when you dig it into the pitch like that on this slow sort of pitch, it's hard for the batsman to make the pace, and you're not hard to control a shot that's high as well. So
I'm wondering why they're not bowling more slower, shorter balls. I mean, you have every chance you get discovered, but there also comes a chance of a miscue.
Livingston went outside the off stump, got a bouncer, and then ducks inside the line of it, I think.
That's why he was in control. He was probably thinking of a ramp because he kept the bat up. Then at the last moment, just let it be. He probably was thinking of ramping. That's why he moved into the line of the ball, but then let it go.
247 for 4, 58 required for England from 77 balls. It should be plain sailing from here. Abbott in again. And Owen Livingston said, "Here, I'll show you all my stumps, and I'll try and cart this over backward point." And he has done so successfely. Pretty well. Did that go all the way, or was that
I
just
believe
one
so.
bounce?
Four, I think.
Sure.
No.
It is a 6.
Oh, wow.
Another one of these. Where's the one that I like from Mog? I can't find it. Where's it gone?
Wow.
This one?
That was a smash.
Yep, that's the one. That'll do. It's taking crossback shots, isn't it, this pitch, a lot?
No, they're basically he's killed the game, Livingston. 33 of 18.
Yes. Short and slow and loopy, and
wide
probably a wide again. Yes, indeed.
I mean, they're making sure some of the change bowlers of Australia are almost running scared here. They're sort of bowling outside the reach.
Oh, it's raining! It's raining! You can see it in the floodlights.
Duckworth Lewis.
Well, that will make it very difficult for Australia to grip the ball. I mean, I imagine England are well ahead of the rate, although 4 wickets have now gone down, so it might be...
Yeah, but they need less than a run of ball.
Yeah,
Way less than a run of ball.
Should be ahead. Oh, no. I wonder whether
I'm
Australia.
looking to see if somewhere I can get the Duckworth-Lewis par score.
It should be on fucking Cook Info. It normally is.
Yeah,
That's what I'm looking.
I put
It's supposed to be somewhere here. I can't find it. Let me do it.
They put a man back on the backward point boundary. This is clipped. A rare full ball from Abbott. And clipped to
Even
mid-wicket.
Livingston was so surprised he just blocked it to mid-wicket.
Yeah,
Last
but
5 overs have been 56 for no loss. That they've effectively killed the game off.
Yep, they've done very well. 51 required. I think it has become with the way that Australia are bowling, that England have had
there you go.
England have had to employ a lot of cross-bat shots.
Well, Duckworth-Lewis par with 4 down is 209. England
Oh,
are
right.
near 45 runs.
What about with 5 or 6 down?
Well, I presume with 5 down, it's only going to make about
Abbott
20
in
runs.
again, and Livingston fancied a single there as he pushes into the offside. Smithfield's at backward point, but Brook.
Unless you're counting 3 wickets, right? I think England would still be ahead even after 2 wickets. 3 wickets, I don't know what would the case would be. But I think England are safe. And Dharmasena is walking up. I don't know if it's the end of the over. No, I think he's going to talk to his colleague.
I think he is. I think they're going to discuss this.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Would you believe it? The covers are coming on. Oh, with England needing 51 from 74. Well, we got a game, and I suppose if it ends now, England have won.
Yeah, but how long do we have to sit around waiting for this fucking thing to decide to end?
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? That's the bane of our life as cricket commentators. Really.
At least it's not a test match. They're not going to come back after tea. Another 40 minutes, it's all going to be decided one way or the other.
Does anyone know? Has anyone got a cut-off time for this match?
I presume they get about an hour before they start losing overs.
8:30. I mean, it's now 25 to 8. Harry Brook is taking the congratulations of the Durham crowd. He's batted extremely well today, really well, and they're all wrapped up. They're all wrapped up in lots of clothing.
It's a cold day.
It's a really freezing cold day, but he's warmed the hearts of the Durham faithful, I would say, and the England faithful to a certain extent. So, let's do some tweets.
Well, what have we got on here? We have... I don't know what's going on with our video feed. It's doing some weird shit. It restarted itself for some reason.
Oh, do you want me to do it? Lots of talk about Michael Vaughan. Don't know what it's all about. Jago says, that's just Yorkshire straight talking. Some people might call it being an ignorant twat. Southerners mostly. It's time to start singing Sweet Caroline, It's Coming Home, Lockie the 6th says. Jago says, also Vaughan went to Silverdale, so not proper Sheffield. Is that a school?
Yeah.
Damn Southerners, says Lockie. Never did much cotton to them and their fancy book learning. Now, Zildora Fernandez says, I'm watching from Brooklyn, New York.
Hello. Hello, New York.
Hello, New York.
Smash the like button and subscribe.
Absolutely, subscribe to our YouTube channel. And
every time you say that, Bear, it sounds so incongruous.
Well, it's so damn with the kids, you know.
The New Yorkers are
more of that now.
Are coming out in force, as Frank Rockefeller says. I'm watching from Albany, New York. That's New York State, isn't it? Albany.
Yeah. Albany is
as opposed to the city. Jago said, did Hendo and the Bear ever resolve the fate of the Smaximum jingle? Yes, we did. The Bear had to
delete it.
He had to delete it.
Oh, it was the copyright strike?
Yeah.
Really sad. I'm trying to delete all the ones that get copyright strikes. It's because it's annoying, because it stops us getting any advertising revenue.
Ravi Natarajan says, Bear, now you can do your political ramblings. Mayank says, it's 9 Celsius in Chester Street. That's insane, having an ODI in this weather. Well, you say that, but according to the long range, well, not that long range weather forecast, but about 3 days ahead of now, when England play the 4th ODI at Lord's, it's potentially going to be 8 degrees all day.
There's a bunch of northerlies coming in. And it's nearly October.
It'll probably be snowing. They'll go off for snow. Snow's not play. The rain shouldn't last too long, says Messi Jez, who is still busily beavering away in the weather cave. We need the dis. I tried to work it out, but I'm too stupid. I don't know what that's about. From Lockie. Albany is the capital of the state, about 2 hours north of New York City. Also, what part of Brooklyn? That's to the YouTuber who said they were watching in from there. My cousin is in Williamsburg. This is Mayank, and I spent a lot of time there. Jake Grover says that 9 degrees Celsius is t-shirt weather. We do have, in the intervening period, I should tell you that we have, would you believe, one of these.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Nice.
I look like Donald Trump then.
Frank Rockefeller has given us $20. He says
he says a back gain, but I think he means a bargain.
I think so.
A bargain even.
Brady is being given $40 million for his crap.
I think he means
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady. Is he getting $40 million? Apparently, he's a really shit commentator.
Oh,
he's
wow.
really inane.
What, he's getting $40 million to commentate?
Well, yeah, he's retired, isn't he? He's all-time great.
$40 million to commentate.
You can imagine,
that's
right?
over. That's
he
a
can
contract
get his
for a couple of
he can
years.
command his price.
No one can command $40 million.
American
to
sports,
commentate.
we think they get stupid money here. I mean, they get absolutely
Oh, yeah.
fucking silly
Oh,
money.
I know,
over there.
absolutely.
Mind you, I suppose what they do in America is they calculate the wage over, so they get a 7-year deal worth $250 million. And actually, when you look at someone like Salah, okay, it's still not that high, but he's on $350,000 a week, tax free as well. That is. Which is $1.5 million every 4 weeks.
I know.
So 52 weeks in a year, or 12 months. It's essentially 13 on a 4-week thing. So I mean, he's on.
Wow.
He's on what 17.5, 18 million a year on a 5-year contract. That's 90 million.
Well, hang on. If Tom Brady's worth $40 million a year.
That's for his talking, eh?
That's for
I
his
think
talking.
he's made enough millions.
I don't know if
that he
that's a
played.
year or I don't know what that contract.
Well,
is.
no. It's, according to Ravi, he says Tom Brady has signed a $350 million contract over 10 years. So that's $35 million.
$35 million a year. Yeah.
So what does that make the Bear, Grubby, and me worth?
Fucking hell! At
Jeez.
least £3.50.
Absolutely. Get on it, people. Give us some money. We're worth it.
We are worth it.
As
Christ.
David Giannone.
I would
used
come
to
to
say.
35.
What is it? What's his name?
Not just 3.5.
What? Fucking the guy who rolled over, Brazilian Neymar.
Neymar.
What was his? His at PSG,
in Saudi?
he got 500 million, didn't he, for his contract? His first contract to PSG.
Has he not gone to? Is he not in Saudi now?
He might well be in Saudi and probably on about 500 million a year. I would have thought. I mean, they were getting stupid money, weren't they? I mean, Ronaldo's on an insane amount of money. He's on like £1 million a game or something.
I mean,
a
okay,
week.
Ronaldo probably doesn't need the money, but at the same time,
No, but you convert at the end of your career once you've built.
yeah,
the
no, I
reputation.
kind of understand that. It's the other people that go. I mean, the likes of Ivan Toney. I mean, he's just going to be lost to the game, isn't he? Out there, no one's going to notice him.
No, but he's going to go. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, they do sell their soul. Look, I mean, what Henderson lasted about 5 months.
Yes,
and he was on $750,000 a week or something.
Something ridiculous.
You know, that's not so bad. 5 months, I take that.
I suppose. Although I wouldn't.
But
live
I mean,
in
his
Saudi
career's
anyway.
been lost actually because he's gone to Ajax and he's,
Yeah.
you know, and he wasn't that old. He's only 31, wasn't he? I mean, he wasn't. At the end
Ajax
of
is
his
not
career.
a bad place to be.
No, it wasn't, but he's not. He's not doing very well there either. You know, it's like he's lost it all of a sudden. You know, he left a Liverpool side that he was kind of integral to.
Well, I mean, I've talked about this. I just do not. It's not just sport. We just seem to have an epidemic of greed in the world these days, and it's just beyond my imagining that you can have billionaires standing next to slums and and not doing anything about it.
Well, exactly. I mean, they reckon that Elon Musk will be the world's first
Trillionaire.
in
I know.
2027, in 3 years' time.
Holy cow!
I
What
mean,
would you do with so many zeros next year?
Closely followed by who's the guy, the Indian billionaire who's
Ambani.
Ambani, yeah, Ambani. He's going to be the next one.
Holy cow! And they're all going to beat Mr. Bezos. And Mr. Gates.
Bezos will be third. They reckon Ambani 28, Musk 27, and Bezos shortly after Ambani. These fuckers need to be fucking taxed. Properly fucking.
And that's not how it works.
Yeah, I know it's not. but
Governments collapse if you try to tax these people. That's not how it works.
Well,
no one needs $1 trillion fucking dollars. Trust me.
Nobody needs.
No one needs $250 billion. No one needs $1 billion.
I did see a very good suggestion that said that you should be taxed 100% on anything over $1 billion. And
I don't see what's wrong with that.
No.
You know, how many billions do you fucking need? I mean, what can you buy for $1 billion? You can buy whatever the fuck you like for $1 billion. So, you know, every year, every time you earn over $1 billion, take it all. Fuck them.
I suppose it depends.
I mean, they hide. What do they reckon's hidden in I think it's something like 4.5 trillion. And a friend of mine who works in, I mean, these are the scandals that you hear about when you speak to other people. A friend of mine he's a climate. He's not a climate scientist, but he works in groups and think tanks and all that sort of shit. And he's working for a Canadian think tank at the moment. But you know that thing that Fred was talking about the other week when we were here arguing.
Yes.
Subsidies. The subsidies for the oil industry a year or something. Like they said it in the paper yesterday. 868 billion. That's subsidies. Government subsidies worldwide.
Oh yeah.
For the oil industry, it's nearly $1 trillion a year. And then everyone goes, yeah, we deserve the money. Fuck it, it's all coming from our governments. We're all paying these fuckers to give you loads of money and fuck up the planet. It's ridiculous. And then everyone complains, oh, you can't do that. It's like, fuck off. Sorry.
It is bizarre. A lot of swearing is escaping from the bear right now.
I've had a couple of beers.
But don't get him started. He was.
This is why I want to do a podcast.
Yeah, we're going to do a political podcast, and we're going to take the world by storm.
We're going to take the world by storm.
It's the only way we can make money. We're going to be so left wing. It's incredible.
Well, I just want to taunt the religious right in America.
Well, not just the religious. I mean, the right in general.
The right in general. Yeah, true. Well, I will say that Jay Grover says, "What's 40 million quid in shower curtains?"
Oh. I would say it's a bargain.
You get a lot of shower curtains for 40 million.
All right.
Mind you, with the
post to say goodbye.
Oh, you off?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll.
I think you guys will see England home if they come back.
Well, they are already home. If we don't, and we will see them home if they do come back.
Is that?
Thank you.
Is that
and
from
goodbye
earlier?
to all your listeners.
Yeah. Thanks, thanks, Adit.
Yeah, that is from earlier.
Great to have you along. Yeah, Ben Stokes was doing an interview. Messi just mentioned it earlier. We probably should have watched it during the break and listened to what he had to say. But it'll be all over the websites, won't it? Within no time.
Well, not ours, maybe.
Not ours. 40 million, says Lockie. That's gorilla money. It is kind of, isn't it?
Someone give us fucking 40 million, please.
Auxaladora Fernandez says he's from Flatbush Avenue, Brooklyn, New York, 11226. That means something to somebody.
That's somewhere in Brooklyn.
Yep, Jay. These lads need to move quite a few curtains. Yeah. Well, I was talking to the bear while we were in the other room, trying to figure out what free ports are, and that just seems another way for very rich people to avoid tax.
Yes.
Yep. So.
They could store their massive art collections essentially in no man's land offshore.
We could store Gorilla Cricket shower curtains, you know, and I'm sure there's a demand for them in somewhere like Latvia or something.
Somewhere that needs shower curtains.
Absolutely. Fandeska says, and Zuckerberg. Oh yeah, don't forget him.
Yeah, don't forget him.
Mike says, after 250 billion, they should take it all and redistribute it in federal programs. And blimey, 250 billion is insane enough. Well, I think that's more than insane.
Enough. I think, you know.
How many billions is enough? I mean, 1 billion is enough for anyone, really.
1
isn't
billion is more than enough for anyone.
I mean, the only reason it seems to me that Bezos and Musk want to have more money is so they can just keep fucking off to space. I mean, I understand that going to space is probably a very expensive enterprise, but what good does it do to anyone? I mean, Musk and his notion that we're all going to go and live on Mars.
Well,
I mean, Mars is shit. I mean, you know, to be honest, I know that London's not great these days, but it's a hell of a lot better than Mars.
Well, you get a lot of land on Mars.
You get a lot of land, yeah, but it'll all be eaten up by the likes of Elon Musk.
Well, you won't be able to breathe the air, I suppose.
And you won't be able to breathe the air.
And you can't grow anything.
Who wants to live indoors the whole time? You know, or in a suit, you know, like an astronaut suit.
Yeah, what about lying in the sun when it's warm?
Exactly. In fact, you get very warm up there. Presumably you're nearer the sun, or are you further away?
You're further away,
actually. Well, you freeze then.
Yeah, there's no
ridiculous.
atmosphere. I think it gets quite hot during the day.
Crazy.
Can't do anything.
Leah. I think we touched a nerve with the old political chat here. Says, shall I read Das Kapital in the original German for the podcast and make sure you don't veer too much into centrism? Maybe not. Leah, I might send me even further left. Pirate Badshaw says 40 million of shower curtains would be 551,724 curtains at the current price.
Nice.
Which is the current price of our shower curtains in euros
that's
is €72.50.
That's a good shower curtain.
I mean, it's a great shower curtain. It really, really is.
Covers a lot of shower too.
I was going to say the trouble is, of course, everything costs a fortune in postage and packaging from bloody Redbubble, as we discovered with the bucket hat, which the postage and packing was more than the bucket hat itself.
Fucking ridiculous.
So funnily enough, not many of them are sold. Perko is with us. He says, I reckon Bear is hiding at least $1 billion in super chats. Yeah, you know, actually I think secretly he might be, and he's siphoning off away from the rest of the gorilla fraternity, and we're going to get him. Fanday says, and the guys in the Middle East do not publish how much they are worth.
That's true. Someone like MBS or whatever his name is.
Actually, we were talking about documentaries. There was a very interesting documentary about MBS on
I
on
saw
the BBC.
that one,
Did you see
actually.
that one?
Yeah,
I thought that was interesting. Flatbush is cool, says Mayank. 11226 is the postcode. Very cool area with some good bars and restaurants. Hope the weather is good there.
Flatbush, is that a Tina Turner song?
No, you're thinking Flatbush city limits, yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely. Jay says to Pirate Bradshaw, but I'm the only owner of a beard to be revered shower curtain. Fucking priceless. Well, you know, now that
that's a rarity.
now that both of them have retired from international cricket, I think that's, you know, on eBay that could fetch what, I don't know, 25p,
maybe
something like that. Leah says the average temperature on Mars is around 20 degrees centigrade below freezing. Yeah, that doesn't sound too pleasant to me. Mayank says he flew back to San Francisco during the game only to yell at his engineers to manipulate the algorithm so he would get more views and likes. These people are properly weird. Are we talking? Oh, it's Nutbush, not Flatbush.
No, Nutbush. That's right. Yeah.
Funnily enough, I was singing that in the car the other day. Oh no, correction. It's 60 degrees below freezing. Oh right, now the H is silent on my name. Says Tandeka. Is that right? Tandeka? Tandeka?
Tandeka.
Have I got that right? And that seemed we're up to date. We're wibbling because
what I want to know is Mike. Who flew back?
I presume he means Musk. Does he mean Musk?
If
he's talking about engineers to manipulate algorithms, it's got to be Musk, hasn't it?
During the game, though, is that Tom Brady?
Possibly. Tandeka says yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Good. We do like to get these things right. Obviously, we sometimes have to guess. England are 254 for 4. They need 51 from 74 balls, but they have no opportunity to get them at the moment because it has been raining.
No, I don't know if we're losing overs at the moment.
We don't know whether we're losing overs. I suppose we need someone. We need someone like Messi Jez if he's still awake
we could find out.
Have a look at Crick Info because he is the font. He's the font of all knowledge.
Not that.
We're looking at Ben Stokes having a chat. He's a Durham boy or man, and he can't play at the moment, but he hopefully will be back for the Test match series in Pakistan, which is only 2 weeks away. And
right,
Messi tells us that he probably won't bowl in that series. That is something that we think he said during this interview. Yes, Bear.
Just to let you know that Crick Info said we have 30 minutes of extra time, so presumably if they're off for more than 30 minutes, then we start to lose over.
So how long have they been off? They've been off
for about 10
20.
15.
Hang on, they went off. I think it was
7:35.
Yeah,
off,
so that's 17 minutes. Yeah.
My view is that if anybody's got any sense, Mitch Marsh will go up to them and say, "Look, let's fucking call it. We don't give enough."
Yeah, we've got to get down to Lords by Friday, for goodness sake. We don't want to have a late night. That would be the kind of sort of hurtling down the motorway that the Bear was doing during the World Cup 2019, scaring the wits out of poor old Clive Lloyd.
Yeah, getting speeding tickets.
Mayank says, read above. There was a message 2 to 3 above that you missed. Well, we do miss them. I don't know how to go back on here. Pokebumfinger says, Mars is shit, insightful stuff from Hendo. Well, that's why I get paid the incredibly low bucks.
Look, I'm all for people being sent to Mars. I think
yes,
Elon Musk should go to Mars and stay
A
there.
one-way ticket, absolutely, one-way ticket, yeah.
We should make a billionaire colony on Mars and they can all fuck off and stay there forever.
Absolutely. I think you might have to come on to our political podcast, Messi.
Oh, look, there are so many. If you look on YouTube, there are so many people ranting about various political things. You don't need to add to that shit show.
Do we not? But are enough of them left wing? I mean, most of them are right wing,
Oh,
aren't they?
yeah, there's plenty of left wing stuff as well.
Okay.
And in fact, some of the most amusing ones, if you're looking for something, are some of the talk show hosts, people like Jon Stewart.
Oh yeah, but yeah. No, I know those guys. Yeah, I mean, it's in recent weeks I've gone back to listening to LBC through the night, and it's just doing my head in, because almost all the presenters, if they're not openly quite right wing, then they're sort of bordering it. And
James O'Brien's good though.
Oh, James O'Brien's great, but I don't get to listen to him much because he's on at 10 o'clock in the morning.
But he has a podcast which is actually very good. He doesn't deal with politics, he interviews people, and he does it really well.
He did make a very good statement about Farage while Farage was still in the same building the other day when he'd been interviewed on Nick Ferrari's morning show at 7 o'clock. Nick Ferrari really does. If I wake up to that, I'm going to be in a bad mood all day. But yeah, it's. I mean, they've even had Suella Braverman sitting in for people, which kind of, okay, I understand the notion of getting a broad spectrum of opinion, but you can't just keep platforming people who are ideologically mad, I don't think. But then I suppose that's a judgment call, isn't it? It seems to me that it's just about getting clicks and getting notoriety, isn't it? If you say Suella Braverman's going to be on, people will listen just because, even if they hate her, they just want to hear what ridiculous things she's saying. So I guess there's a reason behind a method behind the madness, I suppose. Well, the covers are well and truly on. Don't know whether it's actually raining anymore.
No, I think it's still raining. It's
well, no one's got umbrellas aren't up, but then there's not many people left in the stands, so that kind of maybe tells its own story.
It looks pretty bleak.
It's been bloody freezing, and now it's raining. I think possibly a lot of people will be voting.
Well, to be
with
fair,
their
there
feet.
was rain cast to come in earlier, so I mean they're kind of lucky it's held off this long. Mike says, yeah, you should enter the shit show. There's never enough politics on podcasts. You can make good money.
Well, this is my thing about podcasts, and it's a bit like YouTube. It's about any of these things. You think you can make good money, but as Guerrilla Cricket has discovered over the years, whenever we've had an idea that we think's really good, it ends up making very little money. And
that's true.
So okay, if you're lucky, it's the whole thing, isn't it? About
This is something where you could actually, you think about it, and this is what I thought about, because cricket's great, and we could cut out a wicket and put it on TikTok, but we could say something completely fucking outrageous, have it as a video, whack it up on YouTube, then we could start a Twitch account, not a Twitch account. What's the other one? What's the fucking stupid one the kids use?
Threads,
no,
Instagram,
no,
TikTok.
TikTok, that's one. You do it on TikTok. Fucking multi-millionaires next week.
Yeah, but Bear, this is the Bear who told me many years ago that the GPL was going to earn us untold riches.
Speaking of which, what are we on? 254
oh, yes,
and
actually.
304. That's 558.
I have to say, the Bear should be a salesman, because he really talks a good game.
I do talk a good game.
He talks a very good game.
558, no one is on. 567 is Hombre Nuevo.
Ooh, so if they got back on for 9 more runs, Owen Morgan and Ian Ward are now talking, so that kind of suggests that maybe there will be more cricket. Rather, they haven't actually gone to a sort of recorded match from 2001.
Press that off.
Okay.
And then put it on. I presume Messi is actually on a picture, but we can't see anything.
We cannot see. There he is. I can see him in there.
Okay. Right, let's get him on the screen. Because he's there, because I need to go and have a slash.
Well, why not invite Grubby to come in? Because Grubby's going to be on for the last session of Ball by Ball. So, if Grubby fancies coming in and talking politics as well, we could have a right rant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, basically having a rant is all we do. I'm not sure we add anything new that hasn't been said already about all these.
Well, isn't that true of anywhere though? That's true of anywhere. Everything is.
Some are quite nuanced in the information they bring. there's some quite good YouTube analyses of polls and stuff from a left-wing perspective. I don't want to listen to another podcast of someone saying something I totally agree with.
Oh, I do. I really want. I've listened to so much of people that I disagree with that I really need the comfort of listening to people I do agree with. So absolutely, you can say that. As a journalist or retired journalist, sort of, you try to get a range of opinion. You try to sort of make a, try to be balanced and seek out all opinion. But there is so much opinion out there that how can you control it? How can you absorb that into your brain? And I saw something the other day that was saying, that if you're told the same thing, was it 11 times? I think it was something to do with Trump. If you're told something 11 times, you will start to believe it, almost. I can't remember the source of that. I mean, it may be complete nonsense, but it's quite interesting. And I have found myself, having spent quite a bit of time on Twitter since the general election date was announced, being worn down, actually, by the right-wing stuff. And you think, I wasn't a big fan of Starmer. I don't think I was... convinced by him at all in terms of being slightly left of centre or even further left of centre at all. But, seeing some of the decisions he makes and then seeing it piled on social media and well, I mean, people talk about social media, but there's a lot of mainstream media on social media. That's what people, I think, it's not just crazies, it's crazy mainstream media like the Daily Telegraph and the Daily Mail and things like that. We were just, pumping out utter bilge, opinion bilge from people, journalists so-called, and it does wear you down after a while. If it doesn't depress you, you just think, oh, sorry, I'll agree with you then. And I think that's what they count on. It's still raining. Looks to me as if this could be it.
It does look like it's raining, doesn't it?
It looks quite heavy to me, quite misty. So it's not looking that great for a restart. I think this will probably be it, to be honest. So if you don't want to listen to me on my own ranting with Messi about politics, then you should probably leave.
Well, I'm going to tell you something you're not actually going to like.
Oh God.
Well,
there's so many things.
Podcast based in England, which I actually quite enjoy listening to, which consists of Alistair Campbell
and Rory Stewart.
Yes,
I've seen it.
Really quite good.
I saw it in the lead up to the general election. They actually televised it on Channel 4 for a few nights, and it's not bad. But I mean, Alistair Campbell. The thing is, it's difficult for him to be a spokesman and be taken terribly seriously because of his involvement in things that happened in the early 2000s, isn't it? Because anything that he says, however sensible it might be, the comeback is, oh yeah, but you WMD, and so it kind of just takes the rug from underneath him, really.
Well, actually, Rory Stewart is a very good foil for him in many ways.
I do remember when Rory Stewart first stood. I mean, how long ago was it now? When he first stood in the Conservative leadership election, and I thought, what an odd-looking chap. And I think that put me off a little bit. He is quite an odd-looking chap, but he's quite an interesting chap, isn't he? When you listen to him,
he is. He'd be drummed out of the Tory party now.
Oh God! Well, this is it. I mean, this is what worries me about if Labour don't actually do anything, for people in general, then the Tories or Reform will get back in 5 years if it goes that far. So, and they're not the Tories of the past, are they? They are.
I don't think
completely different. What are you going to say?
I don't think that's palatable enough to actually get them elected into power. If you go too far to the right, like Reform.
Do you not think?
Yeah, well.
But it seems to me that Starmer gets attacked. He's getting attacked from all sides because he's obviously not left wing enough for a lot of people. So he gets attacked by the left, but he also gets absolutely hammered by the right. And some of the things that the right are hammering him for are things that they actually agree with, which is what makes it so bizarre.
Politics for you, isn't it?
No, it's bizarre.
Yeah,
It's
but
totally
no,
bizarre.
in the same way that Jeremy Corbyn was never going to get elected because not enough people are far enough left to actually elect that. And that's why they always say centrist politics wins. Slightly to right, slightly to left. Look,
Yeah, but
there's
then-
lots of people who don't like immigration, but not enough of them. And actually, if you look, I mean, there was a poll, interestingly, on Newsnight or something the other day, and as a net, reform voters on immigration,
Yeah.
it was like 62% of them thought it was the most important issue in the world, issue for the party. Amongst the general population, actually 3% are in favour of immigration as a net.
Only 3%?
Well, the 3% is a net. So when 62%, if you look at it as a positive and negative,
Right.
against immigration, 62% of reform are against immigration. Net, the rest of the population, 3% are in. So net, they would never get in. In power, they're like a single issue party. And yeah, there's a lot of racists, and yeah, there are a lot of people who disagree with this, that, and the other. It's sold to us in certain ways by governments, clearly. I mean, this was the whole thing going into Brexit, wasn't it? I mean, the fact was everyone kept saying that they're a drain on society, when actually the economics say the immigrant population and people who are born here, who come in as immigrants, are a net contributor to society by about 12 billion a year or something stupid like that. So it's all bollocks. But people who live a life and aren't infatuated with it can see that. That's why it never will be an election winner that will get them into power. And the rest of their ideas are completely fucking loony. I mean, they wanted to give 50 billion worth of tax cuts that they couldn't afford, they couldn't even account for. I mean, they are basically a single issue party, and Nigel Farage is a fucking racist. So, all good. They got 4 million votes. A lot of them are older people as well. They're all going to die off. It's all good.
Yeah,
don't
but
worry.
think how the landscape can change in even sort of 4 years now. In terms of, this
has got to be called
it's
off.
going to be called off, isn't it? It looks like they're getting a bigger tractor ready. Actually, they've got a digger out. Maybe they're going to dig up the pitch. I don't think we're going to get any more cricket today. That's my gut feeling, and I think that's most of the crowd's gut feeling, and I don't blame them because they must be bloody frozen.
Presumably they've got to play to the fucking rules though, haven't they? I mean, they've got 30-minute things and they still got to lose 15 overs. I mean, they've played the game. I suppose they could just call it and say this is going to get too wet. There was a lot of rain overnight, as Messi said.
I can't imagine that Australia want to come back on, really. I mean, they can't. Can they? They can't win. I mean, the only thing is that it would make the outfield even slower. But then they're going to get a wet ball, aren't they? I mean,
well, it's going to take them a while to clear up as well, isn't
it's
it?
probably going to take them an hour to clean up, I would think, from here. So I can't see. What time is it now? Just 8:05.
And you lose an over every 3.5 minutes.
So
or
they've
something?
lost half an hour. So it's half an hour now. So it's starting to lose over this now.
And how many overs do you lose a minute? 3.5 minutes per over or something, isn't it? So it's about 45, 50 minutes, and the game should be done.
And I mean, you can't. I mean, from an Australian perspective, they may just want to make England hang on, and but I can't really see that they would do that. It seemed very petty.
I mean, their one chance is that they would come out and England would be cold and have to reset. They get a couple of early wickets and then they freeze. Which they might think. They're fucking Australians, let's face it. They don't like losing.
They don't like losing. Have we got any more? Let's go back to YouTube and see if we've got any
Well,
more.
I was just going there.
Oh, right.
Media already is pushing Starmer for idiot things like watching Arsenal. I doubt he'll win again in 28, 29. Long way to go, man. He's in for the first 3 months. Everyone's saying this now. It's like a fucking stupid news cycle. Oh, he's not going to get in 5 years' time. He's been in for 3 fucking months. Give him a chance. It's just fucking insane.
Oh, it is insane. But the thing is, I said this.
I mean, they are getting pulled up for things that they were having a go at the Tories for.
Yeah,
but
on a
much larger scale,
yeah,
and all the time,
yeah,
from the same people. They kept getting called out as well.
But then again, that is slightly worrying. I mean, and you hear these rumours about private, how much private enterprise they want to bring into the health service and various things like that. So there are worries. That he's,
Well, another thing I was saying the other day, if we go on at the current rate of borrowing and funding the NHS and this is also interesting stuff. So by 2070 we'll be spending 14% of our GDP on the health service, and our government debt would accrue for another 12%. So 26% of our GDP, which if it goes up by inflation, be about, I don't know, we're currently is about $1 trillion. So say it's 2 or 3 trillion. 25% of that, nearly £1 trillion, would be spent. Well,
On the health service.
On the health service and interest on government debt, which at that point is unsustainable. Surely civilization's collapsed by then, I would say.
Well, I mean, civilization may well collapse for very many other reasons. War, AI. Now, this is the thing. Something that made me really, being a bit of a technophobe, something that made me annoyed the other day was I was sitting watching probably the cricket, and something came up, an advert for the new iPhone, and its main selling point was that it had now had AI that would summarise your emails.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, isn't that ripe for misunderstandings?
Oh yeah, completely.
I mean, you could easily miss something very important in an email.
You could
surely
you could call someone else a cunt, and it would come through and tell you you're a
Yeah, I mean, it's madness. I think it's madness.
Yeah.
And also the way that you can manipulate images now. I mean, I was reading something in the Private Eye about, you can pretty much this new Google Pixel thing will actually manipulate photos that are incredibly realistic.
Yeah, well,
it can make you
can do
appear
that.
to be doing
Although
anything.
I have worked out that ChatGTP is stunningly much better than Google as a search engine, although Google now has that genie thing at the top. But I was searching for particular numbers of particular departments within councils, and if you fucking Google it, all it does is send you to the council homepage, and you've got to trawl through it. And if you ask ChatGTP the right questions, it gives you very accurate answers. It even gave me some dude's mobile number, which I'm pretty certain you would never find on the internet, and I gave him a call, and he was very helpful. Steve Bruce says, hi, slightly disappointed the batsmen didn't give their wickets away. We were on the verge of an epic Hendo rant, reminiscent of hooking gates during the Ashes.
Well, I'm actually, I was saying, because I've lost most of my work, in fact all of my work, I was thinking of starting a Substack, but I need lots and lots and lots and lots of readers to make it worth me doing.
You've got to be controversial.
I know, but the thing is, it's so easy to be controversial and be right wing and to be controversial in any way. But I'd like to think that I'm moderately sensible. Actually, I do look at nuances and stuff. So, it's not easy to build an audience like that, is it? Really?
No, especially not on opinion stuff. It's got to be something that is different, that sets you apart.
Or you've already got to be a name in some respect, or you've got to have another platform that promotes you. I mean, there's that idiot on Twitter, Darren Grimes. I mean, what has he ever done? Apart from be a pathetic GB news presenter, and and it's like he's got millions of followers or hundreds of thousands of followers. And obviously he just puts stuff out because the clicks get him money on Twitter, and that's, I mean, it's a living. It's a very strange way to make one, isn't it, really? I don't know.
Well, Steve Bruce also says, question for the panel with the rain break. If you could choose 2 co-commentators of all time, who would you all choose? Not guerrilla commentators. Well, Richie Benno would have to be one.
Oh, Richie would definitely be one. Jeff.
I was never
John Arlott, just so I could have a lot to drink, but just to listen to John Arlott's voice would make me happy anytime.
Maybe Athers. I'd like to do Athers.
Athers is good, yeah. I mean, Athers is good. I mean, in terms of, from my perspective, Richie Benno is non-negotiable. He's definitely there.
Exactly.
But of the others, if you go back to the old Test Match Special group, and I know they were posh, and I know they had very cultured voices, but I don't think you can go terribly wrong with Christopher Martin Jenkins, to be honest. He was absolutely steeped in the game. The amount of, the number of books that he wrote. He'd obviously, I think he'd played at a reasonably high level of club cricket, even maybe second 11. And he just lived and breathed the game, and he was interesting to listen to. And I don't think there aren't commentators like that really around. Generally speaking, Athers is probably the best of them. I'm trying to think of
For analysis, I've got to say I think Ricky Ponting is better than anybody I've ever come across.
Ricky's pretty good.
Yeah,
actually.
Ricky's good. I like Ricky. Yep.
Even though I
yeah.
hated him as a player.
I didn't hate him as a player. I hated him when he,
I hated him in an Australian shirt.
Yeah. I mean, he was a great player to watch, but
like
at the same
everyone
time,
in White Line
annoying.
Fever, as soon as he wore anything with an Australian green and gold.
But he was a nice bloke. He seemed like, I mean, when he came over very well with us, didn't he?
Yeah, well, he did.
Mind you,
exactly.
we were flogging his wine, weren't we?
Well, yeah, we were flogging his wine.
So you had to
he
be
wasn't
nice to
very
us.
happy with Gary Pratt, was he? So
No,
you know,
he didn't want us to ask about Gary Pratt. That's very true. Oh, it's all over. Oh no, it's not. They're showing the third ODI. This is the third ODI. It's finished. It must be.
What? England won by 46 runs. DLS. Yeah,
DLS. It's all over.
It's been
We don't have to talk about politics anymore.
Damn, I was quite enjoying that.
Yeah, I was quite enjoying that. So
Lockie Sixers, Benno and Alex Hartley. That'd be interesting.
Oh my
The
goodness.
Ditchmeister says Jim Laker. Don't know what that's. Did he ever commentate? Don't know.
Oh, Jim Laker did. Yeah, on TV. Yeah,
yes,
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Jim. I remember Jim Laker. My first memory of him was that my grandparents, who liked to watch cricket, they would say, as soon as Jim Laker says you're doing well, you'll get out, and it was amazing. He was like the creator of the commentator's curse. He was kind of a little bit. He sounded a bit bored sometimes, and maybe he was, But Jim Laker was one that I was brought up on. Any other favourites out there? Tony Cozier.
Oh yeah, well, Steve Bruce says Tony Cozier and Ian Smith.
Yeah.
We're going to a sleeper over. Yeah, Ian Smith, I met.
You see, before the white ball came in, I actually really liked Harsha Bogle, but now I've had too much of it.
I think that is a problem. You get too much of someone, don't you?
Yeah.
And I think it, with all the T20 and 100 cricket on Sky and then the BBC, it's all so hysterical. I think there was an interesting two things that I found interesting when I did some commentary for the MCC, which was all volunteers. You were invited to do it if you'd done a bit of commentary and whatever. It was very much. I mean, they were all good. All the people were good, but it was very much in that vein of old TMS. It was very much in that sort of considered, fairly uncritical vein. And I think I think I may have criticised a batsman in the Oxford-Cambridge match, and they all sort of looked at me askew as if to say, "How dare you?" And I mean, I quite like some of that, but it's also it can be
boring.
too dull. Yeah,
it's
it can be
boring.
dull.
I like opinionated shit, man.
Well, it depends on the good opinion.
Yeah. My opinion.
Jay Grover has reminded us about the CMG's views of the West Indians were dodgy as fuck. Yeah, that is true.
What he said about us apparently as well.
Oh, you want to? Oh, yeah, but I remember being at work and he had said that Test match surface should be swept from the earth or something along those lines, and I said to one of my colleagues, "What a tosser!" I've met CMJ a few times and I liked him and he seemed like a nice bloke, but someone then got on to me about on Twitter saying, he's an old man and he's dying and you can almost understand it, and I think that's probably true. I mean, no one wants to die in the way that he did with lung cancer, a horrible thing. So, and he wasn't that old, he was only 66.
I thought he was in his 50s, so if he got to 60s, that's all right. Nicholas Agar says, election done, move on. Yeah, my side won, so I'm all right with it. Blowers gets Hattie the Batty's vote.
Really?
Yeah. Steve Bruce, Kevin Peterson and Ravi Shastri. Said no one ever.
What else have we got? KP and David Warner. Really?
Yeah,
I don't think I've heard David Warner commentate.
You probably will hear him next Ashes.
I suppose Broadie's quite good, isn't he? Broadie's not bad.
Well, a lot of them. I thought Michael Clarke was quite good when I first heard him on the first Ashes series when he was actually injured captain and we were down under and getting thrashed. Or it might not have been against England, but I think it was against England. And he was injured. No, it wasn't against England. It must have been against India actually in that series that they ended up losing. Maybe anyway, I don't remember. But. And he was, and of course, because he was actually the on-field captain who was injured, he was very, very good on the tactics and very aware of the game situation shit. But then, like all of them, they get further away from the game and become more a character. It's like Michael Vaughan. You know, I've spoken to him when I was at the World Cup when we were staying with Dan in a whatever it is, Sunny Inn, whatever, on the motorway, fucking Holiday Inn, on the motorway on the M5, and sat there for a couple of hours chatting with him. He was very engaging and very good to speak to, and didn't have crazy views. I mean,
So it's just like a public persona.
Well, that's it. You wonder if, to certain degrees, it is. You know.
But you see, the thing about that is, basically, Michael Vaughan will say something. I mean, they'll be interviewed by maybe Jonathan Agnew after the end of the play, and then there'll be an article about what Michael Vaughan has said, and then you find that, especially, I mean, all these websites in India, cricket websites, seem to quote him all the time, every time he opens his mouth. But I mean, does that ensure that he gets more money? I don't really understand.
Well, I suppose in a kind of sort of in a way, yes, because it makes him
Keeps him
saleable,
relevant.
keeps him relevant, and therefore people employ him.
Keeps in the public eye.
Stuff, isn't it?
It is clickbait. Everything's clickbait.
It's clickbait.
Nicholas Agar says he says election done, move on.
Yeah, I just said that.
Oh, did he? And then he says cricket done, move on.
Yeah,
where do we
that's
move
true.
on to? We move on to going off air,
Yeah,
basically,
at
and
the
home.
same time.
Grubby's probably waiting for me to get ready and get home and have a nice curry or something.
So we're back on Friday.
Friday
same
it is.
time, same station. 12:30 from Lords. Bring your fucking woolly mittens.
Well, Michael Holding I liked as well as a commentator.
Oh, Holding, yeah,
He
of
had
course,
Great
yeah.
voice. I loved his voice.
Actually, this is a strange thing about Duckworth-Lewis, is that you bat second, but you win by 46 runs.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Strange. Yeah, because Auxilia Dores Fernandez, she is from the Caribbean, or he is from the Caribbean. I don't
Right,
know.
okay.
True that. Anyone employed hasn't fully got a chance. I don't know what you're talking about there, Jay, but that's cool. Right. Clark doesn't have a media job anymore for a reason. Didn't he beat up someone in a trailer park?
No,
or
I think
something?
he got arrested.
With his girlfriend, wasn't it, or his wife or something? Yeah. Nick Vickerser says Guerrilla Cricket is the best commentary by far, and today's edition has been a great birthday treat for me. Cheers, everyone.
Thank you very
probably
much.
Is that a good?
I think that's a good place to go.
I think that's a good thing to end on. So, England keep themselves alive, mainly down to a brilliant partnership between Harry Brook and Will Jacks, who batted brilliantly after England were 11 for 2, chasing a much higher score than they would have probably expected from early this morning. There was another great innings from Alex Carey, who looks in absolutely sumptuous form, but Harry Brook was just a different class, wasn't he? Absolutely different class
he
for
was
England
classy.
today. He got himself his first ODI 100, and
as skipper, skipper's innings,
as skippers.
Presumably gets man of the match.
Absolutely, and also you'd have to say that it's important for England's confidence, isn't it, to have won this game so convincingly from a difficult situation.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is how England play their game, isn't it? I mean, they've just got to get it back up to the high levels that they had. Owen Morgan's side, they've got to find the players that fit that mould. They clearly that's how England want to play ODI cricket, T20 cricket. They want to attack it. You've got to have the players who can do it. You've got to have the confidence to do it and do it consistently, and then you have a great time. But hey, that ain't as easy said than done, I suppose.
It absolutely
play
is.
the theme tune.
I will play the theme tune. We're back on Friday. I think
Friday.
it's Friday. It's a 12:30 kickoff again.
Yep.
In the freezing cold, there'll be frost on the Lord's outfield. But we will be in
We'll be in
here,
the warm.
nice and cosy. The Messi Jez will be in the weather cave, and we'll probably sit here watching rainfall. But anyway, I suppose we should just come on air and talk about politics again.
Have our second episode of our podcast.
Absolutely. So it's goodbye from Grubby, who didn't get back on again. It's goodbye from Messi.
Goodbye.
It's goodbye from the Bear.
Goodbye.
It's goodbye from me. And
See you
we'll
on Friday.
speak to you on Friday.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every
cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to